The magical beasts wield incredible power. Mysterious creatures. With a rare few granted human form by the gods. These are the shapeshifters who deliver prophecies to aid humanity, but that power also gives rise to malevolent incarnations. What mankind calls the Demon King. Just hearing about it is terrifying. But not for our hot-blooded youth. Ananta. While everyone else quakes in fear at the sight of the Demon King, Ananta embraces his transformation into the Lord of Beasts. Through blood and sweat, bone and flesh, he vows to consume his enemies and turn them into his weapons. How will he do that? Stick around and find out in a thrilling tale. There once was a fierce beast that confronted a brave warrior. Surrounding Ananta in his transformed state, golden eyes and sharp fangs glistened in the pitch-black forest night. The pack of wolves clawed at the ground, creating deep tracks. Waiting for the pack leader's command to pounce and devour what they perceived as prey, they questioned Ananta, who stood there unarmed and seemingly weak, surrounded by wolves. Looking like a black dragon, they asked him, "What is your weapon?" Rising in his massive form, the wolves saw their leader howl a signal and rushed toward him. Ananta dispatched one wolf with his right hand. Then with his left, he used his sharp claws to take down the rest. He replied, "My weapons are blood and sweat," as he crushed a wolf under his feet, and bone and flesh. He added, as the pack leader saw all his comrades fall, rage boiling in him. The leader went berserk, charging at Ananta. He grabbed its jaw with force and declared, "I will feast on every last one of you." Then he bent down and bit into its neck, drinking its blood like a vampire. And from that moment on, they became his weapons. Ananta will take down the wolf. He proclaimed, "I will end you and devour your flesh." The magical beasts wield immense power. They are the enigmatic creatures. A rare few of these mystical beings have been granted human form by the gods. They are the shapeshifters who deliver prophecies to aid humanity, but that power also gives rise to evil incarnations. What humans call the Demon King. A shadow, gasping for breath, races through the forest. He hoped someone would come to his aid, as hunters were hot on his trail. But no miracle happened. He was struck by an arrow. The culprits were gloating over their successful shot. They were a band of thieves, killing everyone who passed by for loot. After robbing, they excitedly headed back, chatting about rumors of a beast tracking them. Suddenly, the leader spotted the bodies of wolves littered on the ground ahead. One of the thieves speculated it was due to wolves fighting over territory, but another said it looked more like a slaughter. Suddenly, one of them shouted, spotting the body of a mystical creature, Ananta leaning against the pack leader. The thieves crept closer to observe him, but one reached out and got bitten hard by Ruby. Furious, the other wanted to kill Ruby. But at that moment, Ananta had awakened. He landed a powerful punch to the face of the one who threatened to kill Ruby, sending him straight to the afterlife. He glared at the rest and warned, "I forbid you to touch her, or you will regret it." A bunch of thugs came at him, saying he started the fight, and one even accused him of killing their buddy. They surrounded Ananta, threatening to end him. But little did they know, messing with a beast meant signing their own death warrant. Ananta stood his ground, waiting for them to make a move. Then, he sprang into action, slicing through their limbs like a hot knife through butter. The thugs screamed in agony, but they were too stubborn to back down. The leader was shaking in fear, and one guy could not take it anymore. He grabbed a crossbow. The rest aimed their bolts at Ananta, but he turned around and spotted that axe. The leader fired, sending sharp bolts flying straight at Ananta. Unfazed, he protected Ruby with his hands and unleashed his power. The thugs started to panic at the sight. Ananta's back suddenly darkened, streaks of red erupting all over like a volcano ready to blow. Then, the souls of the monsters he had defeated appeared, merging into one terrifying entity. Watching this unfold, the thugs screamed in fear, "Demon Lord!" Suddenly, Ananta's blood-red eyes shifted back to their normal golden hue. He reined in all the power he had just unleashed. Then, he pressed his hands to the ground, breathing heavily. Looks like using so much power had drained him completely. The thugs captured him and dragged him to their camp, and the leader stared in awe at the massive wolf. He asked his men if Ananta was the one behind this. Ananta advised them it would be better to take him along instead of sending him off. But the demon was furious and started raising a ruckus. The leader stopped him and stepped closer to Ananta, asking, "Stranger, what is your name?" Ananta replied, "Ananta." The leader inquired about his purpose, and Ananta simply said he was hungry. Hearing this, the leader looked skeptical. The demon beside him added fuel to the fire, claiming he witnessed Ananta transform. He mentioned the recent rumors about a demon lord feasting on corpses lurking around. The leader thought Ananta was human, but the demon insisted he was the demon lord in disguise. Ananta shot back at the accusation. Just then, a bird flew by, splattering blood on the leader's head. The pack leader, thought to be dead, was somehow revived. Ananta commented that while it was a creature that should not exist, It was still the demon lord's minion. The camp was under attack by the wolves, led by a guy wielding a deer skull. Directing the wolves into the camp to bite the thugs, a fire erupted, engulfing the wolves in flames. Out of the flames jumped Ananta, starving and furious. He roared, gathering energy, and then ignited, in his dragon-like form, with blood and sweat, eyes blazing red, flesh and bone. Ananta approached the deer skull guy, saying, "I am going to devour you whole." With that, he charged at the deer skull guy, declaring, "I am going to crush you." Ananta challenged him, as if daring him to make a move. The deer skull guy stomped in anger, letting out a fierce howl. Ananta lunged at him, and the guy used a shadowy technique, screaming as he activated his power. Both Ananta and the deer skull guy clashed fiercely. A massive explosion echoed. As they exchanged blows in an intense fight, Ananta bared his sharp fangs, while the deer skull guy slammed into his back. They traded hits, each strike echoing in the chaos. Relentless and explosive, Ananta lightly unsheathes his sharp fangs. The skeletal figure shoves him in the back, but he grabs the guy's hand, leaving the skeleton in shock. Ananta retaliates with a powerful punch, sending the skeleton flying away. Ananta claws at his hand, then delivers a devastating blow. The skeleton lies on the ground, blood pouring out. Gasping for breath, he slowly approaches the figure, grabbing the skeleton by the throat, revealing the silhouette of a girl beneath that skeletal facade. He is utterly astonished, realizing this person has lost all sanity. Has not she? Suddenly, a noise comes from behind. Ananta spins around. The other figure swoops down, grazing his shoulder. A colossal bird appears in the sky, landing near him. Ananta realizes the bird is actually the true demon king that feasts on corpses. The bird morphs, transforming back into a man. He expresses disbelief, saying it is impossible. My beloved phantom puppet has never been defeated. He admits, I have had my eye on you since you set foot here. Blaming him for what? Exactly. Without waiting for him to finish, Ananta shoves the skeletal girl towards him. He retorts, your rambling almost made me doze off. I am not interested in your monstrous monologue. He challenges the figure. Come on, I will take you down. The figure, enraged, calls upon his power. O power of mine, grant me control over the souls of the slain. He transforms back into a raven, looking at Ananta with interest. If I can kill and control you, I will have a puppet stronger than the deer and everything else. He then uses his phantom technique to manifest the souls. The forms of monsters and bandits under his control rise to fight. Surrounding Ananta, the raven shouts, whatever that is, let my blood-soaked undead army tear you apart and devour you whole. The raven lunges at his legs, while the remaining bandits stab at his body. The raven boasts, out of steam. Are we? He then slashes down at Ananta with his wings. A brutal scene unfolding. He grins. Come on, let me hear your cries before you die. Ananta says nothing, then suddenly bursts into laughter like he has lost his mind. He activates his power, creating a blinding red area. The raven gasps, what? In his eye, the image of a monster appears. This is Ananta releasing the monster souls to let him unleash his claws. He laughs. Let me hear the roar of the beast. With that, he opens his mouth wide as if to devour the raven whole, clamping down on the raven's head. The raven can probably smell Ananta's full breath, causing it to sputter and bleed. The monster souls within him sense their friend and rush out. The raven, terrified and bleeding, merges with them. The skeletal girl opens her eyes to see Ananta absorbing power. She sits there dumbfounded. Ananta, sensing someone is watching, turns his head, his eyes now a deep crimson. Seeing this, the skeletal girl gulps hard in fear. Ananta steps closer, and she looks very surprised. He announces, you are no longer under the Demon King's control. The girl raises her hands to her head, recalling, back then, I had a pair of glowing wings. Ananta questioned, could it be that she too is a victim of those wings? The girl was confused and asked Ananta, who are you? He replied, Ananta, the heir of the Black Dragon, the last survivor, exterminating every demon king in the world, and destined to slay the embodiment of the wings. As the sun gradually rose in the sky, the horrific sight of corpses piled upon each other came into view. Amidst the ruins, Ananta stood before the girl, introducing himself, Ananta, the heir of the Black Dragon, the last survivor, exterminating every demon king in the world, and destined to slay the embodiment of the wings. After hearing Ananta's grand introduction, Nadia was so scared she broke out into a cold sweat. She said, I really do not understand what you are talking about. She expressed, the Black Dragon or the embodiment of the wings. It is all a mystery to me. Her eyes suddenly widened, the meaning of both left unfinished. Nadia collapsed. Ananta looked at Nadia with a cold expression. She must have caused quite a bit of trouble. He straightened his face. In her dream, Nadia was running, trying to pull her pants down. She was breathing heavily. And then a deer skull suddenly appeared before her eyes. Nadia turned around, and the deer skull was chasing her at breakneck speed. Suddenly, she tripped and fell face first into the ground. When she looked up, her entire body was covered in fresh blood. The figure of the deer skull was reflected on the surface of the blood lake. Nadia looked around in shock and saw dead bodies scattered around the lake. She yelped in fear. And suddenly the embodiment of the wings appeared, illuminating the dark sky. Nadia turned to look, and that figure smiled brightly. Just as things were getting intense, she woke up. Wifood noticed and asked, "You are awake?" She stretched and inquired, "You looked pretty tense while sleeping. Did you have a nightmare?" Nadia thought. The transformation. And suddenly, a voice called Ruby echoed. Anana commanded it to start. Ruby gathered fire in its throat and then spewed it out like a torrent onto the plants. The fire, shaped like a fan, was incinerating those controlled by the Demon King. Each burst of flame revealed shadowy figures that swiftly rose and turned to dust. Anana coldly observed the scene before him. Wifood educated Nadia, saying that those monsters controlled by the Demon King must be dealt with this way. The little dog girl rushed over to compliment Ananta. "You really know your stuff." He angrily grabbed her by the neck, making her scream. He said, "Shut up, you little gossip." Wifood chuckled awkwardly. He pointed at Nadia, saying it is because of her silly information that this mess happened. Then he tossed Wifood aside. "I am done here. Now hand over my payment." Wifood cried out in pain, rubbing her back, saying, "You still have that tiger temper." Then she turned to Nadia and asked, "Girl, may I ask what your name is?" She paused for a moment before introducing herself as Nadia. Wifood teased, "Oh wow. I did not expect there would be someone who is a victim of the wings like Ananta." Nadia asked in surprise. "What?" Ananta angrily interrupted their conversation, shouting. At this moment, Wifood remembered the task at hand, but she still teased Ananta first. So impatient. Saying that, she pulled out something resembling a pendulum clock, the front of it intricately carved with a rabbit design. She pressed the switch, and the lid popped open, revealing something that looked like a round circle. A huge pit appeared right where they stood, while Ananda and Wifood calmly jumped down the hole. Nadia screamed at the top of her lungs, closing her eyes in fear of landing on her butt. But nothing happened, so she opened her eyes in shock. Before her lay a city with a gigantic tree at its center. She gasped and asked, "Where are?" Wifood, with a smirk, replied, "They say a clever rabbit digs 3 holes. Sorry for the slow reveal." Though, she introduced herself. "I am a member of the Thunder Network, the biggest info hub on the continent. The adorable, fair-skinned news girl is right here." She gestured towards Ananta. "And this is Ananta. We have known each other for quite a while." "Right," she continued. "This place is Kafis, the largest trade city in the south. The massive trunk in front of you is commonly referred to as the Sacred White Lotus. The top of the tree is where the magic happens." Nadia frowned, cutting her off. "Enough. I appreciate you saving me from the Demon King's control. But I do not want to hear your monologue anymore. If you want to keep talking, answer my question first. Why did you bring me to this mysterious city?" Anana told her to be quiet and follow him. He would give her the answers she sought. As they entered the market, Nadia asked about the embodiment of wings. He said it was a disgusting monster. She was still a bit confused, so Whitefoot explained. The incarnation takes on human form, while the embodiment of wings is a power granted to others, a power that is incomplete. They arrived at their destination, the slave market of Kafis, filled with foreigners, drifters, and mystical beings all enslaved. Nadia was puzzled. What does this have to do with the embodiment of wings? Anana kicked her down into the pit, where people were being prepared for a live sacrifice to the embodiment of wings. Anana intended to use her as bait. After locking Nadia up, Anana told Whitefoot, "The rest is up to you." Whitefoot agreed, but suddenly Nadia called out, asking, "Did they capture all those people with you?" She yelled at Ananda, accusing him of exploiting the innocent and weak for his own agenda. "Don't you feel even a twinge of conscience?" Hearing this, Anana challenged her, "If you want revenge, go for it, just keep your hands clean." Furious, Nadia shot back, and Whitefoot chimed in. "What kind of pain will those poor souls endure at the hands of the embodiment of wings?" As he spoke, Whitefoot waited for Nadia's response, only to be scolded by her. He then pointed out, "That is exactly why you fell under the Demon King's control and caused so many deaths. You do not care about those tiny lives, do you? Just because it was not intentional does not mean nothing happened." She told Nadia, "Our common enemy is the wicked embodiment of wings." In the hallway of the arena, Anana sat lost in thought for a moment. Whitefoot approached him, saying, "You have been talking a bit too much. We are not doing anything to those sacrificial people." Ananda asked with concern, "How's she doing?" Whitefoot replied, "I asked Nadia if she wanted to cooperate. She explained that, as planned, they were taken to the White Lotus Palace by the Guardians of the Wings. At this moment, Nadia was being led to the palace. Whitefoot explained that offering a sacrifice is the first step to meeting the embodiment of the wings. This way, all the efforts to find him won't be in vain. She mentioned that there is a barrier around, so even people from the White Lotus Shrine can rush in. To enter, a living offering is required. And that part is settled," she continued. "If you can touch a branch of the White Lotus stem, which symbolizes the victor, you will soon encounter the embodiment of the wings." But Whitefoot knows that the process is not as easy as it sounds. She thought that if Ananda were to turn into a monster, just one swift kill could attract the enemy's attention. She narrowed her eyes. But there is a limit that must never be crossed, because she knows Ananda has not yet mastered his power when transformed into a beast. She silently pondered about Ananda being a monster. How could he draw the line between his human side and his beastly nature? She knew there were many ways to do it, but it was a contradiction. Ananda caught Whitefoot off guard as she was distracted. He groaned in pain. Having just had a hearty meal but still needed to move a bit to digest, he told Whitefoot to sit quietly and watch, while Ananda confidently wielded two swords, declaring, "This is how I hunt monsters." Hesitantly, Whitefoot replied, "Do not do anything too loud. You know what happens if you do that." Ananda coolly said, "I will consider it, as in the arena." Bernhardt was commanding the troops to battle the monsters. He shouted, "Yang Kine, the team with those two items, spread out in a line and prepare to face the monsters." A gigantic leopard was trapped in that formation, surrounded by soldiers lying dead all around it. Then it let out a low growl. Bernhardt reassured his troops, "Don't be afraid. Hold the formation steady." Suddenly, a hand appeared on one soldier's shoulder. Ananda roughly shoved that soldier down to the ground, causing the other soldiers to get furious. "What are you doing?" Ananda angrily replied. "Get lost, you fools." As the leopard bared its fangs and clawed right in front of him, then it swung its massive paw towards him. Ananda was not scared at all and gave it a solid hit to the head. Bernhardt was utterly shocked by this scene, while Whitefoot rested his chin on his hand, saying, "This is getting complicated." Meanwhile, Ananda had severed the leopard's right leg. Bernhardt could not believe his eyes. How could this be happening? A normal person overpowering a mystical beast. Ananda took a stance, then jumped in front of the beast, attacking the leopard's head with both swords in hand. The spectators in the stands were astounded. After killing the leopard, Ananda shouted in fury. He turned towards the direction of the White Lotus tree and said, "Just wait. I will tear you apart and swallow you whole soon." At the same time, at the White Lotus shrine, the tree was glowing. The temple gates opened and quickly shut again, as Nadia among the sacrifice group felt extremely anxious. A man stepped out to stand in the center of the temple. He spoke, "O my fearful subjects," he urged everyone not to be afraid, extending his hand in welcome. "Welcome to the divine temple." Nadia wondered, could he be the embodiment of the wings? He added some information about the White Lotus tree, surrounded by a solid barrier, also known as the Holy Tree, for unknown reasons. The embodiment of the wings had made its nest there, and began accepting living sacrifices. Those who offer a living sacrifice will earn the privilege to fight in the Karfus arena. And warriors who survive battles against spirit beasts, while showcasing their true abilities, will be granted a branch of the White Lotus tree. Anyone who proves effective with the embodiment of the wings will receive unmatched power and become the guardian of the wings. While in the dungeon, Wildfood discussed with Nadia, saying that to breach their defenses, we would use Muse Yingguai Trang as a living sacrifice to blend in. Nadia asked Wildfood why Ananda wanted to kill the embodiment of the wings. Does it relate to his power? Wildfood did not answer her question directly, instead stating that if the embodiment of the tiger truly existed, no one would be more suitable than him. Wildfood recalled the image of Ananda cradling a charred figure in his arms. Weeping blood, back in the present, at the temple. The man standing in the main hall said, "You who have overcome countless hardships, lift your eyes to me." The sacrifice group looked at him, some even praying to this man. He introduced himself as the deity they worship, the master of the White Lotus tree, and the embodiment of the wings that bring a sweet mist to this dark world. He declared his name as Banjik, and in a deep voice, he said, "I shall have mercy upon you. My sacrifices, prepare for the coming liberation, and offer your bodies to the wings that save all living beings." A little girl suddenly knelt down, saying, "O embodiment of the wings, please have mercy on us. My sister and I are innocent. I beg for your forgiveness." The girl pleaded, If only you could spare my sister. Upon hearing this, Banggeek smiled. He raised his hand, saying, "Oh my beautiful people. Caring for others is commendable. I shall reward you." Hearing Banggeek, the girl was overjoyed. But in an instant, her head exploded. Before she could finish her thanks, she was dead. The sister stood next to her, terrified, while the members of the sacrifice group trembled at the sight. Meanwhile, Banggeek sat on his throne, arrogantly declaring, "Before the face of death, all beings are equal." He pointed at the younger sister, saying, "Your sister has just been freed from fear and regret. You will soon reunite in nirvana." Hearing his booming proclamation, the sacrifices felt even more fear. And then one of his subordinates drew a sword, ready to strike, but suddenly, the sky darkened, revealing Nadia, who had activated her powers. Banggeek, still smug, remarked, "There are no saviors here." Nadia shouted at him, "You are just a mindless killer." Banggeek rested his chin in indifference, wondering which lucky living sacrifice would become the embodiment this time. At this moment, Nadia continued to radiate her power. Suddenly, she heard everyone around her calling her a monster. Looking at the shadow of her embodiment, Nadia hesitated. She recalled Whitefoot's words, whether intentional or accidental. What is done cannot be undone. She remembered the scene where she was controlled by the Demon King and had killed many people. A voice of encouragement rang out, "Don't give up." Nadia seemed to awaken from her nightmare, looking at the child who said that and smiled. Then she activated her power, and the bushes erupted from the ground, surrounding the group of sacrifices. The other trees twisted tightly, lifting those minions high into the air. The remaining bushes formed a protective barrier for the ones caught in the trap. Nadia reassured everyone, "Don't worry. I have got this." Just as she was in awe, the minion lunged at her. He warned Nadia. "The weakling. Don't make empty promises." He insulted her. "A nameless embodiment. Dare to stand against me." From the cloud of dust, Nadia emerged, declaring, "I have a name. It is Nick, the embodiment of nature." Antlers sprouted from her head as she spoke. The minion laughed mockingly. "Ha ha, you sharp-tongued woman." Nadia unleashed her power, as branches grew rapidly. She wondered, is this an invisible wave, or is it remote control? She realized that although she had unintentionally blocked all attacks, they had not done much damage. She decided to use the Socialos move, where the branches intertwined to form a mushroom shape. Nadia thought, "With this power, I will crush him." But when she unleashed her ultimate move, the minion just smiled and took to the sky, ordering, "Shatter into pieces." In the arena, Ananta looked towards the temple and sensed something was off. The audience was buzzing. Turning back to the temple, where Nadia's move had been nullified by the minion in just one strike, the minion was utterly amazed by her. So he summoned his loyal servant to battle Nadia. It was a dragon adorned with skulls on its head. The dragon plunged its sharp horn into Nadia's chest while she was distracted. In the arena, the crowd was on edge, thrilled by the bloody spectacle unfolding below. Ananta stood before a white tiger, its body drenched in blood. The tiger bared its teeth and growled, and he narrowed his eyes at the sight. Ananta commanded the tiger, "Go wild. Show me." With that, he raised his sword. "Death is here. Do not look away." With a swift swing, the sword struck the tiger's head, ending its life instantly. Bernhard remained silent at this gruesome sight. One of his minions spoke up. "Lord Bernhard, the sudden shift has left everyone bewildered." He glanced at his teammates, who were slumped on the ground. It was clear that victory was slipping away. According to the plans, he was supposed to be the victor. Covered in blood, Ananta panted heavily as the MC declared, "Ladies and gentlemen of Karfus, the champion has emerged." The panicked minion exclaimed, "What do we do now?" The MC continued, "O glorious champion, your reward is a branch of the White Lotus tree, personally presented by the Guardians." A group of masked figures entered, with the leader carrying a box. Bernhard advised his minion, "Stay calm. Do not panic. The plan remains unchanged." He was confident that no matter what happened, the branch of the White Lotus tree would still belong to them. The group approached Ananta, and he straightened up, opening the box to reveal a branch of the White Lotus. He grasped it tightly, staring at it as if he wanted to devour it whole. He had to kill the embodiment of the wings at all costs. Meanwhile, at the temple, the vines had grown rampant. Inside the protective barrier, two children peeked out, observing Nadia's situation. Ambushed by the mist-covered dragon, Nadia is left weak and trembling, pulling out her sharp horn and kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. The monster looms ominously before her. The black-eyed guardian claims Nadia will do everything to protect those sacrifices. But that is pure deception. He mocks her, saying, "Look at those pitiful faces. Hurry up and save them from their fear. That is real compassion. Nadia snaps back. Don't keep repeating that nonsense. You are no savior. She is furious, realizing he is just a wicked demon spreading death and terror among the people. Hearing Nadia's words, the guardian's face darkens. I beg your pardon. True despair breeds true hunger. He casts a spell, and from beneath the earth, a multitude of trees sprout, piercing through the bodies of the sacrifices trapped within. Nadia watches in horror as a massacre unfolds. Everyone inside is brutally killed. She screams in desperation. Please. The branches creep closer to the monster, embedding themselves into its flesh. The guardian radiates a sinister glow, grinning as he says, embrace the blessings of these repenting wings. From here on, this is your honor. The branches drain the life energy from the group of sacrifices. Nadia stands frozen in shock, wondering, is there something in that white lotus? The guardian laughs. It is obvious this is hell, where life and death intertwine. He raises his hand, declaring, unlike the immortal Manhwa, humans will perish. Only I can save your meaningless lives. The monster's power transfers through the branches to the sacrifices. He taunts. Look, your lives are feeding the white lotus tree, which will create immortal warriors, a cycle of rebirth, transforming into the light that protects the white lotus. The monster roars, signaling, here it comes. The blessing of the wings. Nadia confronts the guardian. What kind of monster are you? How many lives have been lost? The guardian snaps his fingers, and a branch lunges from the ground, wrapping around Nadia. He answers her question. So many that counting would be pointless. He sneers. You are just a stubborn woman. He asks her, do you have any last words? Nadia boldly replies, go to hell. The guardian chuckles dismissively when suddenly something black darts toward him. He spins around and strikes. Half the head of a sacrifice is ripped away by the white lotus, draining its life. At the same time, Ananta leaps, aiming for the guardian. His pupils reflect Ananta's image. He thrusts the recently gifted white lotus branch straight into the guardian's eye. After the strike, Ananta lands coolly on the ground, and Nadia beams with joy. Ananta, he turns to her. You are still alive. Lucky you. The guardian realizes that the object lodged in his eye is the branch of the white lotus. He turns to Ananta, asking, you are the champion of the arena. I can't believe it. You actually made it this far. I never thought I would see someone break through to this place. Ananta looks at Nadia. Where's the embodiment of the wings? How did you get tangled up with this idiot? Nadia is taken aback. What are you talking about? Ananta responds. Without his permission. This is not enough to enter Eel's domain. The guardian goes berserk at the mention of Eel. How dare you insult Eel, the great embodiment of the wings? Han's rage transformed him. He declared, I will tear that insolent mouth apart myself. Ananta whispered something to him, hinting, come on. You know he is not the embodiment of the wings like he claims. The guardian suddenly swung his sword, launching a direct attack at Bernhard across the way. But he swiftly dodged the blade and countered with a vengeance. Bernhard's spear pierced through the guardian's body, and just like that, he was gone. After successfully taking down the guardian, Bernhard looked up, gripping his staff tightly, his face radiating authority as he commanded his minions to swiftly eliminate everyone present. His followers went berserk, wildly attacking the guardians without mercy. Staring at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, Bernhard felt a sense of unease. He was waiting for the results to be announced so the victor could enter the fray. But no one seemed to be holding up a white lotus branch. A suspicion crept into his mind. Could this be a trap set to ensnare him? Bernhard cautiously stepped into the room, and upon seeing the full scene inside, he panicked, thinking someone was targeting the embodiment of the wings, just like he was. Back with Ananta, he and Nadia were bound in silence, facing the madman. Watching the crazed figure morphing before them, Nadia nervously spoke up. If he is not the embodiment of the wings, could he be an imposter? After hearing Nadia's naive question, Ananta, who had been silent, could barely contain his annoyance and quickly responded. He bluntly told her that her eyes were only for show because, to him, the true embodiment of the wings was a title of great prestige. The true form of that guy was 3 pairs of white wings. With that, Ananta casually glanced at the madman, scoffing. If he is the embodiment of the wings, he does not even have a single wing to his name. Even more, he mocked the madman, saying he should take better care of his appearance before trying to impersonate someone else. With that, Ananta expressed his disdain, criticizing the madman for being all talk and no substance. Upon hearing Ananta's words, the madman was momentarily speechless, and perhaps to save some last shred of dignity, he could only muster a furious expression. He grumbled that Ananta's nonsense was not worth his response, and then ordered his minions to take Ananda down. At that moment, Ananda unleashed his power and fury. He punched the ground hard, causing the vines constricting Nadia to release her immediately. After struggling free from the plastic tendrils, Nadia glanced around and noticed two others still ensnared by the vines. And without a second thought, she rushed to their aid. Back to Ananda. He unleashed devastating blows toward the madman's minions. And just as he was in the heat of battle, a monster covered in skulls appeared and launched a direct attack. Realizing the situation was escalating, Ananda transformed completely, becoming a terrifying fire lizard clinging to a white pillar. In the blink of an eye, he shot straight towards the gigantic monster at lightning speed, crashing into its body with a devastating punch. Without missing a beat, Ananda readied himself for another attack, darting like an arrow towards the beast, unleashing his power, and delivering a fatal blow that split its body into 7 pieces. However, just as Ananda finished off the monster, Mangeek unexpectedly morphed its body and launched a surprise attack from behind. Caught off guard, Ananda was immediately pinned to the ground by those razor-sharp claws. Mangeek looked down on him with a haughty gaze, declaring that Ananda had fully shown him the might of a god. With that, Mangeek raised his claws high, intending to end Ananda's life. But with witnesses all around, Ananda managed to block his powers just in time, and the two plunged into a fierce battle. They relentlessly exchanged lethal blows, with Mangeek's claws severing one of Ananda's arms. It seemed like Ananda was on the verge of defeat, but he quickly gathered all his strength and eliminated Mangeek with a single strike. Mangeek was not about to back down either. He instantly activated his vines to go into defense mode. However, his strength paled in comparison to Ananda's, and his vines were swiftly cut down, while Ananda's brutal attack pierced through Mangeek's body. Just then, another monster appeared behind Ananda, launching a direct attack, claiming he would teach Ananda a lesson and show him the true wrath of a god. At that moment, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. As a portion of the sky shattered into pieces, a gigantic hand emerged, standing within a purple halo with a dignified demeanor. Byron gazed down at the scene below, seemingly contemplating something deep within. Back to Ananda's battle. After landing a powerful punch on him, the cruel monster began to swell with pride, proclaiming for all to admire the magnificent wings he possessed. But that joy would not last long, because while he was still basking in his own glory, Ananda quickly struck back, seizing the opportunity. He poured all his strength into a powerful blow, catching the monster off guard. The devastating force of the punch left the monster writhing in pain. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Mangeek began unleashing his skills, waving his hand to command the vines to tightly ensnare Ananda. The previously injured monster had healed and now glared fiercely at Ananda, bound by the vines, declaring he would tear him apart into 100 pieces. Without missing a beat, he launched himself into the sky, his spines shooting out like sharp needles at lightning speed towards Ananda. But at that moment, Ananda seemed to tap into all the strength within him. A brilliant red light erupted, and with a thunderous bang, Ananda successfully broke free from the sticky vines of Mangeek. While that monster was still reeling from the surprise, Ananda dashed past him like a flash, channeling all his strength straight into the spot where the monster stood. His speed was so incredible that it created shockwaves, knocking nearly half of that arrogant monster's life away with a single blow, leaving him only able to let out a shocked grunt. It was not until the thick fog began to dissipate that he finally caught a clear glimpse of Ananda's current form. The monster seemed unable to believe his eyes, his expression one of utter disbelief as he witnessed Ananda's transformation. From afar, Nadia watched the entire battlefield unfold in awe, completely taken aback. She had no idea when Ananda's body had started to change. Noticing that his speed was now quicker than what the naked eye could perceive, Ban felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, silently questioning if Ananda's power lay in his ability to regenerate and transform. Realizing this, he decided to unleash his overwhelming strength to crush Ananda into dust. With that thought, Ban charged directly at Ananda, who quickly took a defensive stance. With his agile body and incredible power, Ananda skillfully dodged all of Ban's relentless attacks. Glancing at the crazed Ban, Ananda thought to himself that no matter how many times he attacked, this lunatic would just keep bouncing back thanks to that white lotus flower. He realized that dragging this out would only put him at a greater disadvantage. Just then, Ananda accidentally caught sight of the house nearby, as if he had come up with a plan. He gathered his strength and launched himself into the air, smashing his fist into the base of the house. At that moment, Ben used vines to ensnare Ananda's legs, suspecting that he was hatching some foolish scheme. However, instead of responding to Ban's taunt, Ananda looked around, buying himself some time, sensing the moment had arrived. Ananta declared that it was time for Ban to pay for the lives he had extinguished. No sooner had he spoken than his body transformed once more. While Ban was still bewildered, Ananta immediately summoned his shadow, and the spirits called forth began to multiply rapidly. All of them raced toward Ban at lightning speed, causing him to scream in terror and desperation. Watching the spectacle unfold before her, Nadia was momentarily speechless, left questioning everything, until she finally realized that those were the living sacrifices. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly filled the space. When he opened his eyes, Baihiran stood before him, bowing respectfully. As she turned around, the white-haired man behind her revealed his true form. It turned out he was Juyo, the embodiment of true wings. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Whitefoot was using a radio to report the situation to her superiors. She informed them that a rather strange water stain was appearing in the sky. If her predictions were correct, that water stain was indeed a sign that the winged guardians had made their entrance. It was highly likely that the embodiment of the wings had just revealed itself in this city. Back with Juyo, he wore a grim expression as he slowly walked over to stand beside Baihiran. Seeing Juyo's presence, the true embodiment of wings, Nadia's chest suddenly ached sharply. She clutched her left side, her face paling from the pain that revealed her growing anxiety. Who exactly was standing right in front of her now? As for Banjak, he seemed to be completely drained of strength, covered in severe injuries. Struggling to lift his gaze to the one who had brought him down, Banjak felt a wave of panic wash over him at the sight of Juyo, wondering why he was here at this moment. In response to Banjak's confusion, Juyo coldly asked if he still remembered who he was. Hearing this, Banjak put on a look of disgust, stating how could he possibly forget the cold-blooded master standing right before him. Maintaining his nonchalant attitude, Juyo slowly replied that he took Banjak's wings to punish him for dozing off in his own illusory glory. With that, Juyo calmly ordered Baihiran to tighten his grip around Banjak's neck, causing him to gasp for breath. Fixing his gaze on Banjak, who was now down to half a torso, Juyo warned him that those wings were only meant for those worthy of soaring in the blue sky. After hearing Juyo's words, Banjak instantly became furious, thinking that Juyo was just spouting nonsense. To him, the most wicked and terrifying being was the one who had sacrificed thousands, even millions of lives just to create a body for a monster. And he simply wanted to reclaim the wings that rightfully belonged to him. However, Bank's words only made Juyo see him as a foolish, useless creature, and those who had outlived their usefulness were better off discarded. Thinking this, Juyo slowly channeled his power, and in a dazzling flash of light, Banjak instantly turned to dust. Ananta watched the entire scene unfold, his eyes brimming with rage and hatred, flashing back to a time before. The villain Juyo had once told him that he had a little dream. He desired to pierce through the skies, find the clouds leading to the land of the gods, and until that dream became a reality, he would never stop, even if he had to become the enemy of the entire world. Remembering the sight of his entire tribe laid to waste, and the gentle smile of his sister Asita wishing for his safe return. Finally, the moment his beloved sister was burned to ashes, Ananta clenched his fists, emphasizing Juyo's name. Meanwhile, at Baihiran's place, they were discussing the White Lotus Tree together. Baihiran stated that the White Lotus Tree was merely the name of a type of plant in the Paradise Kingdom, having nothing to do with what Juyo desired. Juyo slowly picked up the White Lotus, asserting that compared to the world's trees, it was nothing but a fake. What he cared about right now was the connection between Nadia and his own existence. At that moment, Ananta surged up from within the mass of spirits, fueled by vengeance and madness as he charged straight at Juyo, but was quickly intercepted by Baihiran's agile maneuvering. Ananta is currently overwhelmed by a terrifying rage, unleashing every ounce of his strength, delivering crushing blows to Baihiran. The guard is now on high alert, ready to strike at any moment, while he is locked in battle with Baihiran. On the other side, Juyo watches Nadia with a gleeful expression. Just as he reaches out to make his move, Bernhardt swoops in at the last second, spear in hand, successfully thwarting Juyo's wicked plans. At this moment, Ananta has activated his powers to the max, facing Juyo and shouting in pure frenzy. Seeing him like this, Juyo excitedly remarks that he recognizes that familiar face, as Ananta has fully transformed into the fearsome Azita Haka. Taking in the chaotic surroundings, Ananta stands frozen, his face a mask of confusion. He has no idea where he is or why he is here, but above all, he feels an unsettling vibe about this place. After a moment's thought, Ananta decides he needs to find a way out quickly, but even if he escapes, he has no clue where he would go. Right now, the Azita Haka appears behind him, reminding him not to forget the one who stole everything from him. Seeing the dragon, Ananta can hardly believe his eyes. as the one standing before him is the very embodiment of death's curse. Azitahaka stares intently at Ananta, and before he escapes this illusory realm, it urges him to drown himself in rage and endless tears. Back in reality, Ananta swings wildly, delivering brutal, uncontrollable strikes at Byron, making the guard think he has completely lost his mind. Realizing this, the guard quickly channels his power, focusing all his energy into his arm, just before he throws a punch at Ananta. He sneers, saying that Ananta looks utterly ridiculous right now. As soon as the guard finishes his taunt, Ananta unleashes a massive fireball aimed straight at Byron, who counters with his own power to block Ananta's attack. The clash of their immense powers creates a colossal shockwave. Zuyo quickly shields himself with his wings, then turns to look at Bernhardt, who is on the opposite side. He wears an indifferent expression, stating he is not sure if he is being roasted alive, but he is holding his ground pretty well, even though they are enemies. He can't help but admit that Bernhardt is truly formidable. Back with Bernhardt, he grips his spear tightly, telling himself he must ensure Zuyo dies here. He won't let them reunite. However, life is not a fairy tale. Just as Bernhardt prepares to strike down with his spear, Zuyo swiftly lands a blow on him. Following that, he uses his powers, and a beam of green light pierces through Bernhardt's body, causing him to drop dead on the spot. After mercilessly taking down Bernhardt, Zuyo glances at Nidia, who is trembling in fear. He can't help but mock her, saying she does not resemble a fighter at all, as she is shaking like a leaf just because he just killed Bernhardt. Nidia stayed silent, her anger making her bite her lip as she heard Zuyo's insults. It turns out she had encountered this villain before. At this moment, Zuyo believed Nidia was also one of the chosen ones, as she resonated with the branch. That branch held the magic that weakened the boundaries of reincarnation, yet it granted the power of love, and it was Zuyo's desire to maintain this world's sky. Saying this, he slowly approached his brother, who was born from countless lives but remained trapped in a cage. Curious, Nidia could not help but ask her brother's name, and he flashed a sinister smile, revealing that his name was Zid. Back to the fierce battle between Ananta and the guard Byron. Both were fighting with incredible intensity. Ananta spread his wings wide and soared straight up into the sky. After reaching a certain height, he concentrated all his power and unleashed a massive fireball. As he shouted the spell Celestial Fire Pearl, the fireball shot down like an arrow. Zuyo stood below, calmly watching the flames approach. Thinking that Ananta was underestimating his abilities, he raised his hand slightly, slowly activating his powers, and reminded Ananta that there was no place in heaven for someone like him. With that, he began to recite an incantation, emitting a blinding beam of blue light. Everything was finally coming to an end. This could very well be the end of the White Lotus Tree, as the battle that erupted there had to withstand the fierce impact of Ananta's trump card, the Avatar of Vengeance, which had utterly failed. In a desolate field, Ruby was running for her life, trying to escape the clutches of the hunting dogs. With little strength left, they quickly caught up to her, but luckily, in that critical moment, Ananta appeared swiftly, using his axe to block them, successfully saving Ruby's life. The remaining hunting dogs, seeing this, fled in fear. Realizing Ananta was her savior, Ruby was determined to stick by him, which annoyed Ananta greatly. After a while, he glanced at Ruby, questioning why she kept following him, even saying he had no food for her. Despite Ananta's repeated attempts to shoo her away, Ruby stubbornly remained, leaving him no choice but to resort to force. But just as Ananta raised his hand, Ruby blew out a large flame, startling Ananta. While he was still reeling from the earlier scene, a loud noise suddenly erupted behind him, filled with concern. Ananta turned to see a gigantic monster looming right in front of him. They both stared at each other for a moment, and then the monster began its pursuit of Ananta and his group. Meanwhile, Ananta was chasing Ruby, desperately running forward without daring to look back. The monster relentlessly chased them closely, and in a moment of crisis, Ananta leaped off the cliff, landing safely. Then, he noticed a man in a black cloak sitting silently like a statue next to some dry bushes on the opposite side. However, at that moment, Ananta's attention was drawn to the fiercest monster of all, glaring back at him from above. A surge of helpless anger washed over him, as if it truly wanted to hunt him down and obliterate him. Ananta quickly set Ruby down, gripping his axe tightly, his eyes burning with defiance as he declared that he would make the monster taste the power of his rage. Just as he finished speaking, Juyo suddenly appeared behind him, casually taking off his hat and locking eyes with the monster, making it back off in sheer terror. Once everything was settled, he kindly asked about Ananta's well-being, and that encounter changed Ananta's life forever. The scene shifted, and after a long while, and Anna finally returned to the village. As soon as the villagers spotted him, they bombarded him with questions about where he had been, and they were curious about Juyo's identity. Just when Ananda was about to explain, Asita suddenly appeared, sternly interrogating him about whether he had ventured into the mysterious beast territory. She did not forget to ask him about Ruby and Juyo, who stood beside him. After hearing the questions, Ananda started to introduce his sister to Juyo, but just as he finished, Asita abruptly started coughing violently, a large spurt of blood appearing on her hand. Witnessing this scene, Ananda felt an overwhelming panic, quickly urging his sister to come inside and rest. Juyo took in everything that was happening around them. Meanwhile, in the camp, the village elder courteously invited Juyo to enjoy the village's delicacies. Since it was rare for outsiders to visit, he felt it was necessary to treat the savior of his tribe with respect. Not only that, but to show his hospitality. The elder offered Juyo the freedom to stay as long as he wished. This warm welcome made Juyo feel honored, and he graciously thanked the village chief. Just then, his gaze fell on Ruby, and with a mere glare, Ruby panicked and scrambled to find a hiding spot. While Juyo remained in the tribe, Ananda would take on the responsibility of guiding him as per the elder's orders. Continuing the conversation, the elder looked at Juyo, curious about what brought him to this remote place, and immediately received Juyo's answer. It turned out he was an explorer studying geography and divine beings across various lands. Saying this, he pulled out a map from his belongings, claiming he had traveled from the southernmost to the northernmost regions, exploring all continents and learning about countless customs and legends. Right now, he was tracing the story of the death of the god Manhwa in this desolate wasteland. To be more precise, he was searching for a deity named Agi Dahaka, the first being granted divine power, also known as the Six Great Gods. It was an entity revered and feared by many, the embodiment of evil, the black dragon Agi Dahaka. As night fell, everyone gathered around the fire. Asita, after taking a puff from her medicine, began to feel a bit better. It turned out that the medicine was a type of herb with extraordinary properties. It would boost the body's immune system and enhance the overall health of the user. Noticing that her health had improved, Asita gratefully thanked Juyo. Seeing that Asita had finished her drink, Juyo quickly took his leave, reminding her that she needed to rest. Ananta, curious after hearing this, boldly asked him where he planned to go today. Juyo had no intention of keeping it a secret, and immediately replied that he was going to investigate the River Gate area. After hearing Juyo's answer, Anana quickly suggested that they go fishing together today. The next day, just as dawn broke, Anana happily said goodbye to his sister Azita and set off with Juyo. He promised her that he would return early. As soon as he turned to leave, Asita called out to him, reminding him to be careful on the road and to return safely to the village. Anana smiled brightly in response, assuring her that he would be back right away. However, just as he turned to leave, he felt a chill from the strange looks of the villagers staring at him. The scene shifted, and now Ananta and Juyo were sitting together grilling fish by the beach, with Ananta holding a skewer of fish. He asked Juyo if he planned to stay in the village for a whole week, and also inquired about the progress of his investigation. Upon receiving Ananta's question, Juyo gloomily remarked that the sweet fruit of knowledge was not easy to come by. For him, finding a few more pieces of the history of the Black Dragon's descendants was already quite the achievement. It turned out that long ago, humanity's ancestors had to face ruthless and terrifying invaders. But thanks to the help of the Black Dragon, they successfully defeated them. Afterward, the descendants of those human warriors revered the Black Dragon as the savior of their tribe. All of this was the complete knowledge about the descendants of the Black Dragon that Juyo had gathered. With a soft sigh, he expressed that the villagers would not say anything about the Black Dragon, as if they were trying to hide something. Hearing this, Ananta immediately reacted, believing that Juyo was overthinking things. Juyo, sensing the change, dropped the subject and asked Ananta if he was still sneaking out to hunt. Noting that he had been getting more injuries lately, facing Juyo's questioning, Ananta seriously requested that he keep this matter a secret, explaining that when there were still beasts around, he needed to hunt as much as possible. In truth, Ananta's parents had passed away from a terrible illness when he was just a child, which is why Asita looked after him so closely. With that, Ananta's eyes reflected sadness as he told Juyo not to worry about his situation, then insisted that the injuries on his body did not hurt at all. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ananta quickly changed the subject, wondering why Juyo was looking for the first gods. After hearing this, Juyo slowly explained that he wanted to find the treasure of the gods. It turned out that those gods held the powers of the divine, a force that transcended all the laws of the world and human understanding. The treasure contains 6 items infused with the power and might of the gods, Anyone who lays hands on it will surely transcend this world. After hearing Juyo's full explanation, Ananta anxiously asked about the old vase, which immediately sparked suspicion in Juyo, making him think Ananta must know something. Realizing that he had been a bit too cocky earlier, Ananta helplessly scratched his head and decided to recount everything to Juyo. This was a story he had heard from the elders when he was young. The great dragon, in a fit of rage, did not just stop at driving out the invaders. It continued its rampage until the entire prairie was transformed. The great dragon entrusted one of its vases to the ancestors to help keep itself in check, and it fell into a deep slumber after splitting its power. Later on, Ananta's ancestors built a temple in the canyon to worship the great dragon and sent the village's elite warriors to protect it from falling into the wrong hands. Upon hearing this, Juyo eagerly asked Ananta to take him there. But before he could finish his request, Ananta saw right through him and refused. Realizing they could not go there, Juyo suggested that Ananta take him somewhere else. After a while, they finally arrived. Gazing at the majestic scene before him, Juyo declared he wanted to soar through the sky, searching for the clouds that would lead him to the land of the gods. He insisted he would not stop until that dream became reality, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the whole world. With that, Juyo stared intently at Ananta's incredulous expression across from him, and slowly revealed that it was all due to the curse of the great dragon because of me, the Demon King, the one who rules over curses and death, who disregards everything to serve a wicked god, has handed the Lord's treasures to a mere tribe. Ananta's parents' deaths and his sister's grave illness are all the result of the great dragon's curse. That night, the village was enveloped in a tranquil night. After waking with a start, Asita groggily opened her eyes and glanced over at Ananta's sleeping area right beside her. Realizing he had not returned all night, Asita felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she slowly stepped out of her small hut. The chilly night air made her shiver, and she coughed a few times, worrying about where Ananta could be at such a late hour. Looking up at the sky, Asita hoped her brother would not catch a cold. The scene shifted to outside a cave, where two guards were vigilantly scanning their surroundings when Juyo suddenly appeared in the distance. Upon noticing him, the guards immediately took a defensive stance, pointing their spears at him and ordering him to stay put. Despite Juyo's growing irritation at their actions, the guards remained steadfast in their duty, stating that anyone without permission was not allowed to enter this place. However, despite the guards' warnings, Juyo showed no signs of worry. Instead, he boldly continued to advance. Seeing Juyo's stubbornness, one of the guards grew angry and swiftly lunged at him with his spear. But before the guard could make a move, Juyo expertly snatched the spear with his hand. To the guard's astonished gaze, he delivered a powerful punch, effortlessly resolving the situation with a single kick. Witnessing the whole scene unfold, the soldier next to him was momentarily stunned. While he was still trying to grasp the situation, Juyo unleashed his ultimate move, successfully taking down the last remaining foe. After handling the situation, Juyo coldly turned his gaze towards the rock behind him, demanding the one hiding inside to step out quickly. Ananta, upon hearing this, stepped out with a crisp demeanor, holding a glowing flower in his hand, silently marveling at Juyo's incredible power. With just a few simple moves, he had easily taken down the elite warrior of the tribe. Back to Juyo. Noticing that Ananta seemed a bit distracted, he urged him to hurry because he wanted to finish everything before sunrise. After some time in the cave fighting off the guarding army, they finally reached their destination. It was at this moment that the flower in Ananta's hand began to emit an increasingly intense glow. He was utterly astonished, shifting his gaze from the glowing flower to Juyo, filled with questions. However, Juyo offered no answers, merely reassuring him as he stepped closer to the ancient lake before them, gently lifting the lid of the box, revealing the final shard right before their eyes. Realizing that the shard before them was positioned in the opposite direction, Juyo was incredibly excited as he recognized its advantage. He then expressed gratitude for Ananta's help, but as soon as the boy mentioned healing his sister, Juyo immediately backtracked. He quickly grasped Ananta's hand that held the flower and directed it towards the shard, instantly unleashing a powerful beam of light from the dragon's lair, with the ground shaking violently. Heklong was successfully summoned and charged straight towards the beam of light. Witnessing the spectacle unfold before them, the tribespeople were thrown into chaos, wondering who had unleashed the power of the deity. Back to Ananta. He had now lost both arms, weakly gazing at Juyo, who was filled with excitement right in front of him. Juyo slowly reached out to grasp the strange flower within the beam of light and pierced it into his own back. A blinding green light began to manifest and spread throughout his body. After a month, Heklong finally arrived at the dragon's lair. It warned that Juyo had touched the dragon's weakness, indicating a grave danger and telling him about the consequences of this action. Following that, Heklong solemnly declared its name. then ordered Juyo to state his own. As soon as he uttered his name, Hexilong immediately fused with him. From that moment on, the manifestation of powerful and fearsome wings finally appeared. Anna fell face first onto the ground, looking up with exhausted breath. Before him appeared Juyo, the embodiment of the wings. Azita Haka with its red eyes sensed the divine treasures within Juyo's body. How could Juyo in his normal form withstand it? Azita Haka questioned him about the previous owner of the treasures. He replied that Azita Haka was asking pointless questions. He spread his wings, showcasing the glowing orbs, and responded he had already eliminated them all and taken the treasures. Of course. He fired bullets at him, which detonated with a massive explosion. Thick smoke rising from the ground due to the earlier shockwave. As Azita Haka approached, he remained on top of it, having separated God's treasure from its body, causing its energy to gradually fade away. He flashed a sinister smile, a shadow of the deities. Personally burying him, Azita Haka erupted in a furious blaze of red, challenging him to see if he had the power to do so. It opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of red fire toward him. Zuo flapped his wings to evade the flames, while Azita Haka, with an angry expression, flapped its wings fiercely and soared into the sky. It shot upward at incredible speed, heading straight for his position. He was also flying to evade its pursuit. Surrounding Azita Haka were numerous fire bullets, which it then unleashed toward Zuo, catching him off guard. At that moment, he used his ultimate light technique, gathering a massive source of light in front of him to block the fire bullets. The two forces collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Over here, Azita Haka still glared at him with those furious red eyes. Growling, it beat its wings harder, engulfed in a blazing red aura. With a powerful flap of its wings, the red energy shot straight toward him. Zuo smirked at that action, spreading his wings to gather energy. Rays of light shot back toward Azita Haka from the wing flap. The two streams of fire and light collided, creating a series of small explosions. Azita Haka was suddenly caught off guard by something flying toward it. A beam of light was racing right in front of it. The colossal beam of light created an incredibly grand explosion. The source of light and sound caused chaos across the entire area of the tents. Azita Haka clenched its fists, looking up at the scene above in the sky. Ananda was now covered in injuries, trembling with each gasp, blood spilling from his mouth. His arms were gone, and he knelt on the rocky ground. Breathing heavily, Ananda gazed at the distant sky, silently calling out, "Sister," as Azita Haka fell to the ground, causing a massive shockwave. Right now, it lay on the ground in a not-so-promising state, surrounded by a thick cloud of dust. Zuo looked down from above, grinning with satisfaction, asserting that Azita Haka was defeated, its heart crushed. After saying that, he could not resist mocking one more time. Zuo looked up at the sky, flapping his wings and wearing a satisfied smile. He could finally ascend to paradise. He soared upward, creating a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Ananta paused, tears streaming down his face, wondering how it had come to this after doing everything for his sister. Suddenly, he was startled by Azita Haka's voice. It spoke in a dying state, accusing him of handing over the embodiment of these wings. Tears welled up in his eyes, pouring down his face, his body trembling as he begged for forgiveness, insisting that everything he did was just for his sister. Azita Haka's eyes blazed red, facing death. It was not pleased. Its entire body glowed crimson, ready to turn him into pulp and bone dust. Azita Haka strained to gather its remaining strength to rise. It flapped its wings in a fierce shade of red. As the wings spread wide, it lifted its face to the sky and let out a terrifying scream. Ananda looked up at the sight before him, his face streaming with tears, and whispered two words. "Demon Lord." Azita Haka flapped its wings powerfully, soaring higher, charging straight ahead. His eyes widened as he watched that figure, heading toward the village. In no time, Azita Haka reached their village, unleashing flames directly down upon it. The village was engulfed in flames, with people screaming and running for their lives. But it was too late. His older sister was consumed in that inferno. The fire roared, intertwined with the sounds of agonizing screams. All Ananda could do was scream out, "Sister." Azita Haka turned back toward him. It charged straight at him, and his body was surrounded by a curtain of red flames. Each cell in his body ignited. Azita Haka cried out, "Humans are so foolish." It used its last ounce of strength to say, "You will forever be surrounded by death and countless disasters." Then it flickered out like a dying ember, and in the prison, Ananta lay there, collapsed on the ground. Slowly, he began to wake up, opening his eyes. The sky was bright and the tree trunks were bare. Zuo and Scan gazed into the distance. Facing an unexpectedly long journey ahead, Nadia was still hiding, motionless. A crack appeared, and Zuo spoke up, "Let us return to our sanctuary." Baiharon struck the crack, revealing another space, and Zuo halted at the sound of Nadia's voice. Meth then also caught Zid's attention. Nadia mentioned that they called him a wretched creature. They deluded themselves into thinking they were gods. But the child right in front of her was the true deity. She hugged herself tightly, saying that before meeting him, she had no memories at all, asking him to tell her. Zuyo smirked, confirming it was indeed that kid Ananda. Everything is a consequence. Then, and when consequences cease to exist, they will vanish. He flashed a sinister smile with bright eyes, saying, that is how fate works. He eagerly anticipated the day he would meet her again, causing Nadia to raise an eyebrow at his words. Meanwhile, Rajozo Naja was soaking in the water. She let her fiery red hair cascade over Than. Men and Scan approached to report that there was news of the returning group from the southern surveillance. She slid up, thrilled to hear good news after so long. As she walked, she said, what a relief. If it is bad news, I would not know what to do. Rajozo was draped in Emma's cloak, and Scan continued to report that there was one embodiment along with 2 people that day. She asked if the embodiment had wings, to which Men replied, it would be best for the prince to see and assess with his own eyes. She smiled contentedly. At a grand castle on the mountain, the group entered, with him accompanying Nadia, no different from Ananta. He claimed to have a deep-seated grudge against the embodiment of the wings. Therefore, he invited them to the organization's headquarters, masking it as a call to fight together. But clearly, what he sought was Ananta's power. After the battle ended, the bunny girl vanished without a trace. Nadia walked forward with a determined expression. She could have chosen another path. But somehow, she chose to head north to find someone. That person is the one. The song of battle has begun. As everyone stands in line in the room, neatly arranged, Rupa looks over at where the crowd is moving, while Taken stands with his arms crossed, eyes shut tight. Announcing the arrival of Her Majesty the Queen, Rajelsa enters alongside Mu and Scan. Nadia watches with furrowed brows, realizing that the person is the Grand Princess Manguk Vanguraya from the Warrior Kingdom, a militia organization with a grudge against the embodiment of wings. Rajelsa sits on the throne with a bright smile, embodying the image of a powerful woman. The warrior bows respectfully to Rajelsa, who returns the gesture with congratulations. She requests him to recount the results of the expedition. According to the original plan, to reach the Karfus temple, they had to eliminate a group of arena fighters and disguise themselves as them. Some unexpected incidents occurred, but he eventually infiltrated the divine temple. There, he encountered the embodiment of the wings, Juo, and upon hearing his name, everyone turned to look. Rajelsa presses on, asking what happened next. The warrior recounts calmly that he charged in and fought Juyo. But unfortunately, he was defeated. Hearing this, she furrows her brows in disapproval. So you returned empty-handed and humiliated. He feels quite uncomfortable about it. Winning and losing are part of a warrior's life, no matter how many times you lose. There will come a day when your own hands will bring him down. She chuckles at his attitude, then bursts into laughter. Now that is the warrior spirit. Rajelsa finally notices the person standing beside him. Nadia bows in greeting and is introduced by him. She is the embodiment of nature, part of a group seeking the embodiment of wings. The warrior respectfully tells Rajelsa that Nadia is the new ally who will lend support to Lev and the team. Thanks to her assistance during the expedition, he was able to bring people here to meet Her Majesty. She asks where the others are, and Mo chimes in, calling them people. But it is really just a savage man and an ordinary young girl. She offered to cooperate in exchange for their care and protection. The girl's health is quite stable now, so she will soon be taken to a local household. The savage man is currently being treated at a medical facility as his condition has improved. But he remains in critical condition, deeply unconscious and unresponsive. Mo suggests that if she wants to use force, she could take him along, but she declines. Rajelsa approaches Nadia to greet her, stepping closer and extending her hand. Nadia takes her hand and bows politely, thanking her for the warm welcome from Her Majesty. But that is not all. Rajelsa then asks about Nadia's reason for allying with Leviton. Suspecting her to be a spy, Nadia quickly responds that she wants to negotiate. Regarding the branch that has merged with her, she wants to know all the information Leviton holds about it. Someone calls Rajelsa's name, and both turn to look. Koopa, feeling enraged, shouts that there is no need to listen to her. As Koopa enters, she immediately smells the full stench from the embodiment of wings. Pointing directly at Nadia, she asks, did the embodiment of wings grant you the branch? Right. At this moment, Bernhard glances over at her, and Rajelsa curiously turns back to ask her. Nadia touches her back, and Koopa is not wrong. Since her encounter with him, the branch has been resonating with her, but the fact that it merged with her is clear proof that she has no information at all. Rajelsa turned to ask Bernhard if he had spoken to Nadia about the branch yet. He replied that he had not disclosed anything yet due to a lack of permission. If Nadia is the embodiment of the wings they are searching for, then this is clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. While she was saying she was the one who called His Highness, Rajelsa got so angry that she intervened, and the person apologized for butting in. But this was urgent, right now. There is a massacre happening in the residential area, and at this moment, the image of Aziz Dahaka blazed vividly in his mind, recalling the time it invaded his body. And Anna felt like he was not himself anymore. His mind was slowly losing clarity. It raised its head and growled, setting the entire area ablaze. It moved forward cautiously. Step by step, it stomped down on the ground and took off, then raced forward at full speed, stopping at a high clearing and howling to the skies. Ananta hid, witnessing the sight of the village engulfed in flames. Everything, from the people to the huts, was gone. He broke free from his shell. Stepping out, his body wounded and incomplete, the image of his beautiful, gentle sister flashed before him, along with her voice. Be careful on your way. Ananta. His beautiful sister had been consumed by the flames. Ananta glared at the charred body. He let out a scream and embraced his sister's body. Trembling with grief, he cried out in heart-wrenching sobs, his eyes streaming with red tears as he screamed in despair. All he felt was hatred. He was determined to kill Juyo with his own hands. Ananta slowly opened his tear-filled eyes. Sitting up without knowing where he was, a lovely little girl was sitting under the bed, looking at him and calling him Kakkonen. He wondered who she was, then suddenly realized, could this girl be a goddess? Ananta pushed himself up with his hands, ready to sit up. There was no time to think anymore. His face was filled with determination. He had to find Juyo's name right away. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, and the girl looked up to check on him. He gasped for air, feeling choked, and his vision started to fade. Then he collapsed, paying the price for overusing the power from the curse. The girl quickly ran outside, and he furrowed his brow. Looking ahead, the crowd in the city was very dense, all staring at him from the other side. There was Ananta, moving step by step, carrying his wounds. He looked around. Where was this place? A vast space. But he could not see the sky. Was it an underground city? Someone demanded he stop, saying he looked suspicious and was not a resident there. They pointed their weapons at him, demanding he surrender peacefully, or they would use force. He exhaled loudly and challenged them. At that moment, someone stepped forward, scratching their head, asking if he had seen their child. Ananta looked at the mark on that person's hand. He remembered a mark from before. It would help him find the source of the wings. Those from the Han faction would definitely have this symbol. Ananta reached out to touch the Han person. And suddenly, a dagger flew right in front of him. That person was swinging down at Ananta, their eyes gleaming with malice. They did not take kindly to anyone touching them from behind. He also stepped into the ring, throwing punches at Han, who felt the strength radiating from him. Quickly retreated. Today, he could not handle this guy. Han squinted, looking dead serious, like he was ready to meet his end. His body was ablaze with fiery energy. How could he exude such an aura? Ananta spoke up, questioning Han about the symbol on his right hand. He glared at heaven, clenching his fists tightly, asking if there was any connection between him and the wings system. But Han said nothing. Instead, he grabbed his dagger and charged straight at Ananta. Ananta quickly dodged. Though it was a bit sudden, Han swung his blade, launching a flurry of attacks toward him, but Ananta managed to evade each one. He found himself backed against the wall, keeping his eyes on Han. That guy shouted, "If you want something, then take it with your own strength." With that, Han swung his sword, using a powerful strike. Swung his sword forcefully forward, smoke billowing up. As the smoke cleared, stumbled back upon seeing Ananta with massive, glowing red arms. Ananta glared at with a fierce look. Smirked. What the heck were those arms? A soldier shouted. Quick, report to the queen. We need urgent backup. Ananta's eyes lit up, and he charged at launching a barrage of attacks with his giant clawed arms at a terrifying speed. Nimbly dodged Ananta's strikes while strategizing, realizing it was too risky to face him head-on. Using a sword would not stop him. But Hen was not in the best shape from the start. After a series of failed attacks on Ananta paused, suddenly bending down in apparent pain. Seemed to have waited for this moment forever. Spotting an opening, he lunged in and pierced his sword straight through Ananta. A roar echoed from Ananta, whose face twisted into that of a monstrous beast. Quickly withdrew his sword. Stepping back, Ananta roared as his entire body transformed into a colossal, ferocious beast. Crouched down, preparing to draw his sword, suddenly realizing he was scared. Golden light flashed as retreated. Rajosa rushed in from behind, swinging his sword hard at the beast's head. Nadia quickly shouted, "Wait, he is not an enemy. Do not kill him." Rajosa, with a grave expression and a cold voice, replied, "If he harms my people, no matter who he is, I won't spare him." You ugly monster. I will finish you off right now. Ananta, in his monstrous form, suddenly started clawing at himself, creating a horrifying scene. The soldier stared in disbelief, witnessing the surreal sight. Is he really tearing his own throat? The beast collapsed to the ground, and Nadia looked on with concern. Ananta. Rajaza approached, realizing the beast had transformed back into Ananta. She was utterly shocked. What in the world just happened? Rajosa and 4 others sat around a round table in the room, with Scan standing nearby reporting. By the Lord's order. The barbaric troops had been imprisoned in the dungeons, and the natural system was also under the royal army's surveillance. Waiting for the Lord's command, we remained vigilant to their every move. But chaos still erupted. Standing beside, added. The rumors spreading throughout the fortress were just a matter of time. Rajaza speaks up. I am sure everyone is aware of the situation now. So let us kick off the leadership session. The main topic is the upcoming arrangement for a man named Ananta. And the final decision will be announced after hearing from everyone here. Rupa, tapping her chin, says, how much longer are we going to keep a dangerous guy like him in the fortress? There is no need for further discussion, just send him off. Oh, chuckles. Come on, Rupa. Lighten up. He is kind of interesting. Or maybe let us just use him as bait. I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow. Shut it. I am not interested. Rajosa turned to Bernhard and asked. Do you know anything about him? Bernhard politely replied. I have some information. Rupa clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Furious. Are you kidding me? You are just bringing a monster into the fortress without any warning. What were you thinking? Bernhard frowned and responded. His mere presence has already caused chaos in the fortress. No matter what anyone says. I am determined to bring him in, if you ask me. Rajaza. I did not expect his power to be so unstable and terrifying. But it is true that he has a grudge against the embodiment of the wings. If we could harness that power under our command, it would be an unbeatable weapon. I hope you will consider letting him join the Ribotan forces. Rupa slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Rajaza. Are you really going to listen to this nonsense? O has already fought him. Why not just take him down and be done with it? Sitting with his legs crossed, rested his chin on his hand. You are being a bit thick-skinned saying that after starting the conflict. But Bernhard has a point. This guy could be useful to us. If we go all out, neither of us will come out unscathed. Rupa's eyes widened in surprise. What? Rajaza spoke up. Come on. Bring in the rabbit-footed messenger. Wifud stepped forward with a bright smile. The adorable girl with rabbit feet had arrived at the royal summons. In the place where Ananta was held captive, Blackfoot taunted him. How's it going? Ananta. I thought you might have run away by now. Looks like I worried for nothing. But that look you are giving me is quite amusing. Wifud took off her hat, smiling brightly as she addressed everyone, presenting the queen and the noble heroes. This humble messenger wishes to make her greetings. Rupa, seeing a stranger, could not help but ask, who are you? How did you get in here? O glanced at Wifud and noticed something peeking out behind her. Raglet poked her head out. O grinned and waved to her as she rushed toward him. Just when he thought she was out of sight, this troublesome girl appeared again. Bernhard asked about Wifud. Queen Rajelsa. She. Rajelsa replied. No need to panic. She has the ability to traverse dimensions. A senior member of a sensitive organization called the Usain Asi. Before you all return, they made a deal with me. She told me that you are not interested in the ability to eliminate the embodiment of the wings. Right, at first, I thought it was just a half-hearted bet. But it is clear she anticipated everything from the beginning. At this point, she looked over at Wifud. That offer sounds tempting. What are your terms? Wifud clapped her hands, grinning. You really know how to charm. I want the C2C and Lava 10 to have a long-term alliance. In return, the CJ2C will go all out to defeat the embodiment of the wings and hand over the embodiment of the traitor to you. A loud voice suddenly boomed, startling Wifud. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source, and it was Ananta, criticizing Wifud for causing all this chaos and still trying to talk down to others. I do not care about any wishes or compromises. Ruby, nestled in Gret's arms, perked up at Ananta's voice, bolted towards him, and climbed onto him. He boldly pointed at himself, declaring, I am the one who will end the embodiment of the wings. Rupa looked ready to explode, his hands morphing into claws. The main culprit should be rotting in jail. Right. Give me the order to go after Rajasa, and I will take care of him right now. Rajasa seemed unbothered, calmly asking Rupa to clarify everything first. Her gaze meticulously studied Ananta. It was intriguing. Each scar on his body was a testament to the battles he had faced. The aura radiating beneath his skin was overwhelming, far surpassing anyone she had encountered before. He was the embodiment of slaughter. Wifud stepped closer to Ananata, introducing him as the strongest card of the Tho nation. But in her mind, a question lingered. Is this guy really the embodiment of revenge? Ananata gently pushed Wifud's tiny head down with his large hand, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. When did I become your trophy to steal? Are you tired of living? Blackfoot, standing next to him, tempted him, but was not Ananata already defeated by the embodiment of the wings? Going solo won't cut it. He should just leave. He shot a glance at her, gritting his teeth. You scoundrel. Blackfoot was waiting to poke at Wifud, who seemed quite uncomfortable. Wifud was still being held down by Ananata. Letting out a bitter laugh, she noticed he did not seem too stable. But it looked like Ananata had finished his adjustments. Regiosa asked Ananata if he could really kill the embodiment of the wings. Before Ananata could respond, Wifud jumped in, taking a spotlight. Your Highness. Just like I said. Regiosa frowned, her tone dropping. Wifud, I am asking Ananata. She looked at Ananata. Where he came from did not matter. There is still room for him. But what I want to see is your strength and abilities firsthand. The important thing here is your limitless rage against the embodiment of the wings. Ananata looked at her and asked, What is your name? She looked him straight in the eye and replied, Regiosa. He pulled his hand away from Wifud's head and clenched it into a fist in front of her. You ask if I can kill the embodiment of the wings. I carry a curse that takes the power of others. The more monsters I devour, the stronger I become. That is why my power is limitless. If you want an alliance, you would better know your place. You little brats. Regiosa, unfazed by his words, instead laughed and walked towards him excitedly. In the name of the Queen, I declare that Loven and I will ally with you. Embodiment of revenge. She commanded Skarn and Mo to bring Nadia here. Meanwhile, Behiran opened the door and stepped in, standing beside the remains of a monster, wearing a bizarre smile. Blood splattered everywhere from his face to his arms and clothes. Zuyo, draped in a cloak adorned with wings, smirked slyly. This is just a celebration for our third member. Behiran knelt down, bowing his head, as commanded by Lord Zuyo. All present gathered around. Zuyo ordered, Open the door for me. Behiran immediately unleashed a technique that summoned sharp ice shards, revealing a dark place before them, filled with roaring monsters going wild. Zuyo looked down from above at the abyss filled with screaming beasts, his gaze and voice icy cold. Don't forget, you have all been forsaken by the Lord. You have lost your humanity to the evil spirits that cling to you. There is no way back to your original forms. So wake. Suddenly, Hunt spread his radiant wings and declared loudly, You lost souls. Those crushed by the weight of the world, and those oppressed by injustice. Does this death truly honor your sacrifices? Is this really the meaning of your existence? He dove straight down, standing amidst the monsters. I am not of this world. I am the one who turns the layers of this place into a bridge leading to the land of the Lord. Show me your strength. Those who endure until the end will be granted wings of divine favor. The monsters understood Hen's words. They became frenzied, tearing at each other in a horrifying spectacle. Blood splattered everywhere. Yet Hen stood there, unfazed and laughing maniacally. On Rajosa's side, Nadia was brought in, her eyes wide as she looked at Ananta, who was accompanied by Whitefoot. Whitefoot raised his hat, smiling brightly at her. Miss Nadia, it's been ages, has not it? She turned to Blackfoot and asked, Who is that? Rajosa reassured her. Don't be too tense. I have instructed the other commanders to step back so you can be at ease. Nadia glanced at Ananta, pondering. He was clearly unsettled just now. Was that just a coincidence? Rajosa continued. I just had a chat with that Ananta over there. You two, I hereby declare, are officially members of Lel and Tiyun. Ananta raised an eyebrow in annoyance. When did I agree to be on your side? Bernhard quickly persuaded him. It is just a temporary alliance. It is no big deal. We need your strength to capture the embodiment of the wings. And since it is a temporary alliance, you can also benefit from our assistance. Isn't he that convenient? As for Nadia, if she wanted answers, she would have to cooperate with Lelov and Tien from this moment on. The path ahead won't be easy. I just hope you are ready to face the answers you have been seeking. Nadia's gaze was resolute. I have made my intentions clear. I hope you will tell me about this branch embedded within my body. Rajulsa spoke up. Miss Tien. It also has another name. It is a branch of the World Tree, as mentioned in Bernhardt's report. During the battle at Karfes, you must have witnessed how a brutal creature can transform into a god. Right. Nadia immediately thought of Zid, that little brat. Rajulsa continued. The true nature of the branch blessed by the wings is often a catalyst for evolution from a vicious creature into a deity. Bernhardt chimed in. You have also been affected by Zuyo, which is why you have ascended. You are someone who naturally has the bloodline of the winged embodiment. Your current form is the result of the power of the branch. Perhaps your original state was some kind of demon. Her face paled. Stammering. It can be like that if the embodiment of the wings truly holds the power to shine supreme. Why use it on a demon instead of a god? The branch even has the ability to turn a god into a demonic being. Rachel Say explained to Nadia while reminiscing about her childhood. I witnessed the day my homeland, Vancuria, turned to dust. The god of Vancuria was transformed into a demon by the embodiment of the wings. Ananta, with that arrogant look and annoying attitude, chimed in, and it did not sound pleasant at all. From what you just said, this girl might be a follower of Zuyo or some other dark force. No matter how you look at it, she is just a fool who could not even kill a bug. Bernhard told him that is why she is so special. She might be the being closest to the clouds of the world that Zuyo is searching for. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "The clouds of the world?" Rachel Say replied, "Yep." Indeed. The royal lineage has plenty of tales about the branch of generations. The clouds of the world are the waterway that appeared simultaneously with the birth of the world tree. The embodiment of the wings has always aimed to infiltrate the realm of the Almighty through that waterway. That is why Zuyo is trying to create a being capable of becoming the young trunk of the world tree. But the power from the branch is overwhelming. A normal being would struggle to endure it. Only a few can harness that power. And that is the crux of the matter. We are here to find the branch in Zuyo's possession. And with each of your help, we will defeat the royal guards who have been transformed into demons. Regiosa stood up from her queen's throne, gathered everyone, and declared with authority, "We are gathered here. Commander Tamtano, Commander Titan Rupa, I order both of you to head to the land of Pasa." The soldiers below all raised their fists in unison. Understood. She placed both hands on the sword planted firmly in the ground, looking incredibly dignified, and declared firmly, "But the vanguard must establish a friendly forward base in that local area for me. Our army's goal is to drive out the Tama who have taken over the land of Pasa. Wishing everyone success in this battle." 3 days ago, Whitefoot was talking with Nadia. This is Vancuria's secret fortress in the north of the continent. This place has 500 elite warriors under the Queen's command, along with a small number of mercenaries under Bernhardt's orders. Under their protection, thousands of citizens have been able to settle down, and those commanders possess divine-level strength. Levantine can be seen as the strongest resistance organization against the wings. Ananta failed in the battle at Carfes, so it would be better to reinforce our side. Nadia adds, based on Levantine's connections to the Queen's meeting, it seems this is all part of their scheme. Whitefoot continues, "True, but Nadia not escaping was unexpected. Still, we have gained a strong ally, and Anana's power is a double-edged sword. It can bring the strength and authority of a demon. But if he does not harness that power right away, he will lose his mind and turn into a monster." The two turn to Ananta and Blackfoot sitting nearby. Nadia asks, "But who is that over there?" Whitefoot replies, "That is Blackfoot. Also a member of the sea organization like me. She has hypnotic powers to suppress Ananta's rage. But it is just a temporary fix. Quickly hunting down demons to extinguish the curse is crucial. Speaking of which, Nadia, would you like to make a pact with us?" Nadia, surprised and a bit skeptical, asks, "A pact?" Whitefoot smiles warmly, extending her hand. "Please help Ananta subdue the manifestation of the wings, and in return, we promise to ensure your safety." Miss Nadia, inside you, there is a branch that can attract the manifestation of the wings, and when the time comes, it will surely reveal its true form to you. Nadia responds straightforwardly, "I do not agree. I just want to ensure no one else has to be a living sacrifice. I do not want to just stand by and watch. So there is no need for any back and forth." She spreads her hands to protect the innocent from being sacrificed to Zuyo. Whitefoot, "I will cooperate with you." Whitefoot scratches her head, smiling awkwardly. "Well, this is not exactly a pact." But she reaches out to shake Nadia's hand. "Great. The negotiations are on." Whitefoot stands up excitedly. "Now let me tell you about our upcoming plan. The Queen Rajasa will use Ananta's power to reclaim the ancient capital of Valkyria. They must be getting ready to take back Fo Fi Vang, a cursed land scattered with corpses. And the ruler of that land is named Pasha. Nadia chimes in. "The manifestation of the sacred Alicon." Whitefoot responds, "Yep. He is the unicorn, one of the 6 divine spirits, and also the servant of the god protecting Valkyria. According to the queen, Alicon turned into a demon not long after encountering the manifestation of the wings." Ananta's voice rings out. "In short, it is about avenging the monster that ravaged an entire country. Such a simple task, even a fool could understand." Ananta approaches the two, Fist clenched as if ready to kill. Hey, little news reporter. Take me to the next hunting ground. Whitefoot, feeling helpless, responds. Easy there. Why are you so impatient? The expedition will last 3 days. With an alliance of 2 commanders from Leviton and a total of 100 troops, Whitefoot opens up a black hole, having pinpointed the coordinates for Fikosa Vung. So you can go whenever you want. A steps out, hands on hip, giving a fierce look. Girls, get ready. Because Rupa's clenching her fists with determination. Don't die on me just yet. It is way too early to head to Valhalla. Ananta is drenched in sweat, panting heavily, while Blackfoot teases. Are you already losing it? Ananta. Ananta's eyes blaze with intensity. Of course. I could take down anyone right now in a dark, gloomy place. The atmosphere is chilling, with trees twisted and contorted. Oh, and Rupa race to the edge of a black pit. And Rupa suddenly realizes something important and shouts. Down there. Looks down and sees a massive beast roaring at them. Nadia quickly conjures branches twisting into a horse shape to confront the beast. But it is too powerful, and it instantly slams Nadia's branches down. Ananda appears, swinging his gigantic arm and landing a punch right on the beast's head. Oh, and Rupa watch in awe as O smirks. This mission just got way more interesting. All the soldiers have made it down here, and Ananta's just chilling against a tree. Blackfoot stands beside them, glancing at his watch before scanning the area. It seems like not even a glimmer of light can get in here. Inside the fortress, Rajaza leans on a table, resting his hand on a document. Rupa. From now on, let us clarify the upcoming expedition for Teams 3 and 4. The mission includes the northern coastal swimming routes, mainly covering vast grasslands, since this is the habitat of fish and spirit tribes. Previously, thanks to their withdrawal, Valkyria managed to fend off invasions. But now we can only watch as those death squads spread suffering across the land. Building a stronghold is our top priority. And you two will lead the vanguard to establish the front line. Oasser. Do we really need to build a stronghold? Why not harness Whitefoot's power instead? The embodiment of the rabbit always has its benefits. If there is any flaw in the plan, it will fall on Whitefoot. Rajahosa replies, if we could use the royal path directly, that would be fantastic. But Whitefoot can only take us from the starting point to the safest spot. Right now, Vengat can only reach the forest south of the royal path. Without proper preparation, venturing further is impossible. That also means someone has to risk going thousands of kilometers away from the royal path to ensure safety. To get ready for this, Ananta and Nadia need to join the alliance forces. Rupa reassures Ank. Don't worry. Rajahosa. Ao and I are enough. Rajahosa, seemingly unfazed by Rupa's words, maintains a tense expression. Listen up, Rupa. This is the Queen's order. After receiving the orders, meet Ananta's group at headquarters in a week, and do not die. Make sure you come back safe to reunite with the brothers. At Ananta's location, Nadia looks down at Ruby crawling on the ground. Thanks for this, Ruby. Ruby moves forward, opening her mouth to unleash a fiery breath, engulfing the beast in flames. Rupa glances at Ananta, slumped against the tree, while Blackfoot squats with arms crossed, looking at him. Rupa clicks her tongue, clearly annoyed. Seeing this, O hands her a piece of paper. Why so visibly upset? Chill out, Rupa. We are heading into the forest soon, and from now on, we will be fighting as comrades again. Rupa did not hold back in his response. It was ear-splitting. And comrade is just a jab at those who've been discarded. A true comrade is someone you can trust with your life at any moment. Not some nameless fool trying to claim that title with me. Rupa marched up to Ananta, speaking loudly and directly to his face. Seems like some people can only show their bravado once. I never imagined he was weaker than we thought. How could someone without a protector by their side be an ally to us? Ananta frowned. Just say what you want. Rupa did not hesitate to continue. It seems Rajosa is very interested in your abilities. But I do not think so. You can't even control your own power yet, even if you took down a god before. Can you keep yourself in check when you are raging? Nadia approached Ruby, surprised, asking, really, what is going on? Rupa replied. At that moment, he was like a ticking time bomb ready to explode. Ananta could not hold back any longer, standing up and getting closer to Rupa, saying loudly, just say what you want. Rupa was on the verge of exploding. I want you to stop flapping your mouth. You scumbag. You and your crew better get lost before I lose my cool. I will let Rajosa know you were scared and ran away. She hissed, her claws out, her eyes glowing a fierce red. If you do not agree, I will tear you apart right here. Ananta, also furious, ready to transform, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, Shut up before I do. Breakfoot raised a hand, releasing a fragrant aura. All right, that is enough. Rupa found himself standing alone amidst the bones of monstrous beasts. And then he spotted Rajasa. Turns out Breakfoot had used a hypnotic spell to shrink Rupa's mind. Ananta, you better stop too. Ananta was still furious. She taunted me and now wants me to stop. Breakfoot continued to hypnotize Rupa. It has come to this, and you are still going to push it further, he scoffed, then suddenly opened his eyes wide, pushing Breakfoot away. A massive serpent lunged at him and Rupa with a terrifying open mouth. The serpent bit down, wrapping its body around a tree. Panic visible on Rupa's face as he turned to order the soldiers. Get 10 men over here. Hurry up and chase them. A pack of monsters rushed toward them. Nadia's branch shot up from the ground, piercing through them. She gripped the branch tightly, ready for battle. The horde was closing in fast. Ananta covered Rupa's mouth, hiding behind a tree from the searching serpents, whispering to her, keep it down, flashing back to when they were swallowed by the serpent. He placed the still unconscious Rupa in the serpent's belly, and he used his giant arm to punch through its body to escape. The serpent's eyes widened in pain as it let out a roar and collapsed to the ground. He gently laid Rupa down, and after a moment, she woke up, leaning against a nearby tree. He asked, "You are awake now. You are lucky." She still did not grasp what had happened, snapping at him. "What is with your attitude?" Looking down at her chest, she realized her armor was torn from the fight. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to cover herself. He explained, "You forgot you were swallowed by that snake, and now we are trying to escape." Her face went slack. Her eyes flickered. Could it be that he really was protecting her? Ananta raised his hand to look at it, thinking, the energy regeneration is too slow. It will take a while before I can move again, he told her. This place is a bit polluted. We must be pretty close to that acid solution. Rupa stood up, exasperated, saying, "We have been swallowed up by this mess. And you are acting all chill. How long has it been?" "My teammate." Ananta glanced behind him and suddenly pulled Rupa down close to him. She was taken by surprise and asked, "What are you doing?" He quickly covered her mouth and said, "Be quiet." Ananta looked around. Giant serpents were searching for them, and they were completely surrounded. Is this the territory of those snakes? More importantly, why do I feel so uneasy? They are demons, not gods, and they do not hurt. Right. Rupa pulled Ananta's hand away from her mouth and whispered, "Are you planning to fight them?" He continued to carefully observe the serpents and replied, "Just like you said. Right now, I can't fully control the curse. Without Blackfoot, unleashing my full power could lead to chaos, but I do not want to let them have me for dinner just yet. We have two options. Either we take the hits and confront them, or we try to dodge and return to the Alliance. It is your call," Rupa immediately added. Or 3. We break through their encirclement and follow the original path out of the forest. Just sniffing around. It is obvious. Forget it. We have countless serpents hunting for prey. If we rush out now, we will be trapped. Even if we try to return to the reinforcements, it will just lead to unnecessary losses. He asked, "Do you have a better plan?" Her face flushed slightly, a hint of reluctance showing. "I do not like this either. But just get on my back." She knelt down for him to climb on. He stood there confused, asking, "What are you planning to do?" She was too lazy to explain. Simply saying, "Don't he ask?" It's just, her eyes glinted red like a beast ready to hunt, gripping tightly onto the path as they fell. She transformed into a wolf, carrying him on her back as she sped off at an insane pace. The serpents noticed the commotion and began to roar. She darted past, sinking her teeth into one, splitting it in half as blood splattered everywhere. She kept sprinting ahead. The serpents were hot on their trail. Ananta shouted, "We are almost losing them." Rupa yelled back, "We are about to get out of the forest. Hang in there." She thought of her teammates still fighting. This way, they would be a little safer. Just when she thought they were about to escape the forest, she suddenly realized something ahead. Wait. There is someone there. His pupils widened as he looked at the image on the old man's shirt in front of them. It was an old man with glasses on the left side. His right eye had a sinister look, just like a snake's. He was sitting cross-legged on a giant serpent, reading a book, saying, "Sorry, but no one is allowed to leave here. Not today." As he finished his sentence, a swarm of serpents emerged from the ground, their mouths wide open, targeting Ananta and Rupa. Ananta broke into a sweat. Worry etched on his face. Can we dodge this in time? Rupa suddenly grabbed his arm, flinging him away while she was bitten by the serpents. She cried out in pain, and Ananta quickly rushed in to punch the snakes. Rupa transformed back into a human, her face pale, her voice weak as she said, "You owe me now." After that, she collapsed, and Ananda reached out to catch her. The old man chuckled mockingly. You want to protect your companion. It is futile. Ananda was furious, his power surging and radiating outward as he held Rupa in his arms. The beast growled threateningly. You looking to get knocked out? The giant beast roared in fear, while the other side stood ready, waiting with a deadly strike. Just as the beast lunged forward, the other side struck, piercing it through the chest with a single blow. That one strike brought the beast to its knees, sending its soul off to the afterlife. Even though the monster was taken down, the other side showed no signs of joy. Instead, they looked worried. Just then, Nadia arrived with her staff, and seeing the beast lying on the ground, she sighed in relief. It seemed their side had suffered minimal losses. I stood behind, looking smug as if he had just spotted an ex-lover, calling out to Nadia. Ananda sensed something was off. The way these monsters were behaving suggested they were not targeting them, were instead trying to escape from an even bigger threat. Ananda recalled the terrifying scene from before, bringing to mind the giant snake that had swallowed 2 people earlier. Just as the tension peaked, a little creature named Breakfoot unexpectedly popped out of nowhere, heading toward the two. Cut the chit-chat. Breakfoot scolded them. The two froze for a few seconds, as if she thought they were just idly chatting away, when she really should be the one to get her act together. O was still being nice, but if they got caught, it would be game over. She emphasized that their mission now was to find Ananta as quickly as possible, before everything turned into a chaotic mess that even she could not handle. Elsewhere, in the calm of the night, something suddenly shot toward the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Ananta carrying Rupa, both of them severely injured. In a weak breath, Rupa told Ananda that no matter how hard he tried, it was pointless. This was a potent toxin from her clone. Even ghostly creatures would drop dead in an instant. A voice echoed in the distance, warning that without immediate treatment, she would die. In the distance, an old man stood, with long white hair cascading down. This ghostly old man from the yuk was truly hard to look at, fearing he might pollute your eyes. He was even styling his hair and had a gigantic snake coiled behind him. What a destructive combo. Calling him a ghost seemed too harsh. But honestly, even ghosts would be scared of this guy. You would think with such an epic entrance, he would make an impact. But after waiting for half the day, Ananda decided yet to respond. It was truly embarrassing. Ananda placed Rupa on the ground, vowing to return after peeling off the old man's layers. Rupa watched Ananta's retreating figure, crying out, "Don't." But it was completely in vain. He approached the old man, having transformed into a fearsome lizard deity, brimming with energy and ready to battle the ancient Azing. Ananta reassured Rupa that he would take down that old monster, promising to bring her to Backfoot afterward. The old man had been watching from a distance, mumbling to himself, this savage nature runs deep in the bones. It seemed like the person he was talking about was the one mentioned in Byharon's report. He then stepped forward, spreading his arms to summon his divine beast, saying that the name of this ancient skeleton was Azing, the embodiment of gullibility. The dark snakes rushed towards the divine lizard, but just 1 second later, the shards of the dark snakes were flung everywhere, leaving only the furious wrath of the lizard. The old man with silver hair stood calmly, observing its movements. Just as it was about to attack him, the dark snake that was his true form revealed itself, but the speed of the lizard was too quick. A part of the dark snake's tail was injured. Seizing the opportunity, it lunged to attack the old man, thinking it could take him down, but it probably had not heard the saying, the older the ginger, the spicier the taste. Even I could see the flaw in his battle strategy. While he was known as the super lizard Vipro, and yet he got caught in the old man's trap, just a moment away from reaching him. And suddenly, the dark snakes revived and wrapped tightly around its body. The old man with silver hair chuckled triumphantly. Hey, speed, strength, accuracy, all perfect, but still not enough to fight me. This old geezer seemed to be as full of himself as his age suggested. I mean, good-looking and full of himself. I have seen that plenty of times. But an old man who is full of himself, that is a first for me. Rupa struggled to crawl towards the ongoing battle. Just a few steps in, a shadow appeared to block her way. It was Ladritha. Rupa wondered how she could risk her life fighting for someone else. Ladritha cheerfully replied to Rupa, "Teammates are the ones we can trust with our lives anytime. Besides, if it is for you, I would gladly give up my life." Hearing that, Rupa felt a pang of sadness. She blamed herself for being so useless and wished Ladritha would promise to return safely to Ananta. Given the circumstances, Ladritha could not fulfill Rupa's wish. It looked like she would not be able to keep her word this time. As she entered the fray, Asen raised his hand to attack, but in an instant, was gone. He stared in shock as his hand suddenly severed and fell beside that vicious wolf. The fire of battle ignited within him. While the blue figure over here still puzzled over what was happening, not even seeing the real situation unfold, but that did not matter anymore. The focus had to be on the battle at hand. Time was running out, it was too late. A dark shadow lunged towards him, using its blood to carve him from all sides. His body was now covered in wounds, and the remnants of his shattered spirit. Meanwhile, the wolf raised its head in arrogance that was the privilege of the strong. Something the defeated could never achieve. The defeated one continuously howled in agony, while the new Ananda threw out some jabs. Go ahead and scream like a monster. Indeed, the merchant's body had been battered, and now his spirit was being tortured too. Asen tried to roar, but it came out as a pathetic mewl, putting in effort but ultimately insignificant. Even Mistuten, the branch of the world, had been shattered. In the dark of night, the old man with silver hair sat atop a towering structure, staring up at the sky. He was covered in wounds, looking worse for wear. His eyes were filled with regret as he blamed himself for the failed mission to repel the invaders this time around. Seeing him like this, it was sad but also deserved. Who told him to be so arrogant in his old age, with some kind of superhuman force? The green stream from before had returned, mightier than ever, and it was now mocking that monster. Where did that fierce attitude go? It seems like the threat of a real fight was just talk. Thoughts were racing through his mind. It was impossible to control this curse now. Letting the curse consume his evil intentions would be like signing his own death warrant. If he could not completely subdue the enemy, the power of the curse would drown everything. He glanced at Rupa in pain. If he did not want Rupa to get involved, he had to figure something out. The name Bloodstone was called out again, and all that remained was the dark, blood-red night. Ladritha had already taken action, and now the rest depended on Ananta. With Ladritha's curse slowly landing, everyone could only hope for Ananta now. Ananta roared wildly, power surging through every fiber of his being, as if he wanted to engulf this unquenchable fire. But even that did not seem like enough. Ananta looked up at the old man soaring above, his presence shaking the very sky. He had to be even stronger. It all had to end. And that hovering figure up there needed to perish. He swore to consume everything. Below, Rupa lay motionless, exhausted, while above, the old man's gaze remained unbroken. Ananta's eyes burned with hatred. Recalling Ladritha's earlier words, the rest depends on you. That only fueled the fire burning within him. Shifting scenes to the forest. 2 guards stood watch outside. While inside, everyone was huddled together. Something must have happened. Rupa slowly opened her eyes, the blurry vision revealing Nadia's face. Everyone rejoiced at her awakening. Confused, Rupa scanned her surroundings and asked where she was. As she sat up, pain shot through her entire body. Nadia, worried, said, "You are still injured. Don't push yourself too hard. If you wait too long for the antidote, it might be too late to save you." Thankfully, Ananta had brought her back here right away. Otherwise, things could have gone south quickly. Hearing this, Rupa gasped. What happened to that fool? Nadia was startled by her outburst. Truly a pair of troublemakers. Before she could respond, Ananta's voice echoed in. Instead of expressing gratitude for saving her life, she called me an idiot. How bold. Standing behind, teased. You two are bickering again. Ah. Rupa frowned at Ananta. What about you? Ananta coldly shot back. Mind your business. Focus on yourself. Stay put and stop thinking about stupid things. He did not owe her anything. For crying out loud, he was being so overbearing. But honestly, I liked this side of him. Rupa fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Here was someone on the verge of death, and they could not even muster a kind word. How frustrating. Nadia, about to speak, was cut off by Rupa calling her an idiot, leaving her speechless. They are truly a match made in heaven. Their chemistry is off the charts. Rupa just needs a little time to recover, and she will bounce back in no time. Her recovery strength is no joke. He bowed his head and sincerely thanked Ananta, expressing gratitude on behalf of his teammates. Ananta simply grunted in response and fell silent. Nadia asked if he had fought someone following Juyo's orders. Ananta furrowed his brow and replied, it was an old geezer named Azen, who possessed the power to summon snakes from his own shadow. However, those snakes were mere soulless clones, capable of only basic actions. Remembering that scene, there were no corpses around, so it seemed he wanted to drive the invaders away rather than kill them. Ananta speculated that they probably captured those trying to enter past his territory, and seemed to have been ordered to return to their master immediately. Nadia still could not wrap her head around it. What was the point of all that? Ananta shook his head, unsure about the situation. but he could clearly feel that branch of his had started to take root inside him. Blackfoot chuckled beside him. There you go. Lately Anana's curse has stabilized a lot. Just one bottle of coconut essence and look at the effect. As she said this, she moved in closer to hug Ananta. His expression turned genuinely fearful. Completely at a loss for what she was up to, she teased him, saying that if he absorbed that entire branch, who knows what he would turn into. Nadia was over here, clearly enjoying herself, looking at Ananda's face and saying he seemed happy. What a transformation. Plus, the strong scent of green tea wafting around was something else. Ananda pushed her away, almost in tears. Not that he had to say it, he already had a wife. And what is this about the sixth position in Sephiroth being the body system of the gullible Katie? Mentioning Sephiroth made O curious about what that even was. According to Anana, Sephiroth consists of elite beings chosen to protect the winged body system. That is a title for the 10 strongest characters granted power from the branch. And the top warriors are known as the male disciples of Han, tasked with keeping an eye on the rest. The fact that Axon has made an appearance indicates that there will be others among Han's male disciples as well. The power of the supreme disciples in Sephiroth can be described as capable of causing a shock with just a slight movement. On Axon's side, he seemed to be returning to Han's heady-out, standing before someone, and then that guy started barking at him, saying Axon was nothing more than a scared animal. What a disgrace. The guy asked what his mission was. And Axon, sweating bullets, replied that his mission was to prevent anyone from stepping foot in bizarre territory, and if anyone dared to hinder him from doing so, they would have to answer to the second Sephiroth Gahan, the embodiment of domination. Considering how intimidating he was in battle, he was quite the show-off. But now, in front of Gahan, he curled up like a scared puppy. If he kept boasting, he would be sent packing in one hit. After hearing the old man speak, Gahan looked tense and ordered him to lead the way so he could deal with them. After saying that, the two turned to leave. Just a few steps in, two strangers appeared before them, one of whom raised a hand to stop Gahan. He warned him not to act rashly, as the embodiment of domination. Gahan just threw him a deadly glare after being insulted. Do you even know who my father is? These lower-class scum really do not know when to back off. The leader on one side exchanged looks with his guys, like a bunch of idiots ready to jump in if one of them made a move. The most powerful among them, seeing the tension, mocked Gahan, saying, You seem to be overflowing with energy today. Care to hear my request? At this, everyone bowed, ready to take orders, ready to serve the embodiment of the wings. Even that arrogant Gahan was no longer cocky. He clasped his hands and bowed his head, realizing he could not defy him. The embodiment of the wings. It is rare to see him so submissive. You would think he would be full of himself. But in front of the embodiment of the wings, he could barely hold his breath, just like a wannabe player. In the end, it is all just a facade. Juo reported that he had intel on the Queen from spies in Levaton. They were gathering forces to invade Passa. Gahan began to murmur with skepticism about life. Was that really her goal? Juo was not sure either. He guessed she wanted to follow the old trails he had left behind. He even found himself echoing some wisdom from Hun Ho Heng, an effort in vain to exploit that flowed creation from a branch to reclaim other branches. Lord Juo often assigns him these tasks, knowing he will easily wipe out those pathetic humans. It is the first time I have seen someone volunteer to serve capital without conditions like this guy. The guy furrowed his brow and asked Asen if he remembered the Ban Jiek. Asen, bit confused, replied, Are you talking about the one who held the 10th position at the beginning? That is right. It is him, the human cursed by the dragon Ajahaka, and the one who defeated the current Ban Gik. And now he is in Levaton, a formidable character who faced him and the embodiment of the wings but still managed to survive. Now appearing next to the embodiment of conquest to issue a warning was wiser. Gahan, feeling curious, asked for his name, but that curious look on his face seemed a bit creepy. This guy must be planning to write a script featuring this over-the-top character. The answer, of course, was just the 3 words Anata. Asen was filled with hidden meanings. Speaking of Gahan, he is the embodiment of domination, the strongest force. And Bahiran, the most solid shield, is an unmatched pair, which is why he is one of the supreme powers of Sephiroth, and also one of the most formidable opponents. This guy has never shown any sincerity toward Lord Juyo, but even being assigned to the 4th or 5th position is already plenty. But somehow, Lord Juyo could assign him this task. While lost in thought, he was called out. Asen, do you know what this is? He jolted, looking at the object in Gahan's hand, and replied, That is a flawed branch embedded in the heart of a crocodile. Gahan noted that this branch was just a pathetic material compared to what they had, but is not that better? It is like they have almost completed the task Lord Juyo assigned. In response to Aizen's words, Gahan coldly acted, tossing that branch into the deep pit. Aizen saw this and got furious, shouting, "What are you doing?" Gahan did not even flinch at his attitude. Instead, he just laughed joyfully, giving the old man a loving glance. "I told you so. I said I would do it, and I will personally conquer them. It is... We are all in this together. But man, do we love to brag." Last episode, that old man Aizen flexed a bit, but ended up running back to my brother. And now it is Gahan's turn. This team is something else. Everyone's hyped up. As Gahan leaves, he leaves Aizen deep in thought, mumbling something about the demon lord ruling the land of Passa with his unbeatable army of dark forces. Can you guess how this ends? Aizen is now caught off guard by this reckless young man, stumbling over his words, unable to finish a single coherent sentence. Gahan over here is holding something in his hands, looking pensive. It is like he has already got a new toy to play with, the strongest artifact, a manifestation of starry wings if he survives a fight with them. That be downright incredible. With a cold resolve, Gahan is determined to prepare an epic battleground for Ananta. Not sure if our main character overheard him, but Gahan's heart is still set on him, urging him to arrive soon. A week has passed, and everyone stands before their new home. The preparations are finally complete. Ladritha and her guards step out from inside, eagerly welcoming her back. Thinking they would be waiting forever, Ladritha happily approaches everyone. It is great to see the entire Vanguard team safe and sound. Ananto and Nadia have done well too. But it seems like both of them are not feeling too cheerful. Then Ladritha turns around to call Skarn and M, asking if there is nobody else left. Right. M looks up and replies that all 50 of the Queen's guards, along with the defensive forces, are present. Ananta pipes up, asking Ladritha how it feels to step onto their homeland, now devastated beyond recognition. Ladritha's smile fades. She silently turns away, gazing into the distance. That is right. You would better keep quiet, Ananta, or you will just leave people speechless. Ladritha was about to voice her thoughts when Blackfoot cut in, saying that based on previous reports, she must be well aware of the current situation. And a week ago, a beam of light appeared from the royal capital, likely indicating the emergence of another branch of power. The revelation of Sephiroth's sixth letter and the appearance of power from the branch is like someone has already laid out a scheme. Given the current situation, everything has exceeded previous predictions. Even if she wanted to use my powers in an emergency, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. Ladritha fell into deep thought again and then proclaimed loudly, "Brothers and sisters, this is where we were born and raised. But everything has been taken away by the embodiment of those wings, forcing us to leave many years ago. I soar to the fallen comrades who died because our people have lived in pain and loss in this desolate land. One day, I will return here and resurrect Vancuria for them. By that time, I will shout loudly before the spirits of our fallen comrades that their sacrifices were not in vain, thanks to their sweat and tears." Her voice grew louder. "My brave and unyielding people, please stand with me and fight until the end." Everyone joined in a chorus, shouting, "Long live the Queen." The scene was truly moving. Even Ananta's face showed determination. The command was given, and everyone marched forward to the capital. Let us rise together. The movement of the expeditionary forces followed the previously outlined plan. As night fell over the camp, Blackfoot was chatting with Whitefoot, who had just received orders that anyone not participating in the battle should wait here. Hearing this, Blackfoot's expression turned sour. Although she was not fighting, she wanted to watch Ananto in action. Sitting here felt pointless. Oh man. This stinks. I would be more of a burden if I went out there. Whitefoot, picking up on her sister's mood, teased her. I see someone's not happy about missing the expedition. But I think it is because you can to see Ananta. If he were here, you would not even care about the mission. White understood her sister's feelings and reassured her. Ananta's fury has calmed down a bit. You do not need to worry. And you definitely do not need to join the front lines. No matter the outcome of this mission, your ability will still save everyone, including the Queen. We need absolute protection. No. It is more about oversight. The way they guard us shows that we still do not have their full trust. Blackfoot still could not understand how her sister could be so sure, especially when they had not done anything to the two of them. Furthermore, whether the Queen's expedition succeeded or failed was still a mystery. Whitefoot smiled knowingly, stating that the outcome of this expedition had nothing to do with them. What mattered was Ananta. She wanted him to grow stronger, even if it meant rethinking everything. What a cunning girl. No one would guess that her thoughts could be so lethal just by looking at her. Truly, The prettier the woman, the deadlier she can be, from the distance. An arrow shot through the air at lightning speed towards the Haxa. And boom. The arrow struck its head, making it scream in pain. After that, my teammates swiftly took down the inhuman Haxa. But they kept multiplying. All heading toward our army, Ladritha shouted orders. And everyone pushed forward. As the enemy concentrated their attack on the right flank, the entire army formed a massive shield to hold off those Haxa. Ananta, heartbroken and in a pinch, had no choice but to call Ruby clear them out. The little lizard leaped forward, opening its mouth to unleash a fiery blast that seemed ready to incinerate everything in its path. Ananda watched from behind, suddenly thinking that maybe, just maybe, he did not need to get his hands dirty after all. On Nadiako's side, the battle was fierce. The Haxa charging at them were skewered by her in the trees. As she led the charge, breaking through the enemy's defenses, it was a risky gamble, and one small slip could mean annihilation for their side. Glancing at the female warriors fighting valiantly, Ananda wondered if they had what it takes to hold their ground. If it was tough for the men, how much harder could it be for the women? With the Knave Hope based on intel, facing an army that had trained countless times, there was no reason for them to fail. Yet, they had reached the very edge of Pasha's heart. And still, the Alakan forces and their monstrous creatures had not shown their faces. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Ladritha. She warned, "They are almost at the Vegris watchtower." Awaiting Ladritha's forces was none other than the old man Azin, who grinned wickedly down at them, welcoming the ones who dared to deny the embodiment of his wings. "Let me see how pitiful your end will be," he said, swiftly catching Sky's ambush arrow. But Sky, in a split second, decided not to continue the assassination. This was not the time to talk about endings. The old man's face hardened, showing his determination. "Just wait. Soon you will witness the wrath of this old man." He then summoned his true form, which carried something that looked terrifying. When Ladritha saw it, her face paled slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. She quickly informed everyone to hold their defensive line. Moments later, Asen released that thing into Ladritha's forces. Upon landing, the slimy mass writhed to life, forming monstrous alicorns. Their mouths were babbling something incomprehensible, not even human language, and Ladritha was thrown into a panic, quickly ordering her troops to protect their lives. The alicorn was gradually taking shape, and the slime quickly ensnared Ladritha's troops. Meanwhile, they fought back fiercely, warning others not to touch them. That slimy creature twisted and coiled together, its first horn piercing the sky, while rows of horrifying eyes stared back. Next came a head that could only be described as grotesque, with razor-sharp teeth and multiple stacked layers that no one could possibly find beautiful, and it added a long, droopy tongue, with its lower half also starting to take shape, its slime splattering violently toward Ladritha's army. Asen above, "I won't underestimate you again," then commanded the Alakan to fight. "Show them what true power looks like." With that, it charged like a moth to a flame, colliding head-on with little Ruby, delivering a combo of physical attacks that sent shockwaves. Rupert also leaped in with a fierce strike, and Alakan Asen found himself a bit shaken by the onslaught. Next up is the appearance of Lore. But do not worry, Alakan, as their ally, I will personally end you. Anana screams in fury, his eyes glowing with a fiery red as if he wants to devour Alakan standing right in front of him. But Alakan is not an easy opponent to defeat. He raises his head high, lifting his long, twisted horn towards the sky, creating a mysterious circle of darkness. With each step he takes, it feels like an impending earthquake, making the atmosphere unbearably tense. Then he hurls the dark creation towards Ananta, and in an instant, Ananta's figure is slowly being consumed. On this side, Rupa can't help but scream Ananta's name in desperation. A few seconds later, Ananta's shadow starts to touch the ground, followed closely by Siro shooting out from above. This time, Rupa can no longer hold back. She spins around instinctively, her mouth still shouting that he is a ruthless monster. Her attitude becomes more ferocious than ever, as if she seeks revenge for every hurt Ananta has caused. Suddenly, from the alicorn, a number of tentacle-like forms begin to emerge, dark shapes moving agilely, dancing with sharp, soul-stealing teeth. This entity is so grotesque that even demons would envy its terrifying presence. All those tentacles are aimed at Rupa, forcing her to stop in dread. Just before she can react, O unexpectedly rises from behind with his powerful energy, making a bold statement in front. He continues to showcase his agile movements, driving the tentacles back, putting them in a vulnerable position. Seeing the situation, Rupa rushes forward, her eyes now devoid of any human shadow, her mouth relentlessly screaming vicious orders for them to die. Out of nowhere, a strange blue object suddenly flies towards their confrontation, Luckily, O catches it just in time. However, the force of that object was too great, sending both of them crashing to the ground. Seemingly injured, the impact thickened the air, creating a tension that felt heavier than ever. Aizen, that despicable old man, stood high on the tower, chanting curses at Ladritha's crew. "You filthy thieves who stole my right arm," he roared. "I will personally grind you into pieces." After his declaration, the familiar on his shoulder began to glow, and he opened his mouth to unleash green projectiles towards Ladritha's fighters below the hill. Chaos erupted, as fear and tension filled the air while the projectiles rained down like merciless attacks. O stared at the scene before him, sweat streaming down his forehead. He realized that everything had just become a whole lot more complicated. And before he could gather his thoughts, the green object hurled itself in his direction. Luckily, Rupa reacted quickly and snatched O from the brink of danger, bringing him to safety, as they both screamed in panic. Aizen's familiar was struck by an arrow from Scan, forcing it to dodge just in time, but it was too late. Its wing had been pierced by her arrow. Old Aizen could not believe his eyes when he saw this. Scan continued to summon her powers, calling upon the free-spirited wind spirit. "Grant me the strength of the wind to shred our enemies." The small girl, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior, aimed her bow at Aizen, exuding an air of fierce confidence. Meanwhile, Emma rallied the spirits of the warriors, directing teams 3 and 4 to support the commanders. All the soldiers were fired up, ready to dive into battle. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, prepared to charge into the fray. Aizen, now even more terrifying after his transformation, glared menacingly at Ao's army. Hun let out a mocking laugh. "Pathetic. Useless humans." Rupa leaped up, standing right next to him, and taunted. "What are you going to say now, you fool? Where's your right arm?" Old Aizen could not respond, only spitting out curses to vent his frustration. The tension in the air was thicker than ever. A jumped up, brandishing his sword to fight, with Rupa's support. The fierce strike he unleashed pierced through Aizen's body. Just minutes later, the battle could have gone either way. Although Ao's sword had broken, Aizen had collapsed. O felt that Aizen's defeat was not enough, so he threw a few more insults at Rupa. Rupa turned her gaze towards the battle, sensing that something was wrong with Ananda. Below, the warriors were still fiercely engaged in combat with Aizen's familiar. Ananda's current situation is not looking good at all. He is lying motionless on the ground, while Nadia stands beside him, fear etched on her face. Ananda is gravely injured and needs urgent medical attention like a sep. Nadia keeps calling out for Ananda to wake up, but it is all in vain. He can't even move a muscle. Meanwhile, the battle between Ladritha and Alicon rages on, with no end in sight after Alicon's recent attack. Ladritha has pulled back behind her shield to catch her breath, while the soldiers push forward to protect her. But with just one powerful swing from Alicon, they are sent flying in all directions. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Ladritha strikes from a distance. With a fierce slash, she goes for his neck so quick, so dangerous that even as his head nearly separates from his body, he still has no clue what is happening. Then Ladritha orders Nadia to quickly tend to Ananda's wounds, because to win this battle, they need his strength. She raises her sword high. All her power converges into one. This is Fragarek, the legendary sword from Ilan mythology, wielded by the heroic Lo. Ladritha takes a defensive stance, leaps high, and brings her sword down straight onto Alicon's head. The impact explodes, incinerating everything around them, leaving only a skeleton of Alicon where he once stood. Ladritha steps forward to say a few words, lamenting, "What a shame. Alicon, I remember the handsome face you used to have. The figure she once admired is no more. Now all she sees is a mere skeleton. How could he have turned into this ghastly sight?" Ladritha raises her sword once more and tells Alicon her final words. "At least let me send you off properly." Suddenly, in a pivotal moment, Alicon calls out her name, Princess Ladritha, his voice echoing across the sky. The atmosphere is thick with tension, as all eyes are fixed on the towering spire, where danger lurks. Scan worries that it might be perilous up there, hoping Ladritha will come down with them. Just as the tension peaks, a voice booms out of nowhere. "Haha, Scan, you are still as timid as ever." The two turn around, startled to see the familiar figure of Alicon from before. He asks casually why she is climbing into danger. Ladritha responds with pride, "Worrying is pointless. Alicon, I am already 1 in a million. Why should I fear heights?" This scene feels eerily familiar. It is a memory from their carefree childhood. Back then, she had climbed to a high place during their playtime, and Alicon was always there to protect her. Alicon had promised to always stand by her side and protect her so she could become a legendary queen. But looking at the harsh reality now, all she sees is a skeleton, nothing more. Nothing less. The corpse keeps calling her Princess Ladritha, In an instant, Ladritha's sword lowers. She feels a moment of weakness. As if the shadow of the past is too overwhelming for her to forget, Alakon suddenly seems to snap back to consciousness. He raises a hand, questioning this current form of his. He does not even recognize himself anymore. Ladritha, in her moment of vulnerability, wonders if Alakon has truly regained awareness. Can he still recognize her? As Alakon's mind gradually starts to recover, a voice echoes in his head, urging him to wake up. The haunting scenes of death come rushing back. This is the massacre Juyo unleashed earlier. Back then, he invaded this place, mercilessly sending all who opposed him to the underworld. Alakon was completely drained, having endured a fierce battle. And Juyo had stolen what was considered his second life. Everything turned chaotic. Ladritha and her warriors faced a fight to the death. But it was all in vain. Juyo successfully claimed their territory. Suddenly, Alakon's body began to stir, catching Ladritha off guard. And just like that, Alakon and the demon controlled by Juyo merged, taking over his consciousness. Tentacles erupted, attacking everyone around, even wrapping around Nadia and Ladritha. It was like a flesh-eating monster, sending little Rupee into a panic as its target shifted toward her, prompting the small elf to take a defensive stance. Nadia and Ladritha were knocked to the ground, with Nadia anxiously urging Ladritha to take action. If we keep going like this, the casualties will just keep rising, she warned, suggesting they retreat and care for the injured. But Nadia's plea fell on deaf ears. Ladritha insisted the fight must go on, claiming she just lost control for a moment, while Alakon had reached his limit. Standing tall, she raised her sword, signaling to Nadia that it was time to join forces and strike him with everything they had. She turned back to command everyone to move away. Just then, Anana charged in, wreathed in flames, reminding Alakon that if he did not want to turn to dust, he better step aside. Ladritha stared at Ananu in awe. The power he wielded was a fire spirit, capable of protection like a guardian of dreams. Anana advanced slowly toward Alakon. Step by step, Alakon let out a series of threatening hisses. But it was pointless. Ananda was not scared of those mosquito-like sounds. Raising his hand, he summoned a fireball that blazed like a meteor and hurled it at Alakon. The monster was not backing down either. It created a black hole in response to Ananda's attack, and the two orbs collided, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Then the two beasts charged at each other like moths to a flame, with Ananta landing a legendary kick to start the battle. He mocked Alakon's current form, stating that while they were both victims of the wretched winged Doyo, Alakon was just a coward hiding in despair. As he insulted Ananta, he unleashed devastating punches on him, telling him to stop clinging to life and accept his fate. Meanwhile, Alakon was utterly exhausted, mumbling Ananta's earlier words to himself. Why cling to life? What was it all for? He did not even understand what he was doing anymore. Over here, Nadia was using her powers to restrain Alakon's body. At that moment, Alakon seemed to let it all go, and from the sky, a blinding beam of light emerged, emanating a powerful force all around. It was Ladritha creating that light. She raised her sword high and declared, "In the name of Queen Ladritha in Henza of Vanguaria, my friend, may you rest in peace." The radiant beam shot directly into Alakon's throat. The brilliant light of the letter shone down, taking Alakon's soul, and everything faded into nothingness. His past had once seen that beautiful light, back when he was with El. The two of them sitting together, watching the sunset in silence. He had sworn to always stand by El's side, but that was just a sweet memory from the past, while reality now was a harsh reminder. Alakon's silhouette gradually faded away, leaving Ladritha lost in sorrow. Well, if things were that good, he would not have died. Can't blame him for being careless. Just blame Juyo for being so cruel. In those final moments, Ladritha could not hold back her tears. Ananta, recovering his senses, was confused about what was happening. What just exploded? It seemed Ruby had done something. Ladritha could not suppress her grief, her feet hitting the ground with despair. It made sense. After all, that was her childhood friend, someone who would have given his life for Kokoma. Nadia approached to console Ladritha, but it meant nothing to her. She felt that mourning the dead was a natural thing to do, nothing to be ashamed of. But Nadia disagreed, knowing there were soldiers still fighting behind her. Just one misstep could cost them their lives. We need to keep fighting, so their deaths won't be in vain. The screams overpowered the air, as Rupa punished the old man Ashantanakir. Her cries carried the resentment of the fallen soldiers, who had suffered because of him and countless innocent lives lost. So he should not expect to die peacefully. Even after all that, Ashantanakir's face remained infuriatingly smug, provoking Rupa's anger even more. And honestly, she was still pretty calm. If it were me, he would have been reduced to dust long ago. He looked at Rupa with a sinister smile. claiming that a trap was already set up waiting for her. From above, a beam of light shone down, revealing none other than the top enforcer. A quick announcement spread that someone was approaching from the main road. All eyes turned towards the enforcer. As they stood in awe, something shot towards them at lightning speed, piercing through the tower and stopping just in front of the enforcer.
Yep.
It was none other than our number one server, Ananta. He gently placed a steel fist on the enforcer's cheek, almost knocking a few jaws loose. Ananta remembered hearing reports that Yo-Yo had a top-tier loyal subordinate. From above, they could not foresee what was happening. It was known that Sephiroth consisted of elite warriors chosen to protect the embodiment of the wings. This title was given to the 10 strongest, bestowed with power from the branches. The top warriors were considered the 5 great disciples of Han, each position interconnected, constantly monitoring their opponents. Axon showing himself indicated one of Yo-Yo's 5 subordinates might have revealed themselves too, meaning the enforcer's strength matched Axon's. After regaining composure from the fateful punch, the enforcer spoke arrogantly, challenging Ananta, threatening to crush him, which was truly terrifying. It is not even New Year's yet, and before the sun sets, who knows who will be left standing with their friends. Here, it is all about fighting, not just a New Year's brawl, so let us keep it real and stay sharp. Ananta is just waiting for the cue from Henan to dive in, and before heading into battle, he does not forget to shout out a playful taunt. Then both sides charge at each other, and at this point of impact, they are both genuinely shocked. And Anna realizes that the guy is not just a pushover. It seems An has some insane regeneration powers too. Hun pulls back and unleashes a powerful strike at Ananta. But he has got it all wrong. Buddy, it won't be that easy. Just swim in here and let us see what you have got. Ananta calls Ruby up from behind. Their combo is nothing short of epic. Always on point, even from Vietnam. You can still feel the heat radiating off him. Strong is one thing, but you gotta follow the plan. First, let out a few psychological taunts to unsettle the enemy. What seems like a joke actually packs a punch. The look on the Gahong kid's face is priceless. He is totally frozen in shock. Lagartha is also glued to Ananta. His current state is almost godlike. Ananta unleashes a torrent of fire towards Gahong, leaving him almost paralyzed. What is left to cry about when you can't even get on top? You are about to fade away. Seeing this, Nadia steps in to provide some backup, even after everything is burned to ashes. Ananta stands tall and proud while Gahong is just a shadow lurking behind the thick smoke. He is losing it, screaming in frustration, and even admits that Ananta is a worthy opponent. Seriously, this guy is about to be taken down, and he is still deluding himself into thinking he is on even ground. After completing his task, Ruby is given a moment to catch her breath. It has been tough, and now it is time for Ananta's top-tier performance. He strides confidently towards the Gahong kid. On the other side, he is transformed into a fierce-looking beast. At first glance, he looks pretty intimidating. After his attack, Gahong wants to wipe that smug look off his face, but he is not backing down. He has got the audacity to challenge Ananta until he surrenders. Looking pretty confident. But he better watch out. He might end up with a face full of dirt his parents won't even recognize. Ananta leaps without a second thought. This playground is his. All he needs to do is take down the enemy right in front of him. The real showdown is about to begin. Starting with an epic clash, followed by some serious face smashing like it is a grand entrance. Ananta finds himself a bit on the back foot. But then his eyes light up. He realizes that the Gahong kid is unleashing a powerful strike. Combining it with finesse, he darts toward Ananta like a gust of wind. This guy's no joke. His strength is still formidable. And that initial strike has left Ananta with some serious wounds. Next comes an incredible escape move from the agile attacker. They go back and forth, attacking left and right, playing a game of cat and mouse. Finally, Gahong seizes the opportunity and grabs Ananta's arm, pulling it behind him. Lu and Nadia, watching from the sidelines, look more tense than the fighters themselves. Even though Ananta is in a tough spot, Lu does not underestimate him. Instead, he believes that Ananta has truly become an immortal being. The curse has granted him limitless regenerative energy, and with an indomitable spirit, he fears no pain. The source of Ananta's destructive power remains a mystery, but that form of his only highlights his warrior spirit and mental strength. You could say, how could a fully armored warrior possibly fall to a mere curse? Right. She glanced at Nadia, signaling her to do something to support Ananta. Nadia got the hint and quickly grabbed a branch. This might just be the best thing to do right now. Ananta was slowly revealing himself from the wreckage, still wearing that confident demeanor. Sure, he was a bit dirty, but he was still drop-dead gorgeous. No doubt about it. The goons on the other side were thinking. With a fortress made of iron, it is tough to shatter it, but no matter how sturdy it is, there is always a weak spot. Suddenly, A voice calling out for Ananda echoed, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Luckily, he did not have a history of heart problems, or he would have fainted right there, and we would all be in deep trouble. The one calling out was none other than Rupa, holding the asin like a squishy blob, announcing that he was safe. Honestly, who else would dare to call him reckless like that other than Rupa? From the pile of ashes, a wild flame erupted, as if it was pulling the asin towards it. Old man Asin kept screaming for help. But come on, what time is it? Even if he screamed his lungs out, it would not change a thing. Let us be real, does he even have a life to save at this point? The power was escalating, and the branch was slowly being mended. Ananda's eyes suddenly transformed. The whole vibe was intense, but he was sprouting some wild tentacles. He boldly stood up to challenge the goons. In the first round, he got lucky with a hit, but in this second round, he might just get knocked out. Next to him was a bit surprised by Ananda's badass appearance. It seemed that the power radiating from him was the strength of a predator. And over here was taken aback too, but not too much. He could not help but smirk since Ananda had absorbed Asin's power. Then he switched to his old trick, using the terrain to perform acrobatics against Ananda. In a pin, Ananda used his tentacles to block the goons' attack, and with the remaining ones, he safely moved Rupa and the others away, signaling for everyone to evacuate to a safer spot. The goons were closing in, leading to a second encounter between the two young fighters. The goon tried to deliver a punch from above with his steel body, but Ananda saw right through his intentions and quickly dodged. The others outside all sprang up, grabbing onto a net, making it impossible to fight back. A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him not to let himself get distracted in a fight. Never take your eyes off your opponent for even a second. The words rang in his mind, causing the goon to hesitate. Seeing his opponent distracted, Ananda seized the moment and charged forward. The goon tried to react, but it was too little too late, resulting in a solid hit from Ananda. In that moment, memories from the past flooded back, bringing him to a day with a blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. While strolling, he stumbled upon a wild boar, and without hesitation, he decided to feast on it right then and there. Back then, he was all high and mighty, mocking that wild boar for being weak, wondering where he could find a worthy rival. Seriously, he was as cool as a toilet bowl. But then he turned around and bumped into this big guy. Usually, big guys are all bark and no bite. Just a tough shell with a mouth full of hot air. Well, as expected, after laying down the law and giving him a solid smack, the battle was on. At first, when he faced off against that guy's big move, our hero was not even trying hard and got pushed back. That dude thought he had the upper hand, but oh no. Sweetheart, you are still a rookie. Through the mist, our hero slowly emerged. They exchanged friendly glares, ready to tango. That guy revealed himself to be a huge crocodile, relying on his size to intimidate. He was all loud and threatening until 3 days later. Under Julio's watchful eye, our hero took that croc down. At first, the croc was all noise, but now his jaw was just as big because he was knocked around like a piñata. He lay motionless on the ground, right next to our hero. Julio was a bit surprised by the scene. He never imagined he would witness something like this unfold. He was also a bit taken aback, because it was the first time someone had taken a branch from his loyal subordinate without any struggle at all. Our hero asked him if he was the Wings, and Julio confirmed his identity and asked for our hero's name. Once the name our hero was mentioned, he officially became the chosen one by the heavens. While he was distracted, that croc woke up, opened its mouth wide, and roared, trying to swallow our hero whole. But there is no way our hero was going down that easily. The croc just would not let up, trying to provoke our hero into a rage. Our hero delivered a punch right to its mouth, literally leaving a huge hole. In the last moments, our hero could not help but throw a few compliments its way so it could happily go meet its maker. But let us be real, that croc was pretty strong. This was the first time in his life someone made our hero acknowledge them as a worthy opponent. And he was determined to defeat his crocodile buddy with his own strength. That was the only truth granted to him by the heavens while he existed in this world. And he would become the pinnacle of enlightenment. Up above, Zuyu was intrigued by our hero's thoughts. He revealed that the pinnacle of the world our hero aimed to surpass was right in front of him. Because he was Zuyu, the embodiment of wings, created by the heavens, our hero gazed up at Zuyu's lofty demeanor with excitement, vowing that Zuyu was the enemy he had to defeat at all costs. Zuyu, up there, unaware of our hero's treacherous thoughts, extended his hand to cast a spell. Around our hero, a shimmering light enveloped him. Countless hexagrams appeared above, forming a tight chain that bound him and hung him in mid-air. Zuyu urged our hero to surrender, to submit to him, promising that if he did, our hero would witness something extraordinary as the layers of the atmosphere opened up at the call of the heavens. But our hero was far from willing. He refused to back down. Believing he had not even broken a sweat yet and was not about to give in, the cold-hearted Ju commanded the formation to tighten even more. Embedding the pain of this defeat deep into the very essence of Gahang, he made that bright light carve the wounds of Gahang into his soul. Knowing that without this, he could never become a towering figure. He even placed a curse on it, hoping that his desire to subdue Zu would reach the heavens. Ananda noticed something was off with Gahang. It was the remnants of his first battle. No matter how he dodged to protect his left eye, it was all too obvious. From that weakness, he found a way to take down Et right in front of him. Outside the battlefield, everyone wore grim faces. Inside a raging storm, everything was in chaos as Gahang vowed to annihilate Ananta. The physical pain itched deep into his soul, screaming in agony. Wrapped in an iron-clad body immune to all harm, this was his pride. Ananda recognized that this was the true power from his own branch. The ability he had always felt insecure about, after using it to kill. This time he would fight to the death with his wings once more. Gahang looked down on Ananta, thinking someone like him dared to confront such powerful wings. His appearance suddenly upgraded to a massive vapro form. He threw down the gauntlet, challenging Ananta to rise up. This was his only chance to test himself against the pinnacle of the world. Ananta, with his quirky, boisterous demeanor, shot back some playful jabs at his brother in arms sit across the way, saying, "What do you think? You are already getting riled up after just a little show of strength. You should be ready to see your body get shredded to pieces. You are just paving the way for me. Ananda will be the one to defeat you. Do you?" With his tentacles whipping out, Ananda took the lead in charging forward, only to be smacked down by Date. But it was okay. That was just the appetizer. Dinner was about to start. Ananta launched himself into the fray, but still ended up getting clawed by his opponent. But he did not give up there. Ananta was determined to fight to the end, but both sides struggled fiercely, ultimately getting smashed by Date. After countless attacks, he could not penetrate his armor. Realizing things were not looking good, Ananta resorted to an emergency measure, unleashing a little Wetzakural. It was either predator or conqueror. He had defeated countless powerful enemies, outsmarting every trick his foes threw at him, not caring about others' fates. The one who harnessed his own strength to devour and chase down his enemies, those souls could never merge. He would kill to elevate himself to new heights. With that, the Wetzakural took to the skies. But before it could even reach its target, it pierced its neck with his claws. As the soldiers evacuated, everyone was anxious. Rupa looked at Ananta, unable to leave, but under Aw's urging, she had no choice but to comply. Watching everyone evacuate lightened her heart somewhat. The only thing left was Ananta's battle. Nadia was focused on casting her spells, feeling the branch embedded deep within her resonating with Alakon's branch. Within these branches lies immense power, enough to transform their wielder. If they can't handle that force, they will go insane and be consumed by their own strength. Because of this flaw, the branches struggle to maintain their form. But Alakon's branch still harbors a tremendous amount of power inside. If she could unleash all the remaining power now, the ultimate spear could pierce through any armor. With that thought in mind, she sprang into action, merging her staff with Alakon's ornate branch. Nadia called upon Alakon to lend her the power of G-Rezo to protect her loved ones. Andrasta was ready, and when he unleashed a blinding light, it had to squint. In just a moment of distraction, it was captured by Kuotiza also Atiel. Its mind echoed with a familiar voice. "Are you slacking off again? Even if you lose everything, you must keep going." Kuotiza Lasuoatil took the upper hand and taunted it, claiming that even if this body was torn apart, he would not die. Over here, Nadia was gearing up for an epic throw, truly making a dive for the ages. The arrow shot straight into Kuotiza Lasuoatil's head, and that is it. Even jumping into the yellow river won't save him now. He went from the top to the bottom in an instant. He was taken aback, laughing as he watched Kuotiza Lasuoatil's trump card get obliterated. It was tough to find a worthy opponent, and here he was, getting caught in his own trap before the battle even started. With just a skeleton left, Kuotiza still struggled to rise against it, as Alakon's power began to unleash, and the pure energy slowly formed. Gahan lay there, admitting defeat. He had suffered a fatal wound, and now Ananta had emerged victorious. Defeated, yet still smiling. Ananta found it puzzling that Gahan could laugh. What is so funny about dying before achieving your wish? Gahan likened himself to an unquenchable ember of a vow, destined to become a massive flame. One day, that fire would consume even greater wings. If he were the one with the vow instead of Ananta, he would send that guy plummeting from the heavens. Enjoy the show. Ananda asked him if he was done saying everything he needed to say. He had asked, and Gahan replied, sending him a message from the depths of hell. Ananda truly was a being of vengeance. After enjoying a feast of grilled Gahan with spicy chili, Ananda sat there in a daze, accompanied by Aziz Dahaka. He felt exhausted and not a bit joyful. The response to his sorrow was not comforting words but the mocking glare of Aziz. The foolish mortal. Only through hardship can one grow stronger. It is all a test of endurance. Surely you have forgotten the pact we made that day. Ananda coldly denied it. Nothing had changed. Even its curse was just a tool for him to seek revenge. Now, if he could just kill Zoya, his own life would not matter anymore. In that case, Aziz Dahaka would wait for the day he would encounter the foretold destruction. Transitioning to the night, as Ananda opened his eyes, he found himself facing an unknown figure. Who could it be? A strange warm sensation spread throughout his body. In the distance, Ladrith, a solitary figure, stood at the center, where the bodies of fallen warriors were neatly arranged on wooden racks, their swords stuck firmly in the ground. She ordered her subordinates to light the final fire, sending off her comrades to the golden afterlife. As the blazing flames illuminated the night, each heart felt a cold piece of longing that would not let go. Rupa could not hold back her tears, while Nadia turned to look at Ananda, who was not far behind. She walked toward him, telling him that she sensed he had come to understand. Ananda stood frozen, asking how much time had passed. Half a day had gone by since he defeated the enemy. After recovering and treating their injuries, they held a collective memorial for the victims of the battle. And unfortunately, not even half of them survived. It truly was a miracle that they could survive such a brutal battle. Without Ananda's efforts and everyone's sacrifices, they would have never achieved victory. Moreover, the curse residing within him had suspiciously grown stronger. With the power he held now, no matter how strong the avatars were, they could not guarantee they could defeat him. Ananda cut Nadia off, saying that this was enough for now. He still had more important things to attend to. He looked at the lizard spirit crawling toward him, Ruby, and said they definitely had some things to discuss. Transitioning to another location, Livian, the first seed of Sephiroth and the embodiment of the abyss, pushed open the door to the room and called out for Behiran. Livian demanded an explanation for what had happened. Why there was an emergency summoning like this. Just as she finished speaking, a massive iceberg literally fell from the sky. And arriving was the fifth seed of Sephiroth. It was a boy wearing a polar bear hat, Uri, the embodiment of frost. As soon as he arrived, the boy yelled for Livian, saying he had bad news for her. He received word that Zay Gahan had died in battle at the hands of a despicable enemy. This can be happening. The fourth seed of Sephiroth was also present, and that troublesome name had caused so many problems for Zuyo already. But Zuyo did not need to worry. She would protect this place with her life. Kisanga, the embodiment of rage, the third seed of Sephiroth, sat in a high corner. Kissy, the embodiment of thunder. Amidst the chatter, Behiran punched the space in front of him with great force, shattering it into pieces. Inside the space was an eye watching them. Quiet down, brothers and sisters. Let us pay our sincere respects to the death of our comrade. This sadness seems to have vanished. It can only be washed away with blood. I will prepare a funeral ceremony to soothe the Gehenna spirit. Back at Anada's side, Lupa approached Nadia, asking if Anada was okay. Nadia told her to let him talk with Ruby alone for now. Lupa curiously asked if he had said anything more. Nadia shook her head in disbelief, remembering Anada's past. He had once knelt before his sister's lifeless body, vowing that he would return to this place one day soon, begging her to wait for him until then. He would come back with Julio's heart and offer it to her. Back in the present, Ananda wore a nostalgic look as he talked to Ruby on the day his sister died, along with the other villagers. He truly wanted to believe that it was not his fault. If it were not for Ruby, he might not have been able to control his own rage. Since that day, he had buried his heart in hatred for Julio. He had always had to suppress his emotions, except for the burning desire for revenge. If it were not for Ruby, he could not have endured it all. He hated every embodiment of this world, including Julio. Why did his sister have to be the one to die instead of him? He had always searched for the answer to that question. Tears silently streamed down Ruby's face as she finally spoke up. Julio, Azita, Hakato, they were all the same, wielding power according to their whims and standards. All of this was just to exact revenge on the horrors of those manifestations. Ananda froze, shocked as he turned to look at Ruby. She was also a manifestation, was not she? Ruby's heart shattered at his question, and she broke down, continuously apologizing to Ananda. She had kept this hidden until now, because she did not want him to despise her. Ananda stared blankly up at the starry sky, closing his eyes as he remembered the moment the branch of Alicon came and settled within him. A disturbance had taken root in his mind. The memories of Alicon. It was something he never wanted to forget. Ruby sniffled, filled with doubt as she asked back. A memory. Anata stepped gently toward Ruby. He had been swept away by the past, and had something he wanted to say to her. Anata reached out to wipe away the tears still lingering on her cheek. She had always been by his side. He apologized and thanked her. He had forgotten that he always had family, and had been with them all along. Ruby could not hold back her tears anymore. Emotionally embracing Anata, she shouted that she was his family. Anata's family. The stronger the branch of the manifestation, the more alive its emotions and feelings would be. The branches of Alicon held his regrets and pain, precious memories of him and the queen, and within his branch there was nothing but an insatiable greed that burned for revenge. He had always been just like him. He had become a beast, bursting with fighting spirit to fill the blood-soaked void in his heart. Ruby anxiously looked at Anata's sorrowful face. She caressed his face, comforting him with her most sincere words. Don't be sad because she is his family. And she does not want him to be sad even a little bit. Anata stood up, taking Ruby's tiny hand in his. Wait for me for a moment. At the moment when I exact revenge for my sister. When that battle ends, let us go visit her together. Shifting the scene to the camp, Lagerda was utterly shocked to see Whitefoot appear here. She could not remember what had happened. Clearly, there had been no orders issued to reinforce the reserve troops. Whitefoot interrupted her, apologizing for the god's rudeness. Dear Lord, but something serious has happened. They are fiercely competing for the top position right now. Where is Anata? Nadia stood at a distance, surprised by Whitefoot's sudden appearance. Lagerda's close warrior could not hold back any longer and shouted at Whitefoot in anger. What is with your blasphemous attitude? The warrior's ceremony has not even concluded yet. But Whitefoot stood her ground, insisting that this was a matter directly tied to the Leviton fortress. Her power had limits, and she could only teleport to the safest spot at the destination. Blackfoot stood nearby, pulling out a rabbit-faced watch, knowing that the safety of the areas within the spatial movement could very well be under constant surveillance. Her sister was timid, so even her power reflected her personality. Lagerda yelled furiously, questioning why she could even think the fortress was unsafe. In response to Lagerda's wrath, Whitefoot explained that the only criterion she used to assess her safety was singular. For someone completely incapable of fighting, what impact could the threat to her life have? There is a high chance the secret fortress of Levitancer is being invaded by enemies. Long ago, when this world was still a blank slate, a colossal wave stirred the universe, and space and time expanded infinitely, unveiling the horizons of the world. Creatures were born among them, leading prayers in life, the god of angels, leading curses in death, the god of wicked nature, leading miracles and laws, the god of magic, leading cycles and melodies, the god of witchcraft, leading war and dilemmas, the god of warriors, leading creation and destruction, the god of machinery. They are the 6 absolute gods. In the end, the gods began to create the green planet we inhabit. They created countless beings, including humanity. The gods believed that a prophecy was necessary to help life coexist on their behalf. The secret treasure of the gods included their power, which was bestowed upon 5 souls of creatures. And those were the first gods. A quick child asked. I have a question. I believe there are exactly 6 first gods. The grandmother praised the boy's quickness. Unlike the other gods who bestowed sacred treasures upon the powerful souls of creatures, the god of machinery created his own representative, a perfect being modeled after humans. The embodiment of machinery. The embodiments set off in search of their own lands one after another. They coexisted with humanity as partners for a long time. However, peace did not last. All because of the manifestation of the wings. The manifestation of the wings stole the sacred treasure of the gods and annihilated the first incarnations. In the end, he mercilessly slaughtered those who opposed him, and that is why Leviathan stood up, determined to defeat the manifestation of the demonic wings they had prepared for battle under the queen's command. A worried little girl asked her grandmother, what if something happened while the queen was on her conquest? Bernhardt stepped forward from behind and reassured the girl that she need not worry. The incarnations and warriors under the queen were all beast lovers, and Queen Lagertha herself is a warrior. He is confident she will return safely after her conquest. Bernhardt sheepishly apologized to the grandmother. He was not sure if he was interrupting the children's understanding. The old woman bowed respectfully to him, not at all displeased. In fact, she thanked him for taking the time to come here. The witty boy pointed at Raglet, saying that she too would become incredibly strong just like Bernhardt. Another girl curiously wondered how someone like Raglet could become an embodiment. The old woman explained that embodiments also marry and leave descendants for future generations, and the strength of an embodiment is often passed down to their heirs. Raglet must have inherited power from her parental embodiments. The boy playfully remarked that if he were the child of Bernhardt, He could also become an embodiment on that stormy, rain-soaked night. The bell signaling an impending invasion shook the entire city of Leviton. Bernhard jumped up in panic. An enemy invasion was upon them. Uri stood before the gates of the castle. Could this be the entrance to the fortress? It was certainly worth holding on to. The 10th seed of Sephiroth, an embodiment of tremendous power, was utterly thrilled. The soldiers were horrified by the sight before them. Bernhard's face turned pale. How could this be happening just when the queen was away? Uri swung his hammer, unleashing a blizzard that cleared the path for Mence. He shouted excitedly. It is, in the form of a mammoth, charged towards the castle gates. The soldiers were in a panic. Prince Bernhard thought to himself. If this keeps up, Bernhard quickly issued orders for the entire army to prepare for battle. Just as Mence reached the threshold, a massive figure emerged and hurled it away from the door. The second in command of the Leviton army, Tarkin, the embodiment of destruction, stood tall before the gates like a guardian, blocking all danger from entering. Uri was thrilled to see Tarkin take action. He jeered at Mence, clearly outmatched at breaking down the gate, only to be sent flying back. It was truly disgusting and cowardly. Uri taunted, asking if he wanted to swap places and lead the charge. Mence stomped down hard on the icy ground. Those words were truly unfair. He would fight to the death. Blocking him with just the power of a small embodiment was impossible. That was definitely Tarkin's special strength. He was going to take down Tarkin, turning him into minced meat with the added weight of his own power. Bernhard stood atop the tower, watching the fierce battle unfold below, shaking his head at Mence's arrogance. Still oblivious to humility, attempted to crush Tarkin with his hefty body but was stopped once again. Tarkin did not possess any special powers. He stared at Mence with the deadpan gaze of someone who had seen it all, coldly delivering a strike to Mence's head. All Tarkin had was a pure fighting spirit. He was favored by the god of warriors, and he was the strongest army commander of Leviathan. Bernhard leaped down from the tower, saying that Tarkin had arrived just in time. Tarkin asked if he intended to confront them directly. The answer was obvious. Of course he did. The weapon Uri held earlier was the sacred weapon of the Blood Moon Guild in the north. This embodiment was freezing to the core, and it was his mission to battle against him. In response to his words was Uri's mischievous smile. The frozen wasteland of the north, the lifeblood of the land. Because of the harsh and rugged environment here, no wars or invasions had occurred for a long time. This land was likened to paradise, a place where humans and beings coexisted harmoniously. One day, a stranger arrived in this paradise. A warrior who had earned countless prestigious military awards from battlefields across the continent. Bernhard, the embodiment of courage. Those who had never experienced war feared Bernhard. Yet one person took pity on him and welcomed him into paradise. That person was Tosca, the embodiment of white snow. Bernhard, who knew nothing but battle, found salvation through her kindness. They fell in love as if it was meant to be. They married with everyone's blessings, and not long after, their first child was born into the world. Yet, they had no idea that they would not live happily ever after. How could they face their monstrous child? They worried for their child's future, knowing it would grow up in the disgust and rejection of those around them. Initially, they were filled with regret and sorrow, until a savior appeared, and that was Juho, the embodiment of great wings. Bernhard was filled with self-blame. He had been foolish, deceived by the promise of saving his child without considering the consequences of his choices. Or smiled with delight, not remembering how many years had passed. It really had been a long time, had not it? Oh wait, from a biological standpoint, he was born from him, so he should still call him Dad. Right. Or held a bear for hat in his hands, proudly displaying it in front of him. If that is the case, then from now on, he should call this pelt Mom. Right. Bernhard did not hesitate or speak more. He directly attacked Ur with his sword. He warned him angrily, "Do not you dare insult my wife." Expressionless, deflected every attack thrown at him. It was disappointing. Really. This was why he was called the embodiment of strength. Bernhard's sword froze upon striking Ur's stone hammer, which he used to unleash a flurry of attacks that sent Bernhard reeling. Watched with delight as Bernhard struggled to defend himself. Should not he be proud? He had once been a mere monster, but had become this strong thanks to his power in Tosca's. Bernhard quietly told Taken, who was furious beside him, not to worry. He would not fall until the battle was over, or laughed mockingly. Still unsure, fighting is fun, but the mission always comes first. Meanwhile, inside the city, the people were being slaughtered by the 9th seed of Sephiroth. Amenita, the embodiment of radiant light. The 8th seed of Sephiroth, Akara, the embodiment of silence, had also arrived. Inside the deepest refuge of the Leviathan fortress, soldiers were hurriedly evacuating the citizens. The old woman also joined the soldiers, urging everyone to be careful and follow her. While everyone was distracted, Raglet stood frozen in place, staring blankly up at the ceiling of the bunker. The girl sensed something was off, and in that moment, Amanita, Akara, and Kisola jumped down to block the crowd, launching a direct ambush. The scene shifts back to the singer's side. Wearer's triumphant smile revealed that he too sensed something was wrong. So from the very beginning, the invasion was all just a distraction. Was beyond excited. He had figured it out. He slammed his ice hammer into the ground, unleashing a snowstorm, conjuring a crystal palace, with 4 ice walls trapping both of them with him. I grimaced, mustering all my strength to swing my staff, but it only caused the ice wall to tremble slightly. No real effect. Or delightedly watched my expression. This was not good at all. The crystal palace was the strongest form of shield in a snowstorm. If they wanted to escape, they had no choice but to defeat him. This place was the sacred land dedicated to the god Gahan, and him. He would not let anyone survive. Bernhard stood dumbfounded, staring at Yr's white bear form. Utterly shocked. Tosca. This is the karmic debt they must pay for their actions. Crazily charged forward to attack the two of them, and I stood my ground, ready to intercept his assault. But that last attack, just with one hit, sent Mulsi flying, and easily blocked it. He still had time to taunt me. I must have looked pretty worried. You must have been planning to take me down as quickly as possible. But it won't be that easy. He possessed the strength of 2 systems and the power of his branch. Do you think you can handle it? If this keeps up, you won't have the ability to protect anyone at all. I am not even flinching at Yr's taunts. If that is the case, then give it your all. Felt a rush of killing intent and quickly stepped back. What? Did he just get scared? Walwer was still panicking and struggling to regain his composure. Bernhardt, in bear fighting mode, rushed in to deliver a slap that snapped him back to reality. Looked on in horror at Bernhardt's battle form. This is Commander Number 1 and Number 2 of the Leviathan army. Meanwhile, back in the deepest shelter of the fortress, Mania and Akara were frantically smashing through the door in front of them. Kisola, annoyed, told Mania to stop, saying Aun was way too much to handle. They have been smashing it for ages, and this door still is not budging. Don't tell me Aun can't break through one of the doors here. You are really useless. Kisola turned around, pointing at the civilians running towards them from afar. Instead of breaking the door, can you deal with those invaders? If they get close to Aun like this, do not you think Aun will feel a bit annoyed? Many and Akara were intimidated by Kisola's expression. They got the message. With a savage laugh, they turned to deal with the civilians. Kisola strutted around like she owned the place. The people living in this fortress were the last of the survivors. Can you hear that? The fate of the warriors. Those who are dying in misery to save you all. Kisola laughed mockingly, placing her hand on the wall in front of her. In the midst of the desperate cries of the people, the door blocking their way was easily pushed aside by Aun's slime. Kisola wore a pitying smile for the crowd. How long do you think it can protect you? If she wanted to, she could easily wipe out everyone here. Surely they know that. Right. An uncontrollable thrill spread in her eyes. You poor souls. I will give you one last chance. Kisola pointed at the children being shielded by their caretaker. Kids over there. Offer your hearts to me. I am so thirsty. Licking my fingers. Just do that, and everyone else will be saved. The terrified children clung to their caretaker's skirt. She shouted angrily. Everyone. Wake up. Do you really think about harming those children? Don't let that monster lead us astray. You are not allowed to lay a finger on those kids. Kisola was enraged by the caretaker's warning. The girl was grinding her teeth in annoyance. This is so irritating. She ruined her fun. So she might as well just kill them all. The caretaker hurriedly embraced the children, shielding them. In that critical moment, Raglet quickly launched an attack against Kisola's slime, protecting everyone. But you seem to be having a blast. Like you have found a new toy. How disappointing it is. All that determination from those fragile leaves. I also have someone. Kiddo. Someone more precious than anything else in this world. The noblest and most valuable creation. Even in this moment, my mind is flooded with thoughts of him, but I won't let anyone else but me capture his heart. Kisola is going crazy. Do you know what this feeling is called? It is called love. Raglet was paralyzed with fear at your terrifying snake-like form. She fell to the ground and cried out in terror. Kisola watched her sobbing with delight. So what will you do now? I lamented, wondering if he had the skills to play with me for a while. The godmother, panicked, called out Raglet's name and rushed towards her. Shielding her, she gently looked at the terrified Raglet, asking if she was hurt, but her voice was instantly cut off. Kisola thrust his long tongue through her back, wrapping around her, effortlessly ending her life. It felt like a hollow act. Do not ruin my fun like that. I clutched her lifeless body in my hands, using the slime to melt her away. What a worthless old woman. My attention shifts to Raglet, holding a tiny dagger. Muttering, "You hate." Kisola is frozen in place. Could this little brat have just unleashed a wicked soul? Raglet is completely consumed by hatred. Hate you. Melt away. Just a tiny dagger. Yet it can bite off one of Kisola's legs. I scream in a wild frenzy. Losing control. Mania hears her scream and is utterly shocked. Lady Kisola. Raglet seems to have lost control, continuously throwing her dagger. Melting away, Kisola struggles to dodge the girl's slashes, screaming in a frenzy. That damn little brat. I want you back down. Spewing goo. Melt away. But my goo is not much of a threat to her now. Raglet counters my goo with her own. For the first time, Kisola feels genuinely threatened, howling with rage. I will never forgive you. Even if you crush me while I am still alive and drink me, how vile. Mania and Akara rush over. Kisola, are you okay? Kisola loses control. Spewing goo. All a bunch of useless beasts. What a hassle to play the advisor like this, not letting her ramble on. Something that looks like a giant tree trunk comes crashing down, sending Kisola flying 30 feet. With that, Kisola's surgically enhanced face probably disintegrated into thin air. Seeing Kisola hurled like a dirty centipede, Mania recoils in shock. What the hell was that? Before they can think any further, Ladritha charges, aiming to attack both of them. Her eyes narrowed in disgust. You filthy scum. The queen is coming for you. Meanwhile, inside, Nadia holds tightly onto Raksh, who seems lost. You are scared. Are not you? You are shaking in your shoes. You must be terrified. No need to be afraid anymore. I won't let anyone hurt you again. So please, go back to being yourself, so you can return to the arms of those you love. A tear slowly falls from Raksh's eye. The splotches of black on her skin gradually fade, and her eyes return to a clear yellow. She can't hold back anymore. Bursting into painful tears, the kids rush over to embrace her. Nadia steps out from the tree barrier she just erected, creating a protective door for everyone inside. As Sola goes berserk, howling, she hears that the enemies have abandoned this basement along with the upper crust. But where did all of them come from? But that does not matter anymore, as she will strip them all bare, ripping their insides out. Nadia speaks softly. It must be you, the one who caused this brutal tragedy. As Sola raves madly. What can you do about it? Nadia chuckles softly. Thanking you for being such a terrible villain. Because of you, I do not need to hold back anymore. As Sola stood there, frozen in shock, she thought, what is this? Is this déjà vu? It felt just like when I was still a kid. So long. It must be the kind of aura that only evil spirits can emit. Is it hatred? I looked down at Nadia with arrogance. Do not give me that look, you little bitch, even if the ice melts. Who gave you the right to look at me like that? But in response to my madness, Nadia remained calm. Even though she had lost her memories of the past, she could not recall anyone she had ever killed with these hands. This time, Sola was genuinely scared. It was not déjà vu. This familiar feeling was something only those at the top of the food chain possessed. The aura of supremacy. Nadia stepped closer to her. So just tell her your name, so she can remember you as the only one she ever killed. Switching scenes to Bernhardt. This was impossible. Tarkin was leading the charge, responsible for both offense and defense. Bernhardt was always aiming for precise strikes, leaving no room for error. They seemed unbeatable. But nobody really knows what is coming. Continuously fighting two opponents was not a good strategy. Ruri could not afford to let his guard down. He launched an attack, throwing ice shards that distracted Tarkin. Just then, he charged in for the attack, and Bernhard came rushing at him. Ruri used his bare hands to block him. The basics of combat. He would take them down one by one, starting with the weakest. But Bernhard reminded him that the fundamentals of fighting are to never give up. Well then, he would teach him a lesson. Right here. Right now. But he would not get to enjoy his triumph for long, as Tarkin used his frozen wing to choke him. Ruri roared a warning at the two of them. If they thought this futile resistance would work on him, they were sorely mistaken. No one could defeat him, but he did not have time to gloat, as Anana's flames consumed his crystal castle. Before Bernhard could even process what was happening, Ananta was already mocking the two of them. They were in so much trouble just from one single enemy. How pathetic. Rupa waved at them playfully. But before he could ask much, Yuri cut him off, calling for backup from Leviathan. He wrapped himself in a layer of freezing ice. You dare to chat while I am still here. How sad. Bernhard observed Yuri's form. Amor. He spoke up to halt Ananta's advance. He was the fifth seed of Sephiroth, and not someone to take lightly. But Rupa told him to stay calm. And Ananta was not that weak. Uri was taken aback. What? You are planning to fight me alone? Ananta shrugged. How long are you going to keep blabbering? Uri was enraged by his words and immediately charged into attack, which was quite ridiculous, but his punch did not even faze Ananta. Rupa smirked. Ananta, you have even fought the second seed of Sephiroth. Uri mumbled in disbelief. That is some insane power. Could it be that you are Ananta, the embodiment of vengeance? Ananta gracefully delivered a punch that sent Uri flying out of his ice armor. He recalled Behiran's words. That in case of an emergency, he had to call him right away. He unleashed his power to open the portal, and Bernhard watched as it materialized. Realizing that Ananta's words were indeed true, he was the embodiment of the wings. Meanwhile, an unforeseen event unfolded. Ao had betrayed them. Flipping the game on its head, Kasola still held her ground, even though Nadia's presence had her sweating bullets. Don't look at me like that. Oh, we'll show you just how vast their power gap really is. Sola unleashed a torrent of poison, catching Ladritho off guard. She quickly called for O and summoned her shield. This was Ao's undivided form, Suffer and Die in Ao's toxic wave, while Nadia calmly stabbed at Kasola's dark heart, who was struggling in fear and humiliation. Every attack Kasola threw was effortlessly blocked by Nadia. O could only fume and curse. Damn it. Ao's corrosive poison had no effect on Nadia at all. If that is the case, then O would slice her into pieces with his own hands. But before he could even lay a finger on Nadia, he was dragged into a pitch-black space. As dark as ink, Kasola was stunned. What was happening? O appeared to be exhausted, slipping out of his massive serpent form. This is just too ridiculous. Nadia had planned to overwhelm O in this direct confrontation. Ladritha was sweating bullets, staring at Nadia. So that was her original energy. Spoke up, seemingly resigned to the fact that she had won, and just when no one expected it, O plunged his sword through Nadia's heart. At that moment, Ladritha was distracted, and Mania along with Akara had already subdued her. Kasola burst into gleeful laughter. Ladritha could not believe it. Well, why did O have to betray them? O coldly offered an apology, stating that one day the truth would come to light. Ladritha was stunned by the scene before her. This can't be happening. Even now, she could still feel her rage directed at the embodiment of the wings within him. O replied nonchalantly. That is why he easily tricked her, to distract her keen insight into people's true natures. The anger directed at the embodiment of his wings could not possibly be a lie. Mania triumphantly stomped Ladritha's head into the ground. Hush up, little queen. O told them that if they wanted to easily wipe out the remaining commanders of the army, it was best not to harm the queen. He turned to urge Kasola to deal with the remaining mess quickly. Kasola had also realized that he was the spy Gio mentioned, but even so, how dare you give her orders? O shot her a glare. Does she really think this is all for her? If it were not for her almost losing her life, he would not have even needed to intervene. Now the embodiment of conquest had been defeated, and his power would rise once more. But before he could finish his thought, Nadia, who had been stabbed, slowly got back on her feet. O stared in shock at Nadia, seemingly unharmed. How could this be? He had clearly pierced her heart. But at that moment, Nadia was no longer Nadia. O quickly hoisted Kasola over his shoulder and took to the skies, leaving Mania and Akara in a state of panic. Here. What is this? Nadia's curse devoured two Adas. Let the light guide the way. In Nadia's mind, a man gently asks her. Nice to meet you, sister. I think I can get closer to the person inside you now. What is needed to unlock the horizons of the world is the elevation of the inner branches of the owner's desires. These two things are the realm of vivid imaginations, seeking to change the world whenever it wishes. Look, the world you dream of is so bright and beautiful, with not a single stain. Do you want to help me guide the change of this world? Embodiment of nature. Wait, it must be Senenos, the embodiment of magic. Nadia dreamily awakens, discovering she is lying on a stretch of sand, with a blazing red ocean before her, where just a moment ago, I was in battle, and my heart was pierced through. Nadia touches her gaping wound, wondering why she is still alive. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind, saying that from the start, you were neither alive nor dead. Pleased to meet you, Nadia. A girl with a figure and face resembling Nadia to a T, but with red eyes, approaches her. Who are you? Senza. You really do not know anything, do you? No wonder you were not hesitant when calling me out. She smiles and delivers shocking news right now. Your hostage has no heartbeat left, controlled by a lifeless corpse like a puppet. Perhaps due to the artificial heartbeat created by the power of the branches. I have been waiting for you a long time. I wanted to face someone like you someday, but I can't, because as long as you hold the power, I will forever be just a shadow of you, Nadia exclaims too loudly. Miss Abbott, stop talking nonsense. Who exactly is that doppelganger of mine? My name is Senunoth, the first deity of this world. She smiles, introducing herself with a mischievous grin and her fiery red eyes, which then turn solemnly black as she formally introduces herself to Nadia. The gloomy sky suddenly transforms into bright sunshine. In the primordial times of the mythic age, a spirit beast known as the embodiment of magic was granted human form in the vast forest to the west, overflowing with the blessings of Mother Nature. The residents there regarded that day as a prophecy, while at the same time, the embodiment with a name meaning one who possesses horns and wealth appeared. It was Senunoth, a mortal being with a fairy-like nature, always seeking beauty through generations and the harmony of oneself. Senunoth prayed with them for eternal peace, unaware that it was just a distant dream. Race, culture, beliefs. During times of violence, every aspect of humanity became the flesh and blood desires of others, leading to a world where killing each other became the norm. The 6 embodiments then were both terrifying punishers and arbiters, while also standing up to protect humanity. Then one day, an unannounced spark of a large-scale invasion engulfed the entire forest. The invaders, clad in golden armor, were a powerful army of heroes led by an embodiment warrior, Liga. The forest tribe stood their ground, battling against waves of invading enemies, and to protect their loved ones, Senunoth charged into the battlefield. The clash ended with countless lives lost and the forest reduced to ashes. As Senunoth endured spear thrusts and arrows piercing his very body, Liga approached Senunoth. A tragic fate awaited the one chosen by the supreme deity. And I will let your death deep into my heart. Senunoth turned in shock, asking how Liga, a warrior hailed as the noble Lion King, could be the mastermind behind such a brutal massacre. I do not expect you to forgive me, for my great ancestor was prepared to bear the shame of being called a ruthless killer. After all, a prophecy was foretold by Luna, the embodiment of magic with the ability to foresee the future. That day, the prophecy declared that all beings on this land would be annihilated, and a terrifying world would emerge. Luna, the keeper of that prophecy, lost her life and was stripped of her divine powers. Do you think one of those 6 embodiments is behind this? Senunoth was so enraged that he was able to rise, furious that they dared to take the lives of innocent beings over a baseless prophecy. Liga gradually transformed into a fierce lion, questioning who could guarantee that my people would not be the next victims. There is no way I am just going to sit here and wait for death. If things have come to this, then I will deal with them first. They better hand over their divine powers to me. The guardian of the forest, Senunoth felt that this was the end for him. The great embodiment, who always valued the lives of all beings, was overtaken by a wicked desire to destroy everything. In the fiery rage reflected in his eyes and the howls of fury, the image of Senunoth, the embodiment of magic, vanished. He transformed into a monstrous deer, ready to face Liga. A fierce and intense battle erupted, and in the end, Senunoth emerged victorious, leaving Liga sprawled on the ground. Juo appeared after the battle concluded, stating the world calls us, those granted human forms, the embodiments. But what about the embodiments that harbor malicious intent like humanity? What should we call them? He casually yanked out one of Liga's fangs and toyed with it in his hand. Senunoth finally calmed down and turned to Joyo, asking what he thought of his name. Impressive? You are mentioned in Liga's prophecy, are not you? I am the embodiment of wings, Senunoth, and the holy relic you hold will belong to me. He quickly returned to his old embodiment, ready to fight Senunoth. Senunoth did not even bother to fight him, casually snapping a tree branch and saying, if you have given up the meaning of reincarnation and harmony, sooner or later I will become a monster consumed by malice, losing all motivation. I regret it now. If you want it, take it. He offered a tree branch to Joya. But I have one condition. Back to the subconscious context of Nadia. That day I made a pact with the embodiment of wings. If you can gather all the holy relics, he will also give me a branch. I want to expand the atmosphere of this world, covering this land with a surreal realm, and bringing it back to the primitive world I have always loved. But there is one thing I did not foresee. The appearance of you has extinguished my malice. We are like 2 sides of a coin, ruling this surreal world together. You are the representative and also another version modeled after me. Nadia, who has been silently watching, finally speaks up, saying that is why I always dream like this, a dream where I am constantly fleeing from an unnamed monster inside me. Even now, I still shiver at the thought of it. But for some reason, I feel that monster is unhappy. The reason you want to change this world, even borrowing strength from the branch, is that you regret being powerless to protect what is precious to you. If I truly am a part of you, then I too have a responsibility to bear this burden. That is why I will fight against your malice and protect what I need to protect, along with countless people on this land. Senenuth smirks. If you have the strength to do it, then being resolute is good. But the being before you is one of the 6 strongest incarnations in history. The ice wall has collapsed. Everyone, evacuate quickly. As people scatter in a panic searching for shelter, Behiran stands above. Looking down at the chaos he has created, he turns to face Ananta, who has taken on the form of the Black Dragon incarnation. He raises his hands, taunting him. My fists have never feared anything. The ground beneath the orange-haired person's feet suddenly cracks open, swallowing him into the void. This is the first time I have to fight the same enemy twice. Ananta is pretty angry because this guy always thinks he is better than everyone else, treating me like I am some celestial being sent from paradise. Behiran feels a slight chill because Ananta once posed a threat to both him and the winged incarnation. At this moment, he has transformed into a dragon. He asks for his name. My name, Ananta. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the heir of the Black Dragon, the one who has survived and devoured all the evil gods in the world, and is destined to destroy the winged incarnation. Why was I born? Why am I so different? Someone, please give me an answer. Those are the questions Behiran always asks himself. A destructive power that could level an entire space. The answer he seeks lies within this punch. The winged incarnation, Juo, only knows that divine power is the manifestation of desire in a bird's subconscious that must be expressed to come into existence, and with it, the proof is as vast as the world itself. If you want to know why you were born, you must destroy the world you currently embody, with your mind. Behiran, I will guide you to the answer. Juo turns back with a gentle smile and warm eyes. Continuing, from now on, you will be the strongest spear protecting me, and the embodiment of destruction. Before unleashing his ultimate move, Behiran must remember his teacher's words. Use the mirror of disaster. The foot of justice. A punch of light, and thunder charges straight toward Ananta. Piercing through him, Rupa hugs the tiny Ruby, standing in a corner, repeatedly calling his name. But unexpectedly, after the light fades, he appears completely unharmed, except for being charred like coal. I will destroy everything that stands in the way of my strongest spear. Has he already cast the strongest barrier around me? With Ananta's entire body cloaked in black, it is hard to tell if he is hurt or not. But his hand sprouted sharp spikes as he charged into battle. Behiran braced himself with his hands, but a seismic blow sent him stumbling back 8 feet. Rupa was stunned that Ananta could push Behiran back. At that moment, Takan and Burhan rushed over to check on the situation. The queen is still safe, right? Don't he worry. Ladrathan is currently in the fortress with O and Nadia. Suddenly, a brilliant light from the castle froze all 3 of them in place. The light vanished, revealing someone taking flight with a pair of wings. That is him, the one who shattered the ice and emerged. Seeing this, Burhan hurriedly ran after him, insisting they must find Queen Ladrathan immediately. Hurry up, Takan. Rupa glanced towards the battlefield, anxious for Ananta, who had entrusted Chanam to her for Ruby. Looking at Ruby made her feel something big was about to happen, and she was on edge. If I can help him, let me borrow your strength, Ruby. Back to the clash between Ananta and Behiran. The two were locked in an unending sword fight. After manifesting the embodiment of conquest, he had gained superhuman physical strength. Behiran felt he was doing less while taking on more, so he unleashed a powerful strike, intending to deliver a final blow that would send Ananta reeling. He knew the true power of the embodiment of conquest was an invulnerable body. This was a battle of spear versus shield to see who was truly the strongest. What a twist. Ananta took a long stride, delivering a punch downward, a dark thorny line stretching toward Behiran, who countered with a thunderous punch to shatter Ananta's attack. The 2 strikes collided, creating a thick cloud of white smoke that obscured their vision of each other. In the midst of the smoke, Behiran failed to notice that Ananta had used the cover to slip beneath the ice and attack his legs. However, he quickly dodged just as Ananta emerged from the ice, not letting him off the hook. Ananta struck while declaring, "Remember the name Ananta, it is the one who defeated you." A powerful strike from Ananta shattered Behiran's outer armor, but he was clever enough to block with his hands. That single hit was enough to directly impact his heart, and the crown on his head was also damaged. But Ananta immediately sensed something was off. Behiran quickly regained his composure, and a massive blue light flared up, exploding and shattering the surrounding ice. At the entrance of the rabbit hole, Quayfit stood at a crossroads in life. This would be our last resort in case Leafit and I run into trouble. At the cost of losing a permanent ability, we could teleport to any 2 locations without distance limits. Similarly to that emergency escape, she continued speaking to Ladrathal, explaining that each rabbit hole could only accommodate 3 people, so a maximum of 6 could use this route, since they had to reduce their numbers. Choose your companions wisely. I have made my decision. The main entrance is the key to the fortress and the deepest Hedia, if we want to protect everyone. We need to ensure there is always an escape route from the fortress. The strike team inside will consist of me, Ong, and Nadia. This team will stop any enemies trying to infiltrate the fortress and take care of the injured. The outside team will include Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby. Ruby was startled. Being a chameleon, she had to go on a mission too. Ladrathil explained that the enemies must have concentrated all their forces on breaking through the defenses at the fortress entrance. So we will definitely need Ruby's strength for this final battle. After that, Ladrathil assigned tasks to Skarn and Merc, while the other two would stay behind to care for the wounded soldiers. This battle won't be easy. So everyone, get ready. One by one, everyone entered the 2 rabbit holes as assigned. Once they all got in, the holes sealed shut, and the clock shattered. Quay and Leckford felt that it was too broken to fix. But honestly, it was kind of exciting that the results exceeded Sister Loon's expectations. After those brutal battles, his power has significantly increased. Get ready to return to our sister. Leckford, dreaming of a day when we reach our moon, is about to come true, she said, laughing and covering her mouth. Looking no different from a total dork, Skarn saw right through their expressions and actions. Since I lost the storm with you, you have a hidden motive. Quay chuckled gently. It turns out there is a spirit under the queen as well. Was that what you told her? It seems you all are not too happy about not being able to fly alongside the queen. I won't deny that. But the queen's instincts have never been wrong. That is definitely a spirit beast. Lek teased, saying it is a creature that is both a spirit and a legend. The power of the gods who created this world does not have a definite form, but over time, it developed on its own and became a spirit. A spirit that has its own body and can freely shift between 2 forms, becoming a spirit beast. As for a creature that was already a spirit beast and then transformed, it can rival the 6 original incarnations. Ruby instantly transformed from a lizard goddess into a wolf engulfed in flames. Thanks to Rupa merging with her to take that form, Ananta was also surprised by their fusion. Over here, Beharan was not backing down either, transforming into a new form with flames bursting from his chest and mouth. Ruby, Rupa, and Lek looked at Ananta, saying, "Let us help each other out. I am about to go all out." When they combined, they gained immense power, their bodies glowing even brighter with flames. They swiped at Beharan with their claws and struck him hard. Ananta quickly used his hands to block but had to take hits from the second, third, and more attacks. That guy could only defend himself, unable to fight back. For the highest gods, the spirit beasts born from the dark gods have another name. As far as I know, there is only one creature like that in this world. Beharan has risen, startling Ruby and Ananta. The red flames that surrounded him moments ago were suddenly devoured by his blue flames, which grew larger by the second. This is the final formation, the last wall shielding the manifestation of the wings known as the Dark Beast Beharan. Like Ruby, he too is engulfed in blue flames. Is this his true power? Ananta could only watch and listen, not daring to judge. A warrior. But why did you choose to follow Joyo? Do you even realize you have picked the wrong civilization? Beharan intended to explain, but he found himself at a loss for words, even though he said he forgot. The next thing he said was that if Ananta wanted to know the answer, he would show him just how powerful this punch could be. Well then, my friend, let us see who takes down the opponent first. Both of them were sizing each other up, planning to throw a punch at the same time when suddenly, a massive light blazed across the battlefield. The final pieces for the atmosphere of this world were all in place. Juo commanded Beharan to get out of here and return to our pantheon. Juo cradled Nadia in his arms and soared through the sky. Ruby was taken aback by Nadia's current appearance. In reality, Xenanoth was taking over her body, a stream of black blood flowing from her eye, causing Juo to worry. Xenanoth explained that her willpower was so strong it was still a bit of a struggle, but soon her fragile heart would shatter into pieces and merge with him. While Ananto and Beharan were contemplating their next move, Juo was eavesdropping. Ruby gazed at the one who looked both like Nadia and not like her, lying in Juo's arms, filled with questions. Even Ananta did not recognize her current self. What on earth had that guy done to her? The dark dragon within Ananta did not care much about this. Whatever, it is no big deal. That cursed mortal will have to submit once the pact is fulfilled and be devoured by the rage consuming everything. A surge of red and black power enveloped the entire battlefield alongside Ananta's thunderous scream. Xenanoth immediately recognized that aura belonged to the black dragon and asked Juyo who this was. That is Ananta, a foolish human obsessed with revenge. But I never thought he would be this much of a nuisance. Wanna help me? Dream on. Now. Even if this world crumbles, you won't get to fulfill your wishes. He spread out 6 wings along with 6 orbs, launching them straight at you. The attack quickly pushed back both Rupa Ruby and Ananta. Bihiran, standing off to the side, sensed something approaching and swiftly jumped up. Ananta had transformed into a gigantic black dragon, and he only accidentally brushed against Bihiran's tail because his target was Joyo, deep inside Ananta's subconscious. The black dragon was trying to lure him in. That cursed mortal should submit before the rage that devours everything. Ananta could not stand to hear any of that. Don't spout nonsense. My anger has reached its peak. The only thought in my mind right now is to destroy you. How interesting. That little chick from back then has finally grown feathers and wings. This barren, desolate land is just a dull place after all, with a person in their head only wishing to burn everything to ashes. The ones who should be igniting him are the ones he truly faces, with a powerful enemy unlike any you have encountered before, and you yourself are being consumed by this curse. You are now in a rage state, destined to clash with him, two foes that can't coexist. The embodiment of wings. Ananta recalls their first encounter when he was just a kid. Just a shoulder touch, a simple line, and one action from him left a lasting grudge. Thinking about that deep-seated hatred, Ananta immediately calls Haksai Long to take him back to settle the score one-on-one. Hak Long says that is not a good idea, but Ananta's just informing him, not asking for permission. All right. You are so obsessed with the power of this curse that you have grown arrogant. Just a little self-awareness would do you some good, with power that is just a cheap knockoff. It is no wonder you can't even feel the embodiment of wings yet. Ananta's a bit annoyed but has to hold his tongue because she is absolutely right. Showing off without any real strength is just pointless arrogance. What could be more pathetic than flaunting weakness? That is what people mean when they call you weak. Ananta clutches his head, unsure of what to do. He has put all his strength into this and still can't take him down. How can he get his revenge now? No more weakness. As a dark god, my strength and rage are still within you. That power can transform an ordinary mortal body into a vengeful beast. Or rather, an embodiment of revenge. Unleashing cruel strength, you become a being on par with the gods. It is like turning into something terrifying. You have seen it. Right, the branches created from the sacred essence of that being are the catalyst for evolution. Turning every creature, even the most grotesque ones, into embodiments. This is the step I want to offer you. Take this branch and be reborn into a true embodiment. And in doing so, I will gain a new body and escape this fantasy world. With the strength of this branch and my curse, I will reclaim my original power and take revenge through you. Heki Long. Will you accept this offer? She leans into him and keeps coaxing. Yet he cheerfully agrees. But he quickly grabs her by the neck, warning her that revenge is his business alone. He won't hand it off to anyone. Once we complete this exchange, I will offer this body to whoever wants it. Heki Long hesitates a bit because things are not going according to plan. Some steps are off, but if the outcome is still right, why not accept? Fine. Let us see how much longer you can hold on. The specter of death and chaos will guide you, as the exchange in his consciousness concludes. Heki Long grants him the power to unleash a fireball at Chuyo, who quickly retaliates. The two streams of power collide, creating a massive explosion in the sky. The nunnote in Chuyo's hands has been itching for action. I do not intend to be a burden. I will join the fight as the embodiment of wings. With that, she dives down to face Ananta, using black tendrils from the ground to bind him while she gracefully lands. A surge of power shoots up from the earth to attack Ananta. Looks like the one receiving this body is settling in quite nicely. Nunnote. Of course. But your power still has not changed. With that, she looked down at Ananta's charred body. One side of his back burned. Chuyo, standing by his side, remarked, I just need to make a little move. And that is enough. Before he could even show his true power, Ananta summoned his wings, declaring, I must curse you. He then opened his mouth and shot a beam of light straight at him. Rupo and Ruby had separated and were now inside Ananta's body, loudly calling out, Ananta, can you hear me? Answer me. She looked up and saw a tangled mess above her head, where Ananta was being controlled, both his limbs and mind. Ananta's outer form had lost part of its head, and Choyo's wings were singed, having been used as a shield. You foolish, wicked spirit. Is your curse only strong enough to burn these white wings? Get your act together. Suddenly, the sky shattered like glass. Chuyo commanded Biharan to ambush Ananta from above. With a powerful punch to the back of the black dragon, Rupo and Ruby inside felt the impact as well. The red orb containing Ananta shattered from the shock, and he lay face down, unmoving. Seeing this, Rupa struggled to get up to support him, but Ruby was quicker, transforming into her human form and rushing to Ananta's side. I will protect you no matter how many times you fall. Ananta. Ruby stayed by Ananta's side, using her healing powers to mend him. Gradually, The muscles in his arm began to recover, returning to their original shape. Outside, Baiharan, Chuyo, and Sinunoth gathered around the black dragon's corpse. After observing for a moment, Sinunoth remarked on Ananta's vengeful form. Someone he had been watching for a long time in Nadia's realm of souls. He is our enemy, but he is also just a soul in pain from losing his beloved. Allowing him to pass peacefully would be the mercy of the victor. Chuyo hesitated at Sinunoth's word, having been silent until now, which made Sinunoth and Baiharan wonder why he, who usually talked a lot, was so quiet. Chuyo felt something was off. He subtly raised his hand, noticing his fingers were turning black, spreading down to his palm. Could he have been affected by the curse of the black dragon? Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the black dragon's body, forcing Baiharan to dodge. The energy began to form a powerful force. And before he could react, a large hole appeared in Chuyo's head. Even he was taken aback. From that surge of power, a massive hand tore a path through, and Ananta restored his original form, albeit slightly smaller, ready to fight. Sinunoth was not worried about Chuyo's head. He was slightly frightened that even after all this time, Ananta still had not fallen. Baiharan was supposed to be the frontline defender, but was stopped by a monstrous fox. Meanwhile, Chuyo had healed his wounds, and as soon as he regained his eye, he immediately challenged Ananta. Lex and Quay were reporting on the battle to their teammates, stating the current situation at the Levating fortress. On this very day, the embodiment of the wings appeared among the attackers at the Levating fortress. The embodiment of vengeance entered the battlefield for the second time against the embodiment of the wings. Once the outcome of the battle is clear, we will return to base. Just as Quay recounted, the battle here was heating up, with both Ananta and Chuyo ready to dive into a life-or-death showdown. Ananta transformed into a half-dragon, half-human figure, soaring into the sky to face Chuyo, who was fuming on the ground after being toyed with time and again by Ananta. You dare underestimate me. Sinunoth, seeing his comrade getting riled up, felt the need to intervene before things got out of control. That power is a curse that turns its target into a monster. If it drags on, they will end up devoured and can never return. Just like Ananta at this moment, Sinunoth advised Chuyo that retreating was the best strategy. Baiharan and the fox monster were locked in an epic battle on the side, and Chuyo called out to Baiharan, cutting off his darkening hand and turning to speak to him. Our target has been within reach for so long now. There is no time to waste here. He commanded everyone to fall back. Chuyo called for Baiharan to open the portal, and he complied, clapping his hands together with force, instantly creating a hole in the barrier just big enough for everyone to pass through. Ananta, seeing the enemy about to escape, let out a thunderous roar. Sinunoth glanced back at his old acquaintance one last time and said, Hefty Long, if you desire to live so desperately that you must take over someone else's body, then sooner or later, we will have to face each other. Ananta focused his power, unleashing fireballs all around him. Sinunoth spoke while reverting to his original form, spreading his arms wide to absorb Ananta's attacks. Izuzu, Nematona one black-skinned bastion stood firm against all his attacks. A new day dawned, the sun rising as it always does, while a silhouette approached the scene of the battle's end. The greatest outcome of this fight was confirming that the curse of Heftlight Long had tainted the embodiment of the wings. The extent of the damage inflicted by the curse on that guy remains unclear, but based on the reactions he gathered at the scene, Blackfoot was on the phone to update everyone. It could be estimated that the guy had significantly weakened. The enemy's swift retreat is evidence of this. Next, I will report on the damage assessment. The non-combatant count of Levating is estimated at around 3,000 people, with an estimated death rate of about 97%, and approximately 90 survivors. The combatants of Levating number around 400, with an estimated death rate of about 99%. Leaving only 4 survivors and 1 traitor. Blackfoot received orders from his superiors to assess the current situation of Ananta, the embodiment of revenge. At this moment, Ananta had reverted to his original form and was sitting solemnly on a rock in front of Blackfoot. While Rupa anxiously worried for him, Blackfoot confirmed that he was still safe. Ruby wanted to rush over to comfort him but was grabbed by someone and taken down, forcing the opponent to retreat, which was already a win in itself. Blackfoot noticed that he did not seem interested in being comforted. It felt like that to him, did not it? Ananta. Ruby suddenly transformed into a human form in her hands. Just as she intended to run to Ananta, Whitefoot held her tightly, which Ruby did not appreciate and pushed away. Oh, are all divine beasts this adorable? Blackfoot set Ruby down and turned his gaze to Ananta, saying, Why do not you enjoy this moment a bit? After all, you fought hard to win. The victory here is just a cry of despair from those who've lost hope, mourning the important people taken from them. As the images of the victims from this war flash through his mind, he realizes he has not taken anything from him yet. Next time, I swear I will end this battle. Blackfoot saw him being so stiff, so he pulled him in for a hug. Seriously. What kind of person can be honest at all? Sometimes. Showing the emotions hidden deep inside is super important. This gesture made Rupa blush and set Ruby off. I am pulling it together for you now. Ananta. The final move. I am about to whisper in your ear. Just as I was about to deliver the line, Ananta hit me with an elbow that sent me flying. Whitefoot showed up right on time to prevent any unnecessary chaos. Blackfoot was right. Ananta's efforts were commendable and should not be underestimated. From defeating the second in command of the ferret, facing off against the winged guards, to injuring him severely, everything shifted dramatically with Nadia. But still, this reckless counterattack was something no other incarnation had ever dared to pull off. Only you, a mere human, had the guts to do it. Ananda did not feel too thrilled about Whitefoot's recount of the achievements. He was not interested in flattery, just say it straight. Whitefoot kept smiling at him, reminding him that the core forces of Devouring were still intact. We need to prepare a new base to regroup and brace ourselves for the enemy's second wave. Rupa was not too keen on building a new base in U right now since Devouring does not have any large fortresses left to protect the civilians. If we can avoid being detected by the enemy, we are bound to suffer losses. Whitefoot had anticipated that things would head in this direction, so she made preparations ahead of time. We propose a suitable location for all the survivors. The Blackfoot headquarters. Plus, to honor Ananda's contributions, we will reveal some truths about the winged incarnation that you have never known. This information successfully piqued his interest. Ananda looked at Whitefoot threateningly. If she said something stupid, she would know what was coming. Whitefoot flashed a cruel smile he would never seen before. The incarnation of the Juo Wings, his true identity, is the final incarnation among the 6 first ones in this world. The Emperor's incarnation. It is a memory of an afternoon by the beach with her, where I could not stand beside her anymore. I did not feel sad at all. The lingering sentiment was that I could not bless her. That is Ao's memory when he was still a swordsman. Now, he is heading back to geospace with Kizuoka. The whole gang ended up on the rooftop together, including a girl with 2 horns, Zit, and a young man waiting. When O approached, the guy turned around to look, just barely escaping death. Pathetic. Kizuoka. That guy looks like a fish with his mouth torn wide open. Kizuoka turned green with anger at the jab. Wallow quickly recognized who this guy was. This guy had previously been a candidate for one of the 5 major guardians. But after being dropped, he was slaughtered in 4th and 5th positions. The ferret in the 7th position was demoted and constantly provoked by the winged incarnation, the incarnation of the massacre. Kizuoka wonders why this guy is still on lockdown but is here. He just laughs and says, "Are you still asking? It is time to rearrange the order." Just then, the shield behind him shatters, and the J crew returns from battle. Seeing Joe's eye injury, Kizuoka turns pale with worry. That wound is serious. But all he gets is a cold glare from Joyo, so he decides to keep quiet. This invasion was supposed to appease Gahan's spirit. What should have been a one-sided massacre left the responsible parties of the chariot facing death. Even one of the 5 great protectors was critically injured by the enemy and had to retreat. The reputation of the chariot has hit rock bottom. And Kizuoka, being directly pointed out, has been sitting in a corner praying all this time. Senyunat notices Juyo being a bit harsh on his subordinates, so she speaks up. Kizuoka is also surprised to run into an old acquaintance. Senyunat explains that she just happened to clash with him. Is not it too cruel to punish her further? His words leave Kizuoka just grinding his teeth in silence. Juyo agrees with Senyunat, as it makes sense. Sometimes rewarding instead of punishing can lead to the growth of the clan. From now on, I will reorganize the hierarchy. Acknowledging the achievements of the spies, I appoint the embodiment of swordsmanship to the chariot. In the 6th position, the embodiment of the storm is demoted from the 5th position. And Kakat, the embodiment of slaughter, is appointed as the chariot in the 5th position. The 2nd position is now vacant, and I appoint Senyunat, the embodiment of magic, as the chariot in the 2nd position. My brothers and sisters, a new chapter in our history is about to unfold. My journey to invade the realm of the gods beyond this world will reach its conclusion as soon as the final preparations are complete. Back with the Ananta crew, a massive golden orb lights up, and a few bunnies are waiting for 3 beams of light to appear. Ananta, Rupa, and Ruby are transported to who knows where. Whitefoot steps out with a grin to greet them and introduces this place as the headquarters of Theju Sadidasi. Welcome to Lebizito. Rupa does not forget to mention that Legita and the others have not arrived yet. Whitefoot reassures her not to worry about that. It is a bit of a hassle. But after gathering the remnants of Devouring under Blackfoot's guidance, we have formulated a plan to bring them to Lebizito. Ananda wonders how she managed this since her powers are gone. Whitefoot confirms that Akubiyez leads the way, but with the special teleportation magic of the CGNS, it is still doable. The reason I invited you here first is that it was the leader's request. Whitefoot takes all three to the library to meet Sazina. While Sazina is busy searching for a few books, Ananda notices Sazina looks oddly familiar. Like she could be one of those other girls, but a single word from Whitefoot clears up his confusion. Sazina stops looking at Ananta and hands a book to the bunny next to her, saying, I am sorry to meet the real you after only hearing about you. I almost did not recognize you. Ananda can't believe someone so friendly is actually the leader of those crazy bunnies. Sazina reassures him once more. It was me who pulled you into the Sefchi to C plan. Ananta is taken aback when she realizes that even though they are on the same team, they still exploit each other to achieve their own goals. Sazina chuckles. No need to be so suspicious. We are just alike. After all, she leans in closer to Ananta. Because both of us share a common enemy that we hate more than anyone else. Rupa notices Sazina's rambling and crosses her arms, urging her to get to the point. Did you really call us all the way to headquarters just to chit-chat? Sazina's expression turns icy upon seeing a girl. All right. Let us change locations then. The five of them head to a private table to discuss matters. A long moment of calm descends over everyone. Sazina, enjoy this moment. Have you ever felt this way? When you hate an enemy so much that you want to know everything about them. Like an obsession. Anana feels disgusted to encounter someone so clingy. Hatred will eventually fade over time. Unlike strong people. Weaklings like me choose to never forget. I have documented every detail of his history. Enough to fill an entire library in this room. The story I am about to tell starts with the journey of an unnamed embodiment. In a vast and desolate wasteland, a figure rides a camel through the emptiness. The camel's body is riddled with arrows. And after just a few steps, it collapses. But the fall of the camel does not throw the rider off. The figure gazes ahead and sees a shadow slowly approaching. To see the world in a grain of sand. To hold infinity in the palm of your hand. And eternity in an hour. In a room filled with machinery. A robot stands in the center, tasked with conveying the fundamental principles of existence and providing widespread benefits to humanity. Questioning the creator about the purpose of enforcing these fundamental principles. What is it? The system operates independently from the external world, maintaining the overall framework to analyze the consciousness and perceptions of organic beings, creating emotions and a sense of self for the embodiment of the machine. That is how the unnamed embodiment operates. The unnamed embodiment looks at the girl in front of him, holding a pitchfork, and finds it utterly pointless because that weapon can't kill him. Shut up. If you make any suspicious move, I won't spare you. Don't even twitch. He raises a hand to his face, showing his annoyance. He removes his mask, stating, my fundamental principle cannot harm a human girl. The girl gasps upon seeing his face. Behind a layer of iron mask lies a mechanical face, and he asks for her name. My name is Fina. She replies. The first person the embodiment of the machine interacts with, Ananta. Having listened to the story, thought she was hearing a fairy tale. So she nudges Sugina to get back on topic. All he wants is information about Juyo. He is here to find clues on how to defeat him. He does not care about what that guy did in the past or where he has been. Sugina senses his impatience and explains in greater detail. The origin of the embodiment of the machine is the starting point of how he became the embodiment of wings. Exploiting weaknesses to take down our enemy is something we should definitely do. Please listen to the story with me. I have no intention of wasting time. Anana rolled her eyes and urged her to continue. So Sugina closed her eyes and kept going. That night, her mechanical form and that girl ran through the desert all night. Fiona finished her meal while he did not need to eat at all. I have a question. Given the physical limits of humans, the chances of survival in a radius of several hundred kilometers are extremely low. So why are you moving in such a wounded state? Fiona still was not used to talking to him. Her profession was that of a merchant, trading with the tribes scattered across the desert. Since childhood, she traveled with her family through many different cities, providing water to those in need. In this vast desert, there are countless people who need help from her family. But the greedy bandits could not care less. She recalled a massacre and robbery involving her merchant group and the bandits. Her loved ones sacrificed their lives to carve a bloody path for her escape. She dragged her bloodied and wounded body alongside the camel, recounting her tale while reliving those painful memories, which brought her to tears. Seeing her cry like that, the mechanical form observed that the emotions she was expressing were the most primal of human feelings: sadness. Right. Sorry. I just let my life-saving benefactor see such a pitiful sight. There is no need to apologize. Having emotions means you are still human. That is the area I am talking about, something humans find worth exploring. She remembered the story about those humanoid creatures he mentioned. She had heard of them too. Senunoth, Luna, Azadahaka, Zioga, Alakuth. When trading across the continent, it is hard not to hear those names. But she had never heard of the mechanical form. What exactly is a machine? He raised a hand to explain that it is a device powered by energy, performing assigned tasks. You could say it is a precise tool for achieving specified goals. I am a servant of the machine god, governing creation and destruction. I was created to spread civilization for humanity. I am not a divine creature of annihilation, but an artificial entity. My fundamental principle is to provide broad benefits to humankind. I have been tasked with leading humanity to a higher form of development. Fiona sat there, listening to him ramble, not understanding a single thing. Seeing her confusion, he decided to simplify things for her. He stood up and moved away, placing one hand on the sand. A flash of light blinded her, and when she regained her senses, she saw a large hole appear before her. Look here. If there is no water source, just create one. And immediately a massive stream of water began flowing from the bottom of the hole upward, with methods to locate groundwater and technology to desalinate seawater. The people of the desert will never lack water again. Fiona, I will help you bring benefits to humanity in this land. What unfolded before her was truly miraculous. Although she did not fully grasp what he was saying, she understood enough to realize he was indeed her lifesaver. Among the unfortunate souls submerged in darkness, the divine will appear as a light. But for those blessed souls living in the light, who will appear in human form. 1 year later in the desert city of Ocean, on a special archipelago filled with ships and beaches for traders, a group of locals is waiting for Fiona's ship to dock. And look, there it is, Fiona's leader coming in. After embracing the spread of civilization and technology from the machine embodiment, the desert land has flourished significantly in a short time. Fiona, who harnessed water resources to create lush oases and traded desalted seawater, has made a significant profit. In just over a year, she has become the top merchant in the desert. The ocean archipelago is always buzzing with energy whenever we visit. Nothing special about that. Right. Machine mask. Machine mask is the nickname Fiona gave to the embodiment of the machine. Due to the recent surge in trade with the outside world, infrastructure like roads and ports can't keep up. And Fiona does not quite understand what he is saying. The oath of vengeance dictates that criminals must face punishment, but it must fit their crimes in every context. This stems from an oath proposed by the leader of the special region in council. Fiona finds this absurd because that oath is meant to protect everyone from outlaws, so why hinder the development of the special region? The machine embodiment explains that to survive in this harsh land, those who take the lives and possessions of others are called outlaws. The special region has banished anyone with even the slightest connection to them, and the number of people unaffiliated with the special region far exceeds those inside. Even though there is an option for everyone to coexist, some choose to clearly distinguish between enemies and allies. If punishment is not seen as a means for social good but rather an end in itself like it has been, people will never stop killing each other. At this moment, when labor is desperately needed to drive the development of the special region, it seems more practical to open the doors to those outside the law, accepting them and utilizing them as a labor force to expand production. Fiona interrupts. We will pretend we never heard that. I am always grateful to you. It is thanks to you that this land has thrived over the years. Not just me, but many here owe you. And I will continue to rely on you in the future. But if you turn your back on helping us, who will understand the resentment of my deceased family? The embodiment of the machine does not grasp the issue at hand, does it? Because the dead can speak nor create any meaningful outcomes in human society. What matters to him are only the living people he can observe. His words drive Fiona to rage. Not only does this creature take the lives of innocent people without hesitation, but it also is not human. Fiona can forget the pain of losing her family to outlaws, a machine embodiment that fails to understand the human heart. Before Fiona can recognize the dampness inside him, the concerns of the machine embodiment have already become clear. The outlaws have banded together and are waging war. There is someone up ahead. Do not worry. Just keep moving. We will kill and loot anyone who dares to stand in our way. Eliminate all those damn special region bastards for us. Embodiment of machinery raises its hand. How the city has tied us to the definition of humanity. I need to find that answer right now. From the palm of his hand, a system resembling a gun barrel emerges. A surge of power so intense that it obliterates the invaders with just one strike. He dreams of shedding the absurd shackles and revealing his true nature within. The citizens inside the city are clueless about what is happening. They still think that the outlaws are charging in. They need to get out of here as fast as they can. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them. Are you really going to leave the children and the elderly behind to run away? It is our leader, whom we must fight against the outlaws. They have harbored hatred for us for so long. They will surely try to wipe us all out. Yet, some want them to surrender immediately. Surrender. That is just what cowards say. So what can we do here? Fiona reassures the people. Don't be afraid. This land is a paradise. We have worked so hard to build, a place filled with the blood and sweat of everyone. So why hand it all over to those who took the lives of our loved ones? Let us fight together. We will defeat them with our own hands. Let us unite and claim victory. Fianna's words instantly lift everyone's spirits. The citizens are filled with determination. Suddenly, a massive beam of light bursts from behind them. Fianna realizes it is the surge of power emanating from the embodiment of machinery. The machine's presence left a long, deep scar on the sandy ground after annihilating the outlaws. He puts his mask back on just as Fianna rides in on a camel. When Fianna sees the aftermath, she can hardly believe her eyes. All the outlaws' masked killers were wiped out by him. Is this really the work of a human? The embodiment of machinery looks at her, feeling an emotion that mirrors the first time we meet someone. Is that fear? Fianna, I have met you right here on this land. I am so lucky, because I have fundamental questions about the basic principles of creation. What does it mean to be human when the world distinguishes between the embodiment and humans? I have always wondered about the essence of humanity. As the fish once said, humans should not harm one another. Now, I will embark on a journey to seek the definition of humanity. The embodiment of machinery gently places a hand on Fianna's shoulder. The very one who liberated me from unreasonable fate. Somewhere. A girl with cat-like hands witnessed the scene through her lens. She simply smiles and says, "Gotcha. Betrayer of the world." Then, the embodiment of machinery walks away from Fianna without a second thought. For a long time, he wandered on a distant, aimless road, analyzing the feelings he experienced and coming to understand himself. Suddenly, he realizes the feeling he is experiencing is joy. But doubt quickly creeps in. What brought this joy to him? To find the answer, he immerses himself once more into the world of humanity. As the embodiment of machinery settles in various lands to spread technology and civilization, he realized humanity's prosperity and was worshipped like a god for many long years. But that never lasted. Over time, it faded away and turned to dust, because the places he stopped were vastly different from the world where he once met Fianna. As always, humans hurt and betray each other. The good ones living in sorrow, tears, and suffering. The murderers are not truly human. They are just things that wear human forms like Fianna once did. And all who witnessed this scene considered him a savior. Humans, why do you worship me? Killing one person makes you a monster. Just as killing a million makes you a conqueror, killing everyone will make you a god. O noble one. What is your name? I am your name. Why do I remember this? The machine's presence quietly leaves humanity and heads somewhere unknown because he just needed a moment to reflect. In a place with no one around, and then right before his eyes, Luna, the embodiment of magic, appeared. Luna was breathtakingly beautiful with cat ears and two-toned eyes. She held a bamboo umbrella over her head as she approached, and stopped to read some kind of incantation. Suddenly, countless beams of light emerged, and the machine's presence was unexpectedly taken aback. Super advanced spatial transfer technology. Even more surprising was how that entity could possess such enormous power. The space around them transformed, filled with towering bookshelves, rivaling the largest library in the world. Luna spoke. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am one of the 6 original embodiments. Luna, the embodiment of magic. This is my first time meeting you in person, so I am quite excited. How about you? Machine presence, he replied. I am also one of the 6 original embodiments. Sister, how should I interpret this sudden invitation? Depending on the circumstances. He slowly raised his hand. But before he could finish speaking, a voice jumped into his throat. Welcome back. Did you have any trouble getting out? Luna glanced at the girl with rabbit ears approaching. Can you bring some neat clothes for our guest to wear? Serena. Rupa gasped. Wait, Serena is your name. Right, Serena replied. Yep. I used to be a young maid serving Miss Luna. Anna asked. Are you avenging your master? She is my relative. Someone more precious than anyone in this world. The machine's presence changed clothes and looked quite dapper. He followed Luna. Glancing around, what a strange place. I can't measure the scale of this place with any technology I have, Luna calmly replied. Of course. This is Mekong Labyrinthos, a multidimensional information hub, a treasure trove of knowledge where all information, since the world began, has been recorded. Think of it as an infinite magical space. That will make it easier to understand. He sighed. But there is nothing here that interests me. When do you plan to take me back? Luna continued to lounge. Labyrinthos is a separate dimension, cut off from the world, and no one can enter or leave without my permission. So I advise you not to think about it too much. I am a librarian tasked with managing Mekong by the god of magic, who is not foolish enough to challenge me on my own territory. Right now, the atmosphere of this black machinery is incredibly gloomy, despite its already grim face. You are making a mistake. I will not be bound by anything. Even the will of the gods cannot restrain me. Luna looked up at him with a disinterested expression, pulling a book off the shelf. I do not intend to argue about your beliefs. Is that why you killed a human? The machinery replied. A killer is not a human. My basic principle defines humanity that way, I see. So could you take this and step aside? As she spoke, she handed him the book she had taken down. You machines are so practical. I can't shake this feeling of unease. Turns out our conversation is not going smoothly. He opened the book to read and asked, What is this? Luna replied, The real reason I invited you here is that it is an ancient book recording the horizons of a world that has existed since the very beginning. Moreover, it describes the primal functions of the sacred artifacts we possess. When the 6 sacred artifacts gather, a seed will grow and form the tree of worlds. He wondered, Why are you showing me this? Luna pointed a finger at him. To enlighten you. I possess the power to see the future. In the not-so-distant future, the 6 sacred artifacts will gather and the tree of worlds will descend, bringing forth a horizon that will annihilate all life on this earth. I must stop it at all costs. If you help me, I will grant you anything you desire. The machinery asked her, Do you even know what I desire? She quickly responded, You want to become human. Want to be human. Does that conclusion relate to your possession of so many powers? Like space manipulation and prophecy, no embodiment has ever possessed so many powers. To put it another way, your true power is to create your own abilities. Luna recited a spell, and the embodiment of the machinery shook, losing its entire essence. Luna smiled. When I first met you, I was not sure how things would turn out, but this is not too bad. The embodiment of the machinery transformed into a mini version, raising its hands. This is, Luna explained. On this special occasion, I will imprint that power onto your body. Azar Idun. The power to change the form of the subject. This is a technique that imposes the concept of a child that the subject can only recognize. Just as you said, I have a lot of powers, so I have been observing the first 6 embodiments for a long time now. Among them, there are those who blend into humanity, and those who dominate humans like you, who are unlike them. You have abandoned the role and mission bestowed upon you, and spent more time than anyone else understanding humanity. That is the sole purpose of your life. The embodiment of the machinery stood still for about 5 seconds, saying nothing. Luna asked, What is wrong? Not denying it, he finally replied. I have many things to say, but there is no reason to deny your observations. But even that is not enough to convince me why you want to win me over. What do you really want? Big Sis. Luna smirks mischievously, suggesting a mutually beneficial deal. All I want is to team up with you. As she spoke, she placed her rose-adorned headband on his head, looking adorable as ever. Luna had struck a deal with the embodiment of machinery to prevent a disaster she had foreseen. This is a fusion of magical powers and mechanics, and Luna had her own plans to combine them with the strength of the machine embodiment. A year later, the machine embodiment had returned to its towering original form, working on something. Luna approached, sensing that everything was almost complete. How's this project going? He picked up a small orb. The powers had been tested and refined through many trials, and now it was nearly perfect. Luna looked at the orb and remarked, This magical engineering orb transforms powers into mechanics, definitely the hardest kind to create. You have done an amazing job. Serena. Take it. Serena gasped in shock, her heart racing, then carefully reached out to take the orb. Now, let us think about where we will go next. Reb led the way, and the space around them lit up brilliantly. The machine embodiment spoke up, saying, This place is... Luna replied, Besides Serena, you are the first to set foot here. This is the outpost to prevent the encroachment of the world tree. Welcome to the lunar base. This place resembled a grand castle missing its roof, with a massive telescope positioned in the center pointing straight up toward Earth. The machine embodiment looked up, intrigued by the plan of someone who could foresee the future. The idea of turning powers into tools using 6 magical engineering orbs would enhance my combat abilities. But what about telepathy? Transferring the powers you desire through space seems tough to wield in battle. But I still want to ask one thing. What exactly did you see in the future? Luna answered, The future belongs to the realm of irreversibility. Once it is decided, there is no turning back before conquering you. I have searched for allies for a long time, and even tried to share my prophetic abilities with one of the 6 embodiments, the warrior embodiment. Real. I thought he would be the strongest ally and would align with me. But the answer I got was unexpected. She recalled when Rio told her, I understand your concerns, but unless there is a clear sign, I can't follow your vague prophecy. The machine embodiment wondered. Vague prophecy. Luna explained, I can't see the future clearly. When predicting something, it is not prophecy, It is just a guess. Only those with a clear will to make it happen can turn that into reality. The nameless embodiment with its strange wings. My plan is to detect the appearance of that being beforehand and prevent them from stealing the divine treasure's powers that you suspect are for emergencies. I want to ensure this child's survival, she said while gently patting Serena's head, the two exchanging loving gazes full of affection. For the machine embodiment, the development of the magical engineering orb will end here. From now on, I am assigning you the task of operating the base on the moon. Investigate the entity with the strange wings here. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. The machine's avatar stands inside a magic circle, energy crackling from its head downwards. Luna casts a spell, granting it a human form. This technique operates on the principle of Asia Idol. I will inscribe that power onto your body, so you can activate it whenever you want. But why do you want to become human? The machine's avatar closes its eyes and replies, once I achieve a human form, I will let you know. Luna conjures a magic circle right before them, saying, so I will transform you. The machine's avatar slowly morphs into human bones, causing Luna and Serena to widen their eyes in disbelief. Luna stutters in shock. This can't be. That form. Could you be the one from my prophecy? The machine's avatar has now transformed into a complete human. From his back sprout a multitude of wings, and as light shines forth, he speaks. The brilliance blinds Luna and Serena. Sister. The machine's avatar does not want to be human. He aspires to something greater. I have recognized the patterns to bring freedom from this world, and I will spread my wings of light with the path to freedom spreading across the world. Zuriel, the winged avatar, reaches out, his sharp claws aiming for Luna's right eye. Serena, tears streaming down her face, screams Luna's name. Zuyo holds her eye up, grinning wickedly. I will venture to the other side of the world and reclaim dignified freedom from the gods. Serena watches in horror as the light beings tighten their grip on Luna, her heart aching. She screams. Zuo glares at Serena, whose face is streaked with tears and snot. I will take the magic orb. He extends his hand, and Luna murmurs, Alcubierre, guide me. The bright beings surrounding Serena suddenly falter, revealing a spatial circle before her. Luna disappears right after, while Zuo stares into the void ahead, realizing that it is thanks to her that he can easily dominate you like this. Two avatars of different kinds, but sharing similar energy. I have noticed you have transferred most of your power to Serena, making her highly likely a backup to sustain Labyrinthos in emergencies. Luna smirks. You do not know anything. Emotions exist because of those we love. She collapses to the ground, her gaze vacant. I point a finger forward, and a spark of light appears. Oh light. To exist, we must continuously evolve to escape the old lives of the enslaved, following the customs and rules of the gods. Though I am not sure why. He is now dressed in long pants and a tucked-in shirt, looking quite dapper, though a bit shabby. Today, right here, I will put an end to my former self, he says, pausing to gaze toward Earth. Back in the present, Serena places her hand on the book, which reveals the origin of the winged avatar. Rupo and Anana are in shock, and Anana asks, so what now? She wants to avenge her fallen master. But aside from spying, she has no other skills. And her subordinates are just a bunch of poor rabbits. She is merely the leader of an old library. And now she is searching for a chess piece with a fate similar to hers. So you want to lure and exploit me. The one who can't even face their own death is talking about revenge. Serena's face was emotionless. Just like you said, I am weak and timid. Too scared of life and death to speak up until now. That day, after losing Luna, I fell into utter despair, crying helplessly for what felt like forever. My sorrow turned into rage. Luna was like my parents, the ones who raised me, an orphan with nowhere to turn. She even shared her strength to transform me into her embodiment. Before long, I was able to fully take on her role. Throughout all this time, I honed my power and intellect fueled by my hatred for Juyo, determined to use Luna's legacy to get my revenge. Sisters, we must retaliate. Please let Juo become your strength. Fulfill my wish. Ifood held a box as he walked over to Ananta, puzzled, asking, what is this? Luna replied, the magic sphere has merged into machinery that can seal powers. Uberman. The source of the double embodiment's power comes from 6 magic spheres. If we use Uberman, everyone can nullify all his powerful abilities, including the powers of the evil god that have merged with you. Rupa was surprised. Are you saying Anana can return to her original body? Anana lifted the sphere, her face determined, looking ready to battle. He and Rupa began to leave, and Anana asked, do you have anything else to say to me? The bunnies said that in half a day. Your teammates will be here. Take a moment to rest. Rupa paused for a moment before speaking. Ananta, what do you plan to do after getting your revenge? Anana coldly replied, I do not know. I have never thought about what to do after revenge. If I had to choose, it would just be to visit my sister's grave one more time, he thought to himself. But with the time I have left, perhaps even that small wish won't be fulfilled. Rupa placed her hand on his shoulder, saying, "It is okay to remember the family you have lost and rise above the pain. With those bunnies around, you could live a normal life." And Anna showed no emotion. "That does not concern you. Stay out of my business." "That is pretty harsh. Do not you think?" Rupa huffed for a few seconds before saying, "How can it not concern me? Teammates are the ones who stand by you, support you in tough times, and solve problems together. Those are the people you can trust. And because of your life being intertwined with mine at any moment, that is why I can't abandon you. You are my teammate." The way she said this had her blushing like a tomato definitely caught up in the love bug. Ananta stared wide-eyed at Rupa, who looked back at him and continued, "Before meeting Ladritha, I was one of the spirit beasts tamed by Yo-Yo. Even though I was very young then, I do not understand why I have no recollection of anything before that. Ladritha said I was trapped in that time. That place was a dark, damp cave. A vast space where it felt like my footsteps could never touch the ground. Inside, many spirit beasts were imprisoned and kept together. I was one of them. Once a month, he would appear before the spirit beasts, forcing everyone to kill each other. All around me were those who wanted my life. Yo-Yo's goal was to turn the spirit beasts into monsters through these deadly battles. I did not want to become a monster just to survive that unbearable loneliness. I chose to be a solitary beast." Suddenly, the cliff erupted, and Ladritha, along with an army, arrived. The soldiers shouted, "Your Majesty, the excavation is complete." Ladritha said, "Some of you stay back to keep watch. The rest, follow me inside." As they entered, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. The air was thick with the fog of beasts, and blood was splattered everywhere. Ladritha was taken aback. It was truly terrifying. Soldiers suddenly shouted, "Something's over there." They all fell into battle positions. A wolf dog slowly emerged, growling menacingly, its eyes glowing red like two angry traffic lights. The soldiers raised their weapons, ready to fight, and the wolf dog became even more furious. Ladritha sensed something about this creature. She ordered everyone to step back, saying, "Don't worry. It is just scared. Lower your weapons. We are not its enemies." Ladritha pressed her sword into the ground and cautiously approached the wolf dog to talk. But before she could finish her sentence, the wolf dog lunged and slammed her to the ground. It howled, its mouth wide like a cave, sending the soldiers into a panic as the queen froze. Ladritha shouted, "I am Ladritha Anuja, Queen of Lavin. I come to free the spirit beasts who have suffered under the hands of the winged embodiment. If you are not its subordinate, you must have endured the harsh pain for too long. Fierce spirit beast, if the one you are baring your sharp teeth at is also my enemy, I will welcome you as a lifelong companion. Tell me your name." The wolf dog's surprised gaze shifted, transforming into that of a human back in reality. Rupa continued, "It was the first time for me, someone who had never relied on anyone and always fought alone, to have someone extend a hand and invite me to be their teammate and friend. Maybe that is why I could not ignore him. He looked so dangerous." Ananta remembered his sister, recalling the moment he held her lifeless body in his arms, crying like a storm. "The reason I relive that moment is obvious. I do not want to lose someone precious again and endure the pain like that day. Being weak means that no matter how hard I try to push people away, they still come closer and gradually step into my life." He looked over at Rupa and saw Ruby had jumped onto her at some point. He approached her and stood face to face, then said something vague, along with the others. After about 5 seconds of silence, he called her name. Rupa was surprised and stammered, "Did you just call me Rupa?" He placed his hand on her head, thanking her. Somewhere, Nadia knelt on the ground, her body covered in dirt and filth, looking utterly defeated as she bowed her head. "It has been a long time, has not it? It is so hot. Is this all my blood? Why do I have to suffer like this?" "Because you do not want anyone to sacrifice themselves," a voice echoed. The one who looked just like her. While she could only stand helplessly watching, Nadia looked up with lifeless eyes. "Just like that person." "Right." The other person frowned. "So I hope you won't repeat the mistakes I made. Many years have passed, and my incarnation has become almost immortal. Yet, I can't forget the faces of those who perished in my arms. Fleeting and fragile as life is, in the end, all that remains for us is sorrow. I do not want to kill. Nadia, please understand and accept me. Embrace me. And together we can create a world where no one has to suffer." Nadia murmured an incantation. And suddenly, the branches shot out, intertwining and thrusting straight towards the other person. Nadia touched a branch, knowing that what I understand about you will never happen. but I can empathize with you more than anyone else. Like a supernatural force. She transformed, surrounded by branches. Gripping one as a weapon, she slowly approached the Nunat. The Nunat finally revealed its true form, a monster. What a pity that you let yourself sink so low. Is this what living means? Nadia replied boldly. It is my will to never be defeated by you. At that moment, her entire body transformed into a tree person in a lush meadow. The Nunat sat cross-legged on a stone. Eyes closed. Audie approached and spoke up. I am here to report some things. But it seems your condition is not great. You are still struggling for control of your body with Nadia. She quipped back. You are really concerned about that? Ah. Right. You are the one who stabbed her in the back. If Nadia regains control, the most awkward one will be you. I sighed helplessly. How can I not care? I am used to being the one left behind. After hurting someone, all I can do is hide and never get a chance to apologize. The Nunat fell silent and reached out to accept the handkerchief from him. I may have gone too far. Thank you for your goodwill. What brings you to find me? Command given from the incarnation of wings. I replied. In the center of the castle, a large crowd gathered around a floating orb. Breakwood held a megaphone and smiled. Everyone, please follow me. I will guide you to the treatment facilities and accommodations right here. Welcome. Your Majesty. To Labyrinthos, Serena said politely as she approached. I'm the leader of the raiders. Lagartha continued. I want to express my deep gratitude to you for helping the survivors. Leverton will never forget this. Rupa jumped in. Hugging Lagartha. Welcome. You have really gone through a lot today. Lagartha saw Rupa's emotional reaction and stiffened up. Thank you, Rupa. Ananta, witnessing this scene, softened her expression and smiled gently, no longer bearing her usual cold demeanor. Around a large table, people were whispering, their faces filled with disbelief. No way. He is one of the first incarnations of machinery. Lagartha glanced over. It seemed hard to believe just from hearing about it. But there was undeniable evidence right in front of them. She looked over to see Whitefoot holding a plate with a hand on it. Serena, I know you want to eliminate the incarnation of the wings. But even though he might not be in the best shape due to a curse, Leverton still has not pinpointed where he is hiding. Where exactly is Yuff? Anana suddenly appeared from behind like a ghost, at the moon base, where the spirit of the deceased mage resides. Serena lowered her head. That is right. Lord Luna is resting on that moon. And Juo along with Sephiroth are there too. She placed a piece of paper on the table and walked away. Everyone, from now on, I am going to unveil the plan to infiltrate the moon base that our team has been preparing for a long time. Serena cast a spell on the paper, and the location sprang to life in stunning 3D visuals absolutely mesmerizing. The moon base is essentially a watchtower to observe the world, being a facility that can grasp global situations in the blink of an eye. There is no way to avoid detection aside from the Labyrinth's outpouring. The exposure of Levaton's secret base is due to this very reason. After Geo took control, it expanded into 10 zones, and the moon base transformed into a colossal cannon connecting these areas. Ananta asked, how big are those zones? They are about the size of a nation's capital. Bon chimed in. Those 10 zones are city-sized, which matches the number of Sephiroth perfectly. Lagartha questioned. Could it just be a coincidence? Serena replied. It is not a coincidence. The moon base, redesigned by Juyo, can be seen as a spell formation for materializing the world's horizon. As for the Sephiroth, they are the elite seeds he nurtures. And only one chosen branch can grow to become the world tree. The goal of the moon base invasion plan is to thwart Juyo and Sephiroth's ritual. And now I will present the detailed strategy for the assault. Meanwhile, on Juyo's side, a gigantic dragon gazes at him. You said you would help me escape from this loneliness. The embodiment of wings. Are you really trying to aid me? Juyo persuaded. Master of the Abyss, you truly are noble. Despite having the power to destroy the world, you live unbound by anything. Juyo, wish to praise your spirit of freedom. The dragon thought to itself. That tone sounds like it sees itself as a higher being. Juyo continued. The one who stands in the sky is the loneliest at the highest point, while the soul stuck at the lowest position is something only I can truly understand. In the castle hall, a woman resembling a mermaid raised her voice. What is going on? I came here because of Lord Juo's summons. But why is the second in command standing in that position? I responded. The embodiment of wings has already assembled separately. They have ordered me to gather all the Sephiroths and convey what needs to be shared. Another voice chimed in. Doesn't he seem much like him? Does it? The embodiment of wings is usually clear about the hierarchy, delegating tasks to someone new rather than annihilation or the abyss. Are they reorganizing the hierarchy again? For a lowly creature like me, This is quite the gossip, Senonot shouted. Shut it. From the start. You lot only reached that embodiment position thanks to the power of that branch. So just focus on the wishes of the master. The mermaid woman got furious. And a terrifying monster appeared behind her. Is the second Sephoros insulting me? What kind of person has a temper as hot as fire? Above. Countless eyes fixate on the crowd. Do not stop now. Senonot. Those eyes are closing in. We have already lost nearly half of our Sephoros. The bond of the crowd, united in faith, is trembling on the horizon of the world. I want to let any words incite chaos. Relay the orders of the winged avatar right away. A massive heron appears with a seriously displeased expression. Senonot says, in 4 days, we will unleash the horizon of the world on this moon. The intermediary is me. The branch of Senonot's transformation technique. All Sephoros will remain alert at their base, ready to counter any enemy attack. One Sephoros wonders, an enemy attack, who could possibly breach this moon base? Even if they can teleport like a destructive force, finding this place hidden is impossible. Oh explains. According to the orders from the winged avatar, remnants of the magical avatar are aiding the enemy. They do not just have a base we can infiltrate, but they also possess the power to teleport into the moon base anytime. That guy is shocked. What? That sounds ridiculously impossible. The sisterly mermaid calmly says, let them come. No matter how many, even if you suffer a humiliating defeat, I alone am enough. Do not just stand there with your hands on your hips looking down. This is concerning. The unity of the Sephoros relies on the absolute presence of the winged avatar. Without it, they would just be uncontrollable monsters. Is the damage caused by the curse really worse than I think? Over here. Breakwood smiles brightly and waves at Ananta. Oh look who is here. I have missed you. Suddenly, Rupa smacks Breakwood right in the face, not letting her run over to Ananta. Ananta watches this scene. Speechless. Girls are really hard to understand, Breakwood teases. Being that rude is not going to win you any points with the guys. Rupa raises an eyebrow. Well, with someone as uncouth as you, it is no wonder you are not making any friends. Ananta stays silent the whole time, just smiling quietly. He and Rupa exchange friendly looks. Breakwood's eyes widen as she realizes Ananta and Rupa's relationship has changed. So that is what has been happening. While I was not around, they have gotten closer. Rupa scolds Ananta. You are being unreasonable. Always nagging at me. He walks away. Retorting. What are you babbling about? Breakwood hurriedly follows them. Wait for me. The evacuation of the civilians was completed safely. The Queen personally checked on the people. I wonder if she is overdoing it. Where is everyone headed? Ananta replies. To a place where we can let loose. We are going to meet the stubborn one who insists on joining the front lines in 4 days. Whitefoot stands up ahead, seemingly waiting for them. She turns and says, I am waiting for you. Ananta. Thanks for agreeing to my sudden request. In a village engulfed in flames, little Ananta is still holding his sister tightly, unable to move. Whitefoot approaches. Smiling. Hey little humans. I want to ask you something. Why is there such a terrifying raw energy flowing through here? Someone's done something incredibly messed up. Right. I mean, how can anyone endure this overwhelming atmosphere? Right now, your body is nothing short of a vessel. Can we hear the story from the last survivor about the disasters that struck this village? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Hai Youngbo, and you are the sacrifice of the wings. Rupa looked at Whitefoot in disbelief. What on earth is that shape? Breakfoot chimed in. It is Azurite. The power to change the form of the target. You have heard my big sister mention it before. Right, Rupa asked. So Whitefoot has been hiding her true form all along. Why is that? She started her role as the older sister in the Thoquok as a specialist in intelligence and infiltration to gather dangerous information. During the chase for Joyous Trail, she happened to encounter Ananta. Sister Whitefoot, who always cared about breaking the curse, wanted to utilize Ananta's powers to bring him into our plan. Her role shifted to supporting Ananta, and to maintain her cover. She changed her appearance. Ananta stood face to face with Whitefoot. It has been ages since she revealed her true form. Whitefoot did not answer but asked, do you remember my conditions? Ananta replied immediately. No hesitation. Of course. In the upcoming battle. She wanted to prove she could fulfill her duty and fight against me. Right, if you win, I will officially request your master to recruit you into the Moon Base Assault Team. Blackfoot. I am sure you understand the stakes now. Until one of us can fight or dies. You will be the witness to this battle. Blackfoot stared blankly at Whitefoot. When she saw her sister nod, she finally spoke. In this battle, Blackfoot, a member of the Thoquok, will bear witness for both of you. She thought to herself, no matter what, I trust you. Whitefoot clenched the orb tightly. Ananda's arms transformed into those of a monstrous beast with sharp claws. And he lunged at Whitefoot. She used a trick, summoning a rabbit shape, and jumped to dodge Ananda's attack. Embodying the rabbit, Ananda scowled at Whitefoot. She executed her next move. A massive beam of light shot towards Ananda, sending him skidding across the ground, now in the form of a wild boar. With both hands on her orbs, Ananda had to admit that his attacks would never reach me. Ananda, furious, unleashed waves of crimson energy. Was that all he had to say? He charged at her furiously, but she effortlessly dodged every strike. Rupa watched the action unfold, eyes wide in astonishment. She was evading all of Ananda's attacks. Blackfoot's face was as tense as a string. It was not just luck. This is my sister's true power. The ability to turn danger into perceptual visual information. When my sister's real body and powers come together, no attack can ever touch her. Whitefoot propelled the sphere forward, summoning a blanket of magic. As the waves surged and wrapped tightly around Ananda, Rupa spoke softly, saying that the battle with Ananda had surpassed all predictions. Before Whitefoot, flames erupted fiercely. She was stunned, her eyes nearly popping out as Ananda sprouted 2 pairs of wings, making the waves disperse. He dashed towards her at breakneck speed, his face no longer resembling that of a human, while Whitefoot gripped the sphere in her hands, ready for battle. With a crash, Ananda dove straight down, dust swirling everywhere. He swept past her, punching the ground with such force that it shattered. Whitefoot stood there, stunned, halting her attack. Ananda stood up and replied, "If you keep dodging like a coward, I would have killed you a long time ago. But I see a warrior ready to face the cheat. I have always hated you since the first time we met. You always hide your true feelings, pretending to be cheerful while you are not." He suddenly grabbed her face with great force and shouted, "You want to kill that cheat, right? That guy Joe has made your precious family suffer. You want revenge on him, do not you?" Whitefoot recalled her childhood, soothing Blackfoot to sleep, then turning to see Serena asleep in the chair beside her. The power to create clones. I was the first clone born from my eldest sister's strength, to fulfill her wishes, seeking revenge in the form of wings. Whitefoot approached, calling out to Serena, only to find her dreaming, calling out Luna's name, tears at the corners of her eyes. When I was young and knew nothing, I just hoped her wishes would come true soon. But wishing alone would not solve anything. The enemy was simply too powerful to handle. We have been operating in the shadows, investigating and forging alliances with forces that rival Joyo. And for that, we desperately needed an agent who could venture into any danger. That is my role. I am the tool to fulfill the elder sister's wishes, an emotionless piece of jewelry that brings luck to its owner. As long as the person does not suffer, even I do not matter anymore. But you truly loved me, back in reality. White froze when she saw Serena, so shocked that she dropped both the spheres she was holding as Serena approached. "Why did you do this? Haven't you always emphasized that in any situation, our safety should come first?" Whitefoot embraced Serena tightly, feeling a lot of resentment towards her sister. How could she live a life driven by revenge? Why must we always endure suffering? If you created us to fulfill those wishes, then from the start, you should have treated us like emotionless tools. If the original purpose is all that matters, then why teach me how to love? Ananda spoke up, stating that Whitefoot had risked everything to confront me in battle to protect her. So she hoped this time she would be allowed to fight alongside her. Serena yelled back, "Stop saying such nonsense. I can't throw this child into danger just because of my vendetta." Whitefoot gently pleaded, "Please let me go with Ananta. Even if it costs me my life, I want to fight for you. As long as Joe exists, you will never escape that pain. A world free from your suffering is my only wish." Whitefoot cried softly. Rupa placed a hand on her shoulder. Seeing her cry broke Ruby's heart, and she felt the urge to fight. Raglith suddenly set Ruby down on the ground, and she fell silent, remembering the past. She was brought before Ladritha. The embodiment of a child. This was the child saved from the realm of the embodiments in the east. The soldier replied, "It seems that their entire family and loved ones were slaughtered by the embodiment of the wings. Perhaps the shock was too much. They still can communicate, and might have closed their heart off completely." Ladritha commanded, "Protect that child." A placed a hand on the child's head, saying, "Hello, cute girl. My friends call me the embodiment of swordsmanship. Can you tell me your name?" Currently, Raglith sat on the ground, her hands on her knees, bearing her head down. Ruby noticed something was off and approached, transforming into a human form to ask, "Hey kid, what is wrong? Why have not you said anything?" Raglith remained silent, and then a thought struck Ruby. Raglith sensed something and looked up to find Ruby sitting next to her. Ruby smiled confidently. "How's that? If you have any problems, just tell Ruby. I am really gentle and will comfort you through everything. Raglith emitted a sound. Just one word. Ruby asked. Oh, is someone really important to you? Right. Raglith could not articulate clearly. Her mind flooded with images of being locked away in a terrifying place. Crying while looked at her with a cold gaze. Then she fell silent again. Ruby stood up, hands on her hips, saying, All right. I will ask Anana for help so you can meet O, and I will go with you. She took Raglith's hand. Do not worry. Ruby will definitely make your wish come true, Serena told everyone. Over the years of monitoring the activity at the lunar base, we have witnessed something strange. Every time there is a total solar eclipse, an unprecedented surge of energy is recorded at the base. The energy generated from each base gradually converges at Central Base 2, and is maintained for a certain period before disappearing. We have concluded that this is a test run for the horizon of the worlds. Everyone was shocked, and Raglith asked, This phenomenon is related to the plan to infiltrate the lunar base. Right, Serena replied. Exactly. Based on the observations from the energy sources at each base. It mirrors the energy emitted from the branch of the world tree. If each base acts as an energy source, it must be the power of the Sephiroth. Burin spoke up. So in other words, to realize the horizon of the worlds, the enemy's forces will be dispersed. Right. Seeing Serena silent, Rupa asked anxiously, So when's the next total solar eclipse? 4 days later. Ananta asked, Is that the day the operation begins? That is right. In 4 days we will attempt a large-scale spatial shift, infiltrating Central Base 4 on the moon. Lagoda wondered, Can't we shift directly to Central Base 2, where the ritual takes place? Wildfood explained, It is not feasible because we can't pinpoint the coordinates. The spatial shift technique we possess has 2 types, a small-scale type for under 4 people and a large-scale type with no limit on numbers. Unlike the small-scale shift that allows the user to move freely, the large-scale type can only be used at coordinates Serena has visited. The original coordinates of the lunar base can only perform a large-scale shift to Central Base 4. Serena continued. Also, since only I can perform the large-scale shift, I need my siblings to activate it when everyone is present. The infiltrating army will shift to the lunar base. Then their task is to secure the retreat, setting up the large-scale shift device, the very essence of everyone's life. Meanwhile, Ananto and the others will hold Central Bases 4 and 3 to advance into Central Base 2 for the final battle. Tata said, A concentrated strategy. Minimizing confrontation with the enemy, striking fast and winning quickly. Ananta looked up at the 3D map hovering in the air, where Zuyo was located. Serena placed her hand on the map on the table, currently unable to determine the enemy's position. So nothing is certain about what will happen. This is truly the final battle. A fight where we will mobilize every card we have, and there won't be a second chance. So I hope everyone prepares thoroughly with the time we have left. The only way we can win this battle is if Ananta successfully defeats Zuyo. Ananta sat quietly in the room, holding a small orb, staring intently at it. The demon behind him babbled nonsensically. Sealing powers. And Luna. You have hidden something like this, the one with the ruined origin. Do you still cling to that faint hope? Before long, your body will belong to me. Do not forget, to defeat the embodiment of wings, you must unleash all your power. If you even think about using it just once, I will seize your body and destroy it immediately. Ananta's voice was cold. You do not need to worry about that. Defeat Zuyo for revenge. Then take my body. Do you plan to live a lonely future like that? The demon was sensitive or something, howling like a cave beast. You scoundrel, I will never forgive you. I will seize your soul and body and humiliate you. Ananta smirked, wiping the blood from his nose with a grin. All right. Let us agree on that. I have no way back now. The next day, everyone gathered at the center of the castle. Rupati Hen said, Everyone is waiting for you. Ananta. Aren't you going to say some words of encouragement? Everyone is relying on you for this crucial battle, so your words will surely help a lot. Ananta's gaze was as cold as ice. Encouragement. I do not really know everyone gathered here. They are not blood relatives, and there is nothing special connecting us. Honestly, I do not think I am that special to lead a battle like this. Blackfoot turned to Wildfoot, saying this was nothing like Ananta's usual style. Ananta continued, But I can assure you of one thing. I will definitely survive until the end. The true victors will be us. I will prove that in this battle. He clenched his fist high, and everyone joined in, shouting with determination as the final battle began. A golden light flashed like the glory of 10,000 Buddhas, and in an instant, Ananto and his crew arrived at a new place. Ananta looked around. This was the moon base. Wildfoot placed his hand on the long decayed wall. This place was abandoned and severely damaged, But just as the elder sister had said, Bohan was speechless. Truly hard to believe how could humans do this. They all gazed towards Earth, thinking no one would believe our old story now. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Ananda jumped, turning to see Rupa's wide-eyed surprise. We are really on the moon. But how can we breathe? Blackfoot pointed. Must be thanks to that thing. Right. Wildfoot explained. That is the energy transfer station. A device installed in every moon base. It circulates the life force of trees to maintain the living environment across the base. Each Sephiroth protects the transfer station at their respective base. Rupa asked. But why is there no sign of anyone here? Wildfoot replied. More than half of the Sephiroth have been defeated, so it is tough to operate the entire system at once. This place is abandoned now. Blackfoot, hurry and set up the transfer device. Ladritha spoke up. Some will stay behind to escort Blackfoot. The generals and I will lead the way. Ananta, you hang back to conserve your strength. Ananta walked toward the gate like a god, ready to activate his body. The path from Central Base 4 to Central Base 3 was wide open, and led a group that included Rupa. Utterly careless did not they realize we had infiltrated here. Wildfoot frowned. Don't he let your guard down. We do not know where or when the enemy will appear. Rupa asked Ruby. Are you still keeping a low profile? And why are you covering your face with that hoodie? Ruby stuttered, unable to respond. Rupa pressed. Are you feeling okay? Ananta turned to glance back at her. Suddenly, Ladritha pointed ahead. Look, there is an exit. A path ahead is glowing brightly. They walked until they reached a towering spire. To enter this dangerous area, one must be worthy. Ladritha gasped. Is that his voice? A masked figure stood before the tower. I will help you assess your worth. Ladritha snapped. Why would you betray your team and side with Juyo? A slowly drew his sword. Team. You all are just my pawns. Attack. With that, a swarm of grotesque creatures erupted from the ground, charging wildly at Ladritha and her crew. A thought to himself. This army is a bunch of fierce monsters waiting to draw power from the branches. No matter how strong you are. Ananta, you can't face all these beasts alone. Will you drain your strength for your teammates or hold back and sacrifice them? The choice is yours. Raclette finally dropped her hood, swinging her fire-tipped staff to create a magical circle. The monsters that charged into that circle screamed in agony. Oh was shocked. Like, what the cheese? They saw Raclette and Ruby merging their bodies together, and she shot a glare at Ao, calling out his name. Rupa washed off the sauce. Raclette, what are you doing here? Lager yelled. Focus. Rupa, don't he get distracted? The others are closing in. The monsters kept pouring in like a relentless tide. The team quickly raised their defenses. Beacon swung his axe, cleaving through them without hesitation, while everyone else smashed their maces down, crushing the monsters' skulls. They were all drenched in battle blood. When suddenly Rupa looked up and saw Ananta charging forward at breakneck speed right in front of O. He slowly approaches with his sword, asking if a child should step onto the battlefield. O says this when he sees Raclette standing next to Ananta. He replies, this kid is here to fulfill his own will. So do not belittle that will. Speaking of which, I still have a debt to settle with you. I am here to kill you. The debt Ananta refers to is when O stabbed him through the chest last time. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold, even if it takes 10 years. Ananta fiercely threw off his cloak, while O raised his sword, both readying for battle. They lunged at each other with blinding speed, as Raclette watched anxiously. Ananta and O were locked in a fierce fight. Suddenly, O's sword transformed. It morphed into a long Yurumi, slashing at Ananta repeatedly. Ananta's face darkened, and he immediately swung a powerful strike at his opponent. In pain, had to retreat, but Ananta pressed on relentlessly. O nimbly bent down to dodge, then unleashed a fierce claw technique. A vicious slash came out, but he was horrified to open his eyes wide. Ananta's thunderous punch landed squarely on his face. Ao's body was sent flying, and his mask fell off. At this point, Ananta calmly spoke. Last time we faced off, I was left in awe by your relentless sword techniques. Although I was not at my best then, your abilities were undeniable. However, it seems you have grown weaker. Ao scoffed. Ha. You are getting a bit too cocky there. Your sword now is filled with hesitation. Meanwhile, from a distant branch, a shadow suddenly appeared. Alina tilted her head, emitting strange sounds. Ananta was taken aback and looked up. He wondered, is that the sound of a bird? At the same time, A heard it all. Alina's smile flashed in his mind. He removed his gloves, revealing a mark that was half burnt. What do you know about me to babble like that? Just a guy who can only vent his emotions. O said this while launching a fierce claw technique. Flying sword, how could you understand the burden I carry? Ananta furrowed his brow. The resurgence of sword techniques. Is that his power? On the opposite side, Oh skillfully commanded the swords. They surged forward like a gust of wind, and Anta jumped a few steps. Then threw a punch directly at the flurry of sword lights. Unexpectedly, Oh grabbed a sword from the ground and executed his fierce technique. He leaped high. Using a sharp slice to strike directly at Ananta's arm, he quickly turned around. Was the hesitation gone? Oh soared into the sky. If you want to win without giving your all against me, that would be a huge mistake. Ananta. Fine. This warm-up is enough. Ananta spoke as he transformed into a black dragon form. Come on. I will shred you into pieces. Oh's expression turned serious. So he is finally going all out. But that is exactly what I was hoping for. He unleashed his fierce technique and dove straight down. Ananta quickly retaliated with a powerful strike. A wave of energy shook the space violently. Both gritted their teeth, trying to withstand the backlash. A moment later, a crackling sound echoed. Oh's sword shattered into 2 pieces. Ananta seized the opportunity to strike. Oh quickly threw his sword to block the blow. The blades dug deep into Ananta's right arm. Yet, he kept punching fiercely at his opponent's face with his other hand. Oh was instantly knocked away. Jayaklet. Witnessing this, panicked and called out his name. He instinctively wanted to rush over, leaving Zubi in a state of pure terror. Don't go. Jayaklet. But all she could think about was Oh. Meanwhile, he was pumping himself up, getting back on his feet, thinking, why am I still lying around? I have not finished my duty yet. Oh dream of a tiger seeing a bird flying close. It landed, then slowly walked over, eventually stopping beside him. Moments later, Alina transformed into a human form, her face clearly showing heart attach. Oh smiled and called her name, Ananta. From afar, was surprised to see her. He looked towards the bird that was slowly enveloping Oh's body. Is that the master of the branch you protect? Ananta mumbled. Is she a deity? A dark Oh slowly stepped out from the protective wings. She is not a dark god. She is the one who once guided the knights of the prey birds in the sky, the embodiment of dawn. Elena, the proud leader of the prey bird knights. I recalled a past conversation with Juso. Since more than half of the chariots had been destroyed, I have no choice but to take on the operation of the central towers. You are not planning to stay at the central base number 2. Are you? To realize the stability of the world's horizon, we need to maximize the use of energy from the central towers. We will use all those granted branches and place Alina at central base number 3. I heard this and could not hold back. Didn't you promise? Juso glared at him. I never went back on my word. I said that if you completed the spy mission, I would not eliminate the incomplete failure. Elena. At the same time, I ordered you to assist her, the last prey bird knight. But in the present, a burst of golden energy suddenly ignited. Alina reflected her aura, cloaking Oh's body, and Anna could not help but be astonished. Is that healing power? Elena, for forcing you to use your powers. I looked up at her, but she had never blamed him even once. I have, he said, taking the mask and slowly putting it on. His body instantly transformed, correcting the flaws with her for life. Moments later, O spread his wings and soared towards the center. A flash of sword light shot forward. Ananta's eyes widened in shock. The next moment, his left arm was severed. Ruby and Jaxlet yelled his name in horror. O smugly remarked, our hunting method is lightning fast. You won't even have time to blink before you lose your life. Ananta scoffed coldly. Try me. Just as he spoke, countless blades suddenly appeared. It was O using the flying swallow sword technique, the heart-swallowing blade style. Ananta roared angrily, flapping his wings straight up into the sky. O immediately dove in to confront him. A flurry of sword lights relentlessly attacked Ananta, but he knocked them all away with his hands. Unaware that a blade had crept up from behind, Ananta let out a painful roar. Seeing this, O quickly closed in and leaped onto Ananta. It is. He struck the ground with a thud. Alina was terrified beyond belief. She rushed over to take a closer look, but the sight below left her dizzy. Jayaklet anxiously bit her lip. Moments later, the dust cleared. Oh's mask rolled away. He painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. A wound from Ananta pierced through his abdomen. Suddenly, O raised his hand. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Predator's Strike, his gaze icy. The sword light aimed directly at Ananta's back. But he managed to counter with a chill gunner just in time. The shockwaves made the space tremble violently. Dust swirled everywhere. A shadowy figure began to emerge. The ground beneath them crumbled severely. I spoke slowly. No matter how immortal one is, if the team gets hit, the energy for rebirth will be greatly depleted. He looked at his severed arm. His secret technique has been discovered. Ananta calmly replied. I won't leave any openings a second time. That was indeed a sharp move. Right at that moment, Jayaklet screamed in despair. She threw herself into his arms. Crying uncontrollably, I gently wiped her tears, saying, Forgive me. I truly considered you my dearest friend. I'm sorry I have to say goodbye again. Jiklet looked on longingly as he faded away. Suddenly, Ananta asked, "What is the last thing you want to say?" O slowly replied, "At base camp number 2. There is no Ozo recorded." At the same time, the final monster was finally brought down. Ladrather and Buran looked at it coldly. Only O was left, slowly walking in one direction. "Elena, I have something to tell you." Memories of the training session flooded Ao's mind. That day, his teammates were there too. They all watched as he and Alina sparred. The two were almost evenly matched. Then suddenly, O accelerated and dashed forward. Alina's eyes widened in shock. She tried to raise her sword again, but in the end, she had to concede defeat. Even so, a bright smile still bloomed on her face. O could not help but blush at the sight. The next moment, a sword shot forward. Alina successfully tapped him on the head. The training session came to an end like that. Then one day, O confidently walked into the hall. There, Juso had been waiting for a long time. Everything was proceeding smoothly. O officially became a predator knight. He smiled down at the audience and searched for Alina's figure. But when he saw her smiling at Daytop beside her, his expression darkened immediately. Later, the knight's banner waved proudly. The crowd gathered behind Juso. At the signal, they all took flight into the sky. Suddenly, the sword flashed. The spear suddenly struck the monster's head. It instantly fell to the ground. O proudly stepped on its lifeless body. Then, he unconsciously glanced in one direction. It was where Alina stood. Later, she would marry Daytop. The two held hands intimately, strolling to watch the sunset by the beach. Alina's face was filled with happiness. O quietly watched from a distance, and he unconsciously smiled back. On that very day, Juso came to them. The Knight of the O, the most brilliant genius since the founding of their order. "I will grant you a portion of my power." From that moment, O bore a new seal on his hand. Cut to a late night. Juso summoned everyone. "Come here, members of the Falcon Knight Order." Alina could not help but wonder, "Why did you bring us here?" Suddenly, a dark figure approached him. "You all arrived just in time." The crowd murmured in excitement. "Who is that behind Juso?" An apparition. Right after, a terrifying growl echoed. The monster raised its head to the sky, roaring loudly. "Face it." It suddenly extended its claws. One claw came crashing down where Alina stood. Just as she was about to retaliate, someone charged in. With a single swipe of his sword, O effortlessly severed the monster's head. Alina's eyes widened in shock. O worriedly asked if she was okay. Once the chaos settled, Alina stepped forward to report. "By the order of Gyuso, the entire Falcon Knight Order has gathered here, but the vice-captain is currently..." Juso continued, "If you are searching for your beloved, he is right in front of you. He has failed. That guy longs to be at the pinnacle of the Knight Order, but in the end, he could not withstand the burden of those wings." Upon hearing this, O held his ground. Then, he smiled, looking even more grotesque than crying. Juso suddenly raised his voice. "Do not be afraid, Falcon Knights. Bravely prove your worth. Even if it means turning into incomplete beings, you will be reborn as powerful manifestations to fulfill my wishes." Alina shouted in anger, "O Falcon Knights, destroy the enemy before you." O hurriedly shouted to stop, but it was too late. His comrades were being slaughtered by Gyuso's magic. Even Alina could not escape. O frantically ran toward her. "No way." He glared hatefully at Juso. "I can feel both excitement and hatred within me. Will you stand against me too?" The seal on his hand suddenly glowed, causing O immense pain. "It seems Alina is very important to you. I will give you a special chance to choose. A chance to save her life. The outcome depends on you alone, no matter how painful the result may be. Do you have the courage to face the consequences of that choice?" Alina's smiling face is a stark contrast to reality. O choked on his words. "Please forgive me. My greed has turned you into this. Your wedding day. I am sorry I could not genuinely congratulate you. I deeply regret not wishing you happiness. Even now, I feel immense guilt." Alina slowly reaches out to O, then embraces him tightly. The groom opens his eyes. When he closes them again, tears involuntarily spill from the corners of his eyes. Finally, golden energy erupts, enveloping both of their bodies. That night, O was forced to make a choice. Alina is saved, but she is no longer a knight. Her body has transformed into a giant bird. Gyuso coldly states. Even Captain Alina of the Bird Knight Squad could not withstand it. The power of the incomplete branch only reaches this level. O pleads earnestly. "Please, turn her back to how she was before. Don't turn away from the outcome of your choice. Now she is a hideous failed creation that has become a demon. The only way is to eliminate her to avoid losing the branch." O shouts desperately. "Please save her. If you can save her, I will do anything, even if it means sacrificing my own life." Then, a torch is lit, and O heads back to visit Alina. Gyuso slowly walks over, welcoming him back. "Rooster boy, this time you have completed your mission excellently. I guess now I should just call you O, not only giving up your name and appearance, but also the past of the Bird Knight Squad. I am really looking forward to seeing your performance in your upcoming role as a serpent spy." Hearing this, O unexpectedly uses the torch to burn the seal on his hand to complete the mission perfectly. He needs to earn the trust of his opponent. The promise between us. Please do not forget. O bows his head in agony next to Alina's lifeless body. She had already stopped breathing from the start. Ladritha laments. The deity O tried to protect has also died after exhausting its power to save him, even with eyes closed. You fool, Ananta slowly says. The last words he left were that there is no Gyuzo at Central Base 2. Biphan frowned. This is troublesome. It seems the original plan will be slightly disrupted. I do not know what trap he has set, but sticking to the plan is the best move. Even though there is no Uzo recorded at Central Base 2, it is still the hub connecting all the bases. Rupa glanced at Giaclet, who was sobbing, and asked, but what about Giaclet? Shouldn't we be taking her back to Blackfoot first? Ladritha was about to offer some comforting words when suddenly a loud noise echoed back. A voice called out, Your Majesty, look. The heavy door in the distance swung open, and Ladritha exclaimed, Damn it. Ananta fumed, swearing, they are leading us on like fools. Let us move to the next base. In case Gyuzo is not at Central Base 2, he is definitely planning a ritual somewhere else, not where we expected. And suddenly, Ananda's expression darkened. No matter what awaits us ahead, I have a bad feeling about this. They all began to leave, but the sight that followed left them stunned. Is this Central Base 2? As soon as the words left her mouth, the glass barrier suddenly shattered. A rift in space opened up, and Rupa gasped in disbelief. That is, Ananda's face hardened as she spotted Gyuzo inside. There he is, move now. And then the clattering sound continued to echo. The group successfully entered the base, and Baihiran greeted them. I have been waiting for you. The offerings of the wings. The rain is a warning. He is the strongest spear user. Ananda quickly transformed. I am really looking forward to the battle with you. Baihiran shook his head. It is not time to end things yet. Suddenly, unclapped his hands together, and bursts of golden energy shot out from the sides. Ananda clenched his teeth as the ground beneath him suddenly soaked. Then, the water spread around, opening up a deep dimension. Everyone was startled. Whoa! What the heck? In the next moment, they all lost their balance and fell straight down. Hem was the first to open his eyes. He looked around in shock, realizing he was all alone. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, something bright flashed before him. Then it shot straight at him, exploding violently. Baihiran calmly explained. This is the law field. No sooner had he finished speaking than a monster appeared. At the same time, the K-Cat was proudly eyeing the Kan. Loyal minions of the wings will be waiting for you. Next to Rupa was Kisuogo in the form of a terrifying sea serpent. Beside Jack's Leet was a massive bird. Let us put all our strength into this fierce battle. Just as he said that, a column of water suddenly shot up from the surface of the sea. Leviathan coldly gazed at Ananta, proving his point with his actions. Guarding Central Base 3. A sword pointed straight up to the sky. Ladritha shouted loudly, Let us go all out. Immediately, a blinding light shot out from the side. The monsters across from them roared ferociously and charged forward, while the warriors braced themselves, determination clear on their faces. Everyone lined up, ready to protect their queen. Rise up. Everyone. There is no time to worry about anyone else now. But are we all safe? Your Majesty, trust in them. Dream. I do not believe in gods or demons. I only believe in myself and my teammates. At that moment, on the right side of Base 3, Burin stared blankly at his hand. Astonished by this attack, he stood there, wide-eyed, unable to believe it. No way. What he saw was a bear fused with machinery. On the back of the bear were sharp, jagged ice shards stomped once, and the ice spread rapidly. The icy layer shot straight toward Burhan, forming a direct path. The bear threw its head back and let out a ferocious roar. Then, suddenly, it lunged to attack Burhan. He was forced to take a step back. I have no grudge against you, but out of duty to our shared bloodline, I will take your life myself. The bear continued charging, and Burin quickly raised his axe. He swung fiercely at his opponent's back. The bear let out a painful, anguished cry. Suddenly, the patterns on its belly began to glow. Burin squinted in caution, while the bear unexpectedly unleashed a sphere. That thing shot up into the sky at an incredible speed. At the same time, on the right side of Base 2, Kisuoga was slowly making her way around the cliff. Rupa yelled angrily at her. Are you trying to fight? Do not get it twisted. You think I am doing this because I am scared of you. I just want to enjoy watching you squirm in fear while your life slowly fades away. Rupa suddenly launched a punch, and Kisuoga scoffed dismissively. The one I truly want to crush is someone else. But you are enough to vent my frustration. You accomplice of that damn deer. You there. What have you done to Nadia? Don't be reckless and overstep your bounds. Kisuoga immediately used her corrosive technique. Just as she finished, Rupa dashed forward. She struck hard at Kisuoga's stomach while Kishu still howled. Damn you. But Rupa calmly spun around her body. Fast as a whirlwind, no way. Even before transforming, I have heard from survivors at the fortress. Even unarmed civilians were slaughtered indiscriminately. Like bugs by the vile insect-like creature. Rupa spoke while transforming, revealing herself as a human. That damn bug. She quickly leaped towards Kisu Oga and clamped down on her head, causing her to scream in agony. Get off. I said get off, you little pest. I temporarily avoided death. But the next moment, she heard Rupa's chilling voice. Just you. I will personally end you with my beak. Meanwhile, on the left side of base 2, fresh blood soaked the ground, and Tugcan was breathing heavily. Then, he suddenly collapsed, laughing maniacally. What is wrong? Are you in love? Your squad's gone. And your friends are dead. Now I finally feel the thrill. Even I must meet my end. Tatinkan pushed himself up, ignoring his opponent's taunts, thinking to himself, nice one. That is right. Just like that. He still believed in the legacy of the fallen. I won't allow you to reincarnate unless I take your life. You bull-headed fool. You will be remembered forever. With that thought, Tikan raised his axe and charged at his opponent. He began to reflect on the past, the friends who had shared hardships with him, his beloved queen. That vivid image suddenly shattered. At that moment, Tikan was utterly devastated, staring up in shock. Before him stood the ruthless being who had cruelly taken the queen's life. With that, he simply turned and walked away. Fear and despair flooded Tetkan's eyes. His fated past had closed like that. However, in his moment of stillness, someone unexpectedly approached. Ledra brought light back into his life. That memory surged forward, empowering him in the current battle. As he fiercely attacked the enemy, he embodied the essence of breakthrough. The sharp pain of the spear quickly met with the enemy's defenses. Tetkan vowed that anyone who dared to obstruct his queen would feel his wrath. He swung his spear with all his might towards the foe. The spear aimed straight at the enemy's face. He was determined to crush everything in his path. Meanwhile, on the other side, Burin's sturdy helmet lay shattered on the snowy ground. His weapon had also been broken. He silently lamented the overwhelming power he faced. If he did not act quickly, he would be done for. The bear in front of him was poised for attack. Burhan was suddenly drawn to the gem on the bear's body. They both let out a roar and charged at one another. The mechanical bear thundered across the cold snow. It was immediately struck by Burhan's blow. He followed up with another powerful strike. Frowning, he realized that enhancing his body with mechanical devices might seem strong at first glance, but the excessive weight slowed him down, and his tactical advantage from his divine weapon was sealed off. The reason was simple. Burhan quickly jumped back to dodge the opponent's punch. The gem on the bear's body pulsed with light. Burhan immediately recognized that he had to use divine power to cool down its overheating body. It was clear that it had not considered the consequences, using its life as a mere pawn. Even its loyal subordinates were just discarded pieces. Burhan roared in anger and charged forward like a bullet. He clenched his fist, ready to throw a punch. While the mechanical bear stared back defiantly, it could not evade Burhan's punch. The machinery in its jaw shattered. Burhan was eager to continue his assault. Suddenly, the mechanical bear stammered out a few words. Dad. At the sound of that word, Burhan's body froze. A surreal light flickered in his eyes. The mechanical bear had plunged its sharp claws into Burhan's abdomen. Time seemed to stand still as he stared down at his wound in disbelief. He immediately jumped back. In no time, he lost his footing and fell. Burhan lay sprawled on the ground. His eyes, filled with pain, gazed into the void. Snow continued to fall from the sky. It seemed to evoke memories of a cold winter night. Back then, Burhan had also been wounded in the abdomen. Toteka sat beside him. He instinctively raised his hand, calling her name. Forgive me, he whispered, but Toteka did not reply. She just held his hand. In reality, the divine weapon on the bear's back was burning fiercely. It let out a terrifying roar. Burhan quietly summoned his weapon back to him. He gripped it tightly in his hand. He stood up and let out a loud howl. The mechanical bear growled with a menacing roar from deep within its throat. It was hit on the head by Burhan's hammer. In pain, it screamed out loud, wailing like a banshee. Then, it bit down hard on the old man's shoulder. But Burhan just held it tight. He whispered with a heavy heart. Even though she is gone, your mother will always love you with all her heart. In a dark corner, Gyuzo was barking orders at the bear. Don't he pay attention to those heroic words? The bear's reaction slowly started to reboot. A blinding red light radiated outward. Burhan softly said, the spirit has told me this. Still call me your father after this. Snowflakes. Burhan's vision started to fade, only seeing snow still falling before his eyes. The spirit of the bear had frozen. Two bodies lay stiff. Burhan held his son tightly, filled with longing. I hope that you will rest peacefully in the embrace of family. The catfish was struck on the head with a club. The strong man pushed him deep into the ground. Then, he swung his other hand, ready to land another blow. The catfish suddenly bared its sharp teeth. It quickly lunged, wanting to fight back against the club. The catfish darted through the opponent's arm like lightning. It was thrilled, quickly glancing then swallowing. Blood began to seep from the club's open wounds. Streams of crimson flowed toward the catfish. It excitedly absorbed this new energy. The club was tense. Analyzing. Merging offense and defense. Strengthening and healing itself with the enemy's blood. Moreover, it had the support of innate combat skills. This guy definitely held power rivaling the strongest of the 5 great heart guardians. The catfish suddenly charged towards him. It swiftly danced with 2 knives in attack mode. The club, refusing to back down, swung back. However, this strike was easily blocked. I am getting too worked up. At this rate, my blade will soon dull. Its blade sliced into the club's arm. The man winced in pain, squeezing his eyes shut. After a while of fighting, he began to fall into a disadvantage. The blades clashed, creating a dull thud that sent chills. Before long, the catfish's weapon shattered. It immediately swung its fist towards the opponent. The club's face was battered and bruised. The catfish laughed with delight, but in that moment, it swung its remaining blade up. A large gash appeared on the club's chest, and he clenched his teeth, trying to endure the pain. The catfish pressed the advantage, hacking relentlessly at the club's body. It laughed with glee. Do not think you can escape. But it could not laugh for long. The club suddenly lunged at it with a fist. The catfish cried out in pain. The club, fueled by rage and desperation, ultimately chose the path of self-immolation. Yet, he always yearned for it. The catfish reassured itself. It is not about the power. That bull-headed fool is just recklessly channeling the strength of a dark god. Interesting. I like strong opponents like you, but of course, only when you are weaker than me. With that, it charged at the club like a starving tiger. The guy suddenly stood up straight, arms wide open. The fish darted nimbly, trying to dodge his attack. Then he opened his mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth. Tevakin quickly used his hand to block it. The guy's face twisted in pain. He swung his fist at the fish, delivering a solid hit, and then burst into maniacal laughter. Glancing over before swallowing hard, he greedily absorbed every drop of his opponent's blood. Tevakin suddenly threw a powerful punch toward him. The fish quickly backed away, then leaped forward. He aimed for Tevakin's forearm and bit down. A chunk of meat was torn away. Tevakin unexpectedly grabbed his throat. The fish struggled to break free. He was slammed straight to the ground by Tevakin. The guy added another hit for good measure. The fish cried out in pain. Tevakin let out a huge roar and raised both hands high. The fish realized just a moment too late, facing a disaster of epic proportions. The more injured this guy gets, the stronger he becomes. The blood he recovers will only fuel his power even more. Defend with everything until he self-destructs. The fish suddenly recalled Jiuzo's words, revealing the nature of wanting to stomp on the weak. It is proof showing that he is the weak one. He clenched his teeth in fury. Just as Tevakin was about to strike, he suddenly froze. In front of him, a massive energy ball began to gather. His eyes widened in shock. A shark surged up from the ground, knocking him off his feet. The fish, fuming with anger, sighed in humiliation. Who would have thought I would have to go all out against those who are not even worthy of my wings? Meanwhile, on another part of the cliff, the sounds of fierce combat echoed. Rupa realized. He's too fast. He is countering all my attacks. Rupa charged in fiercely, then fell flat, calling someone an idiot, his aura radiating fear. Kisuoga shouted in fright. Dante, come near. Rupa used blood marks to create multiple illusions of himself. She softly sighed. So shallow. Kisuoga snapped back. Stop acting all high and mighty. Do you really think someone like you can compare to me? Kisuoga's head suddenly exploded, his body slowly disintegrating. This made Rupa wary. She heard the opponent scream, threatening to tear her apart. There is one immutable truth in this world: the one at the top is always alone. That brilliant light attracts the strong for various reasons. Some seek the meaning of existence. Some embrace love. Some aim for the pinnacle. And some yield to fear. Meanwhile, the fish is clever and calculating. He wants to solidify his position beneath that peak. Becoming the favored one of the top is not far off now, until a single mistake happens. He carelessly lets someone else hit him. Yet the fish remains unchanged, trampling the weak and humiliating the defeated. Exterminating the weak, that is the path of power he pursues. Right now, he is pouring all his strength into defeating Tevakin, who is furious. His eyes suddenly bulged. As the spot where the fish just stood was engulfed in dust and smoke, he suddenly floated up behind Tevakin and mocked. You fool. The guy took a full punch and was sent flying 10 meters away. The thirst continues to unleash a deadly technique, slamming down headfirst. Elash. The thirst lifts the guy high into the air. He opens his mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to swallow him whole. The guy is completely trapped inside the thirst's jaws. At this moment, the guy suddenly recalls his own words, saying that protecting the queen is his entire life. The power he once took pride in, now vanished with her death. With a seething rage always boiling in his heart, he feels like he is becoming a dark god. Without your help, I would have turned into a monster, trapped in my own malice. Lagertha suddenly asks, once my wounds heal, will I seek him out, even if I turn into a mindless beast? I am ready to burn this life to the ground, Lagertha firmly replies. I won't allow it. Don't think that dying is a noble act. Do you think the departed would want that? Even though he lost his master and left behind an indelible mark, his true nature is still that of a protector. Keep living. Ga. I will be your target. Don't let your hatred blind you. But if you still want to wield that power, the memories of the guy end here. Perhaps that Lagertha was right, as a dark energy suddenly erupted from the thirst's mouth. The power and wrath of this thirst helped him escape the clutches of death, and he quickly distanced himself. Lagertha's words still echo in his ears. I will allow it when you must protect those who matter. The corners of his mouth stained with blood. Before him stands a furious thirst. He raises his massive arm, and 2 projectiles suddenly fly toward him from the ground. The guy lunges to grab his weapon. He growls. The deputy commander of the Hail Vaten facing his opponent. Yeah, I will definitely win. In this situation, the guy must also be cautious and says, what the heck are you talking about? You bull-headed fool. After saying that, he burrows underground. The guy swims erratically toward the thirst. He even runs around to distract his opponent. The guy suddenly rises and shouts, I will shred you like an old man. The thirst strikes him with a powerful blow. A large chunk of flesh tears off him instantly, while he is still drowning in pain. The thirst raises 2 weapons. He brings them down hard. The guy's guts spill everywhere, and soon there is a massive crater where he stood. The guy's head is smashed to pieces, blood splattering all over the thirst. From here, he looks just like the Grim Reaper. After the dark energy dissipates, he seems to see a light before him. The majestic gate from the past slowly reappears. He smiles softly. Lagertha, my queen, may you live forever. Kisuoga walks away amidst the bodies of the monsters. Her life has been a series of painful days, bloodshed, and hunger. To survive, she held no grudges. She had to use her strong fangs to take down enemies and devour them alive. Besides that, she felt no other emotions until Kisuoga met Juzo, who gave her a branch of the world. Thus, Kisuoga was transformed back into human form. Juzo said, O girl carrying the ferocity of Saga, what is your name? Kisuoga gazed at her earthly body with a sense of unfamiliarity. Then she replied, Kisuoga. Juzo reached out his hand and said, this meeting is the guiding branch towards the transformation of the world. Kisuoga, the one who willingly stands by my side. Will you join me? Upon hearing this, she smiled with delight. Kisuoga bid farewell to Juzo and replied, I accept. Since the day I was chosen by Juzo, her world was void of interest or purpose. And suddenly, she felt an incomprehensible emotion arise, leading her to destroy even more people. She believed her half-human, half-serpent existence was something special, chosen by the embodiment of noble wings. Only her thoughts, her hand stained with red syrup, only her will could represent the other person. She once believed that, until one of her arms was severed, causing Kisuoga to scream in pain. She clutched her injured shoulder, while Juzo stood on a high platform and said, Vehicle number 5. Kisuoga, do not forget your identity. Next time you want to just lose an arm. He reached out towards Kisuoga and looked at her with a deadly gaze. Kisuoga was terrified. At that moment, she immediately understood the overwhelming difference with that level. Juzo with 3 pairs of wings, wielding absurd power. She, who had forgotten her place as an insect, equated herself with her master. In front of him, anyone was just a bug crawling on the ground. Kisuoga realized what this rising emotion was. It was love, clear in her eyes and expression. Yet Rupa bluntly told Kisuoga, you are wrong. She asked in confusion. What do you mean? Rupa replied, how many times do I have to tell you this? That is not love. It is horror and fear. Who do you think you are to assert that? What do you even know? I once fought to fulfill the dreams of my precious comrades. Rupa recalled Lagertha. She continued, and now, I fight to realize the dream of someone important, the one she referred to as Ananta. Rupa placed her hand on her chest and declared, the feelings I have for these important people are definitely love. I will deny everything that belongs to you. Madness is the true bottomless emotion. Saying that, Kisuoga unleashed her energy. Then she quickly darted forward. Kisuoga zipped past Rupa like a flash. She worried silently. Too fast, transforming to focus on superior speed. But the attack power was not that strong. She surely knew that. Rupa watched Kisuoga darting around her at dizzying speed. She knew that Kisuoga was aiming for a fatal blow, so Rupa used her sense of smell. She detected Kisuoga rushing towards her. Therefore, Rupa raised her hand high, hoping for sharp claws. She swiped hard at her opponent but missed. Kisuoga landed behind Rupa and cursed. Damn it, she observed Rupa and asked, are you using your nose to find positions? Truly. Filthy creatures. Rupa was also analyzing her opponent. Poison was her main power. No one would seal their own advantage just to enhance physical capabilities, although her speed was superior. In this state, just a slight mistake could be life-threatening. A moment of carelessness would determine the outcome. A wolf and a serpent would face off against each other. On this final afternoon, the outcome of the battle hangs in the balance. Rupa grits her teeth, staring down Kisuoga, who returns the glare. Kisuoga unfurls her spikes and launches them forward in a barrage, forcing Rupa to sprint for cover. But suddenly, Rupa's heart races. Kisuoga's tail sweeps toward her with a vengeance. Get out of the way, Rupa thinks, urgency coursing through her veins. The two engage in a chaotic brawl, with Kisuoga relentlessly attacking with her tail while Rupa nimbly dodges. Unfortunately, she gets hit and feels a searing pain in her tail. Kisuoga quickly regains her composure. Panting heavily, she wonders to herself, strangely, the venom from my tail should be debilitating. How is that girl still standing strong against me? Rupa's condition seems surprisingly stable. Facing off against Kisuoga, Kisuoga grits her teeth in fury, splitting her tail in two. No way. I can't lose to a lowly creature like you. With that, she unleashes a relentless assault with both parts of her tail aimed at Rupa. Rupa crosses her arms and raises them to shield her head, taunting, "Is your brain getting starved for blood? What a warning sign." With that, she charges in for a counterattack, the force of her strikes hurtling directly toward Kisuoga. When Kisuoga gets hit, she cries out in pain. She braces herself with her two tails against the ground. Then, using that force, she leaps toward Rupa. Kisuoga summons a purple skull head, declaring, "The thrill of crushing my enemy in the final moments." That is the excitement of the final blow. Acid bomb and explosive shockwave of purple erupts from the clash. Just days ago, Rupa received an anti-poison talisman shaped like a flower from Nadia. "What is this?" she had asked curiously. Nadia replied, "It is a protective charm. As long as this talisman resides in your body, it will shield you from all poisons in this world." Fast forward to the present. Kisuoga stands amidst the swirling dust, her expression darkening as she realizes Rupa has not been taken down. Kisuoga thinks she can see the hazy silhouette of nature's essence through the dust. She recognizes this presence. It is Nadia's. Kisuoga confirms to herself that it is definitely her. Opposite her, Rupa raises her hand, ready to strike. She delivers a powerful blow, sending Kisuoga sprawling to the ground. The impact causes her to cry out in agony. Kisuoga whispers weakly, "How could this happen?" Rupa responds, "In the final moment." With that, she swiftly pulls something from Kisuoga's being. It is the branch of the world. Rupa gazes at it, saying, "It had to be unleashed at the last second." Meanwhile, at a towering monument, Bihiran stands on the rooftop, gazing at the vast universe adorned with countless stars. Furrows his brow, pondering. The heart is born from life. The monstrous beasts are born from death. Bihiran looks at his hand and questions, "So why does the heart dwell within me? What is its purpose?" He clenches his fist tightly. Before Bihiran, two portals open up in space. He realizes that today, as the horizon of the world unfolds, the essence of the wings proclaims that he may find the answer. He stares into the portals. One side crackles with lightning, while the other reveals a wildly churning sea. Bihiran is tangled up in lies. But if we can't answer this question, then we, in that thunderstorm-filled dimension, Jeed spreads his wings wide and perches on a stone pillar. Lightning strikes hard against the ground. Whitefoot clings tightly to let Tisev and wipes off the rain. She runs to a rocky ledge and screams. Holding on tight, Whitefoot leaps off and whispers an incantation. Bunny form. Just as she jumps, a bolt of lightning crashes down onto that very ledge, causing it to explode. Inside the narrow canyon, Whitefoot secretly watches the raging thunderstorm outside. She anxiously wonders about the power controlling the lightning. It is definitely him, perched on that stone pillar. Jeed is still spread-eagled. Whitefoot reassures Jack's letter and Ruby, saying, "For now, we are safe from the enemy's attack here. In the meantime, let us move to base number 4 in the center with Blackfoot." With that, she pulls out a golden orb. Ruby asks, "Can't we go where Ananta is?" "Sorry, Ruby. Right now I still can't pinpoint Ananta's location. Maybe everyone else is being forced to move randomly just like us." Ruby's face reveals her panic. Whitefoot declares, "I need to get you both to safety as soon as possible." Jackie's letter grips her hand tightly. He stands up and shouts. Whitefoot awkwardly calls out to him, "Jack's letter." Ruby takes her friend's hand and says, "Jack's letter says he does not want to run away like this." Whitefoot asks, "Ruby, can you communicate with Jack's letter?" "Of course. Because Jack's letter and Ruby have become one." Ruby always wants to fulfill her friend's wishes. Jack's letter does not want to abandon his friends to escape now. With that, Jack's letter ignites into a massive flame. Whitefoot is astonished, thinking, "Fusion. The essence of a divine beast's power is the heart's desire to grant wishes." Right. She kneels before Jack's letter and calls out his name. Whitefoot warns, "The enemy we have to fight is incredibly strong, beyond anything you can imagine. Do you still want to fight to protect your teammates?" "Very well." Outside, the lightning continues to flash. A blob of yellow goo suddenly bursts forth from the mountains. Grinning with delight, meanwhile, the goo gradually transforms into the shape of a mouse. This is Jack's Letter's ultimate technique. On another battlefield, the sea is violently churning. Ananta says, "The moonlit sea. Isn't this a fairy tale?" Before him lies a massive wave, and within it, there is a person. That person is Leviathan. She remarks, "What a romantic expression. This vast ocean is the highest point of the moon base, divided into 10 parts, where only the elite can reign. You understand my intent, right? The embodiment of vengeance." Hearing this, Ananta grits his teeth in anger. Leviathan transforms the waves into gigantic water dragons, confidently declaring, "I am the one recognized by Lord Juso as the strongest confidant." With that, a water dragon opens its mouth wide and charges at Ananta. He gathers red energy around himself, hoping his sharp claws will be unleashed. Ananta slashed fiercely twice. The force of his awakening charged forward and instantly shattered that water dragon. 2 other water dragons immediately continued their assault. They charged straight into the spot where Ananta stood. He let out a thunderous roar, his fiery red wings spread wide, unleashing a burst of red energy that obliterated the 2 water dragons. Next, he soared straight towards Leviathan, letting out a fierce battle cry. I have to conjure a water column to block his direct attack. Ananta flew outside the water column, declaring that he would defeat and devour the master here, and I will use my own power to take Yuzo's life. Upon hearing this, Leviathan closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, they had turned pitch black. Fiery red pupils locked onto Ananta as he said, "Watch this." Ananta suddenly jolted. A massive wave surged up high. It crashed straight down onto the stone pillar where Ananta stood, drowning that spot in water. He began to sink deeper into the ocean. Leviathan proclaimed, "Those born of the ancient tortoise." Ananta struggled to break free in the water. Before him now was Leviathan, transformed into a colossal wave. He continued, "Those who can provoke Leviathan, embrace your origins and behold." He gazed at Ananta with an eerie, glowing red gaze. Leviathan's long, serpentine form twisted through the water. Ananta glared at him. At this moment, Leviathan had morphed into an enormous water dragon. Dwarfing Ananta, he struggled to flap his wings underwater. This created powerful currents shooting straight toward Leviathan. Head exploded with a bang, and Ananta observed the situation with eager eyes. It meant he was still intact, and Leviathan had activated his water spout mode. A deep torrent surged. The sharp water stream aimed directly at Ananta. He crossed his arms and raised them to protect his head. In the blink of an eye, the water spout rushed in and submerged him. Ananta was swept away, but he still thought defiantly, "I am not afraid of you. I will prevail." Ananta gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing, energy surging in red. This caused the surface of the water to erupt violently. Meanwhile, Leviathan calmly observed the situation. I saw the water around Ananta boiling and glowing red. He poked his head out and let out a loud roar. Ananta faced Leviathan and asked, "Are you finally ready to go all out?" With that, both of them opened their mouths wide and concentrated energy into a sphere. Leviathan shot her blue sphere forward. This was her ultimate move. The breath of the sea dragon. The attack collided head-on with Ananta's ultimate technique. Unfortunately, Leviathan's power still edged out just a bit. Ananta's head was immediately struck by that piercing blue light. He gradually fell beneath the water's surface. His eyes closed, but Ananta suddenly snapped back to life. He continued to charge toward his enemy, even with one side of his face and horn knocked off. Leviathan exclaimed in shock, "What?" Before she could react, Ananta was right in front of her, seized Leviathan tightly, her body twisted, and she used her long form to wrap around Ananta. He had to open his mouth wide to breathe. Leviathan seized the opportunity to gather energy once more. Luckily, Ananta had leaned against the spikes and sharp horns on his body. He successfully broke free from Leviathan's grip. Ananta thrashed in the water. Leviathan saw him continuing to charge toward her, so she glared at him and said, "Just try to see through this." Ananta suddenly froze, as if his body was being crushed. Leviathan continued, "Explode under the weight of the abyss." And with that, Ananta's body was shattered. Flesh and blood scattered, leaving only a glowing red heart. Leviathan asked, "That heart is your source of rebirth. I want to give you a chance to resurrect again." And she summoned 2 water dragons. The 2 dragons rushed toward the heart. Suddenly, the heart throbbed vigorously. Strange red energy swirled around Ananta's flesh and blood. Then, a figure appeared alongside a voice. "Who dares to bite at me?" A massive black dragon suddenly materialized before the 2 water dragons. It opened its mouth wide and prepared to swallow both of them. Leviathan stammered in surprise. "Who are you?" Right before her stood Ag Dahaka. The being smirked and replied, "Remember this well. I am the embodiment of the demonic essence." Agi Dahaka. Leviathan immediately went on high alert, thinking, this is one of the 6 original embodiments, the sea dragon Agi Dahaka. She recalled about the second embodiment and wondered, Does he also possess the ability to seize others' bodies like the second embodiment? It is not the same. My instincts tell me otherwise. I have never encountered anyone with this much murderous intent. Right now, Ajidahaka is glaring at Leleviothan with a fierce look in his eyes. You pathetic worm. He sneers. Leleviothan feels a chill. Suddenly, he sees Ajidahaka reaching out toward him and says, I need to teach you how to face a higher existence. A brilliant golden orb appears, startling Leleviothan. The surface of the sea suddenly erupts with a massive explosion near the stone pillar on the water. Leleviothan stands there, panting heavily, surrounded by a protective sphere. Ajidahaka praises, I can't believe you actually withstood my deadly blow, you pathetic worm. Before I take your life, tell me your name. I am the right hand of the divine wings, the embodiment of the abyss, the beastly Leviothan, a divine beast. Lilevio. I will remember that name. Meanwhile, Hebron has been watching everything through a spatial rift, but he does not say a word. Soon after, the sea is completely drained. Leleviothan's body sways back and forth. Ajidahaka grips his throat and lifts him high, declaring, the outcome is clear. Leviothan is struggling as Ajidahaka tightens his grip. His hands are slowly dropping, and Ajidahaka states, this is the best you can do with those wings. The day you kneel before me is not far off. But Leleviothan replies, I am the loser here. You are not Gyuzo, easily deceived in despair. That is touching. What makes you so obsessed with those wings? Long ago, Leleviothan and Gyuzo stood together on the beach. He asked, your wish? Leleviothan replied, when you want to fulfill an important wish, a beast like me can unleash the greatest power. You freed me from loneliness. I want to realize the wish you desire. Gyuzo nodded and said, I want to become human. Leleviothan was taken aback. Gyuzo continued, I want to understand the human heart. He raised his hand. Gyuzo seemed to want to grasp the moon in the night sky. He confessed, I want to seek the origin of humanity. That is my wish. Leleviothan stood watching Gyuzo on the shore. I think, he mused, I still can't understand that guy. Ajidahaka. How foolish, how ridiculous, she said, looking at Leleviothan with bright, piercing eyes. The dragon energy emanated thickly, and Ajidahaka asked, do you have anything else to say? It is my loneliness that made me lose to you, even if it is only superficial. I envy the bond you share. Ajidahaka glared at him. The soul of the dark dragon suddenly materialized and let out a loud roar. On the stone platform, dark red energy exploded everywhere. Under the starry night sky, Ananta suddenly woke up with a jolt. He found himself standing in the middle of a dry desert. Ananta asked, where is this? He recalled the rocky hills he had once visited. Behind him, flames were blazing fiercely. Ananta said, it is similar to that time but also different. Could this be? With that, he took a few steps forward. What caught Ananta's eye was a massive dragon skeleton. Ananta speculated, is this Ajidahaka's mental realm? Suddenly, the eyes of the dragon skeleton glowed bright. It spoke. Ananta, the legacy of the black dragon. If not Ajidahaka, then who are you? You are responsible. And the dragon skeleton opened a portal right in front of Ananta. The sight took his breath away. On the other side, there were images of two children, one boy and one girl. The boy was holding a short spear to defend himself. Ananta asked, who are those kids? The dragoness spirit recounted. It was a brutal era filled with blood and corpses, a war between regions. Those two children were facing a soldier. He raised his sword high, aiming to end the lives of the two kids. This was a time when humans took each other's lives, while the bodies piled up like mountains. Ananta gasped. Wait a second. Suddenly, something flew in from a distance. Turns out, it was a dragon. It breathed fire from above, incinerating the soldiers below. Ananta watched the soldiers engulfed in flames and muttered, is that Ajidahaka? The dragon setting those soldiers ablaze is revered by the wild tribes as the protector, the punisher of humanity. That is indeed Ajidahaka. After dealing with everything, Ajidahaka descended to the ground. She thought, I have heard about the chaotic continent. I did not expect these invaders to set foot on our territory. Suddenly, she spotted something. Ajidahaka murmured, there. Not far away are the two children from earlier. Ajidahaka transformed back into her human form and said, you human children, it is a miracle you are alive. You kids got lucky. The two children knelt on the ground and prayed, thanking her for driving away the invaders. The protector, aren't you afraid of me? How can that be? The protector is our savior. Ajidahaka narrowed her eyes and huffed. Ananta felt as if she was looking at him. He heard her say, countless beings fear me. But you are the first to express gratitude to me. The dragon skeleton showed Ananta the desolate scenes of this land and recounted, the wild lands are increasingly deteriorating. When the 6 embodiments protecting the world, including a young girl, a lion, a being with antlers, and a blue-haired youth, continuously perish. Chaos on the continent deepens. The Punisher, the embodiment of fear, breathed fire to harshly punish those who invaded the territory. The wild tribes began to revere and submit to her, and she wanted to return their kindness. So she broke up with them. Gathering countless tribes under the protection of the Black Dragon, they began to rebuild together. After much effort, the land gradually became fertile. Hills and mountains turned lush green, and flowers bloomed everywhere. The tribes held deep gratitude for her. Suddenly, as the descendant of the Black Dragon, the two rescued children cherished her dearly. For so long, people had resented her. Yet it was that very person who had worked tirelessly for their ancestors. Anna felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. He wanted to speak further, but the curse and the death had submerged Azadahaka in an endless rage. She was engulfed in pain and fear, knowing she might descend into the world. So she made a decision, sealing the reverse scale, the source of her strength and the divine treasure, and entrusted it to the leader of mankind. On the day Azadahaka departed, someone suddenly called her name, causing Azadahaka to turn and look back. She saw the two children running towards her, calling out, "You guys," the two children said in turn. "Please stay with us. Will we never meet again? Don't be sad. My dear children, you are the descendants of the Black Dragon. Even if we can't meet again, I will always protect you." Ananda witnessed her saying these words and fell into silence. Everything vanished right before his eyes. He felt helpless, utterly useless. His face betrayed his disappointment. The past was just that, the past, and there was no turning back. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ananda's head. Was it a reminder from himself? Images of the past kept flooding into Ananda's mind. That voice continued to criticize him for his sins. A past that could never be washed clean, ignored simply because it could not be changed. That voice relentlessly taunted Ananda, forcing him to confront his own guilt. He remained silent, absorbing the blame without a defense. Ananda was filled with anxiety, unable to voice his thoughts. Fate still shackled by the tragedy of the past. Those are your consequences. Giaclet also saw the lightning striking the ground incessantly. Giaclet was the one conjuring those lightning bolts. Wearing a gleeful grin, his face had turned dark, wielding the lightning in his hands. Preparing to strike, Giaclet gathered the lightning into an arrow. He swiftly shot the lightning arrow forward, aiming to eliminate his target. The lightning arrow Giaclet launched pierced through the large rat in front of him. From atop the rat's head, a tiny figure emerged. Giaclet also appeared, weapon in hand, radiating fierce energy. The wound on his abdomen was gradually healing, not wasting any time. Jeet quickly charged up a new bolt of lightning for the next attack. Another large golden sphere of lightning appeared atop the rat's head. Giaclet was surprised to see this phenomenon and quickly dove inside the rat's body. The lightning Jeet launched struck the rat's head, causing a commotion. Even though he had hidden inside, Giaclet still got hit by the bolts. Ruby, seeing him gradually collapsing, called out in worry. Giaclet, despite being battered and bruised, Giaclet mustered the strength to call out for Ruby. Ruby understood the cue and nodded. The two quickly clasped hands. Meanwhile, that giant rat continued to scream and charge forward, getting zapped by lightning. It smashed its head hard against the building ahead. Giaclet and Ruby had jumped off the giant rat, ready to fight with a fiery spirit. Seeing them, Jeet felt a rush of excitement. Ruby suggested, "We do not want to hurt you. Let us leave in peace." Jeet, confused by her words, could not quite grasp the situation, but then he immediately taunted them back. Instead of that, why not try moving again? Lightning crackled around Jeet as he boldly declared, "This time, I will turn you into little pieces." Ruby could not hold back any longer and shot back at him. "No way. Why are you fighting us? We could totally get along." But her words only fueled Jeet's malice. He sneered. "You are just toys, why should I be peaceful with toys?" Jeet gathered a massive amount of electricity into his body. Threatening. "Brace yourselves." His body radiated enormous energy, and he smirked. "Don't you worry. I will play with you until I am bored." Holding a golden ball in his hand, someone commanded, "Lead the way." A dark shadow appeared behind Jeet. Sensing something was off, Jeet turned to look behind him. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, Giaclet swiftly approached with his sword. A yellow liquid slowly trapped Jeet's body colon. It turned out that wild food had arrived to help the two. Spotting her, Jeet felt no fear and prepared to attack. He unleashed massive bolts of lightning towards Wildfood. She widened her pupils, staring straight ahead. Quick paw. With her agile moves, Wildfood dodged his attacks, casting a spell. Rabbit sculpture. She leaped straight towards Jeet, and the two faced off, but Wildfood did not attack. Instead, she jumped back. Jeet was taken aback and confused by this. Just then, the golden ball reappeared. Hovering above his head, Wildfood commanded it from a distance. Pandora's box. In that instant, she dashed over Hugzagleet and Ruby tightly. Meanwhile, Jeet was trapped inside a sphere. He was confined within the sphere, unable to escape, held by the power of spatial confinement. a chaotic magical sphere that was unstable due to its overwhelming force. Wildfoot shielded Zaglid and Ruby. Hoping for the best with the most firepower we had, the sphere slowly emitted a surge of energy. The energy trapped Jeet, making him scream in agony. Yet, he seemed thrilled. Nice. This is interesting. Make it even more fun. Before long, Jeet managed to break through the sphere that Wildfoot had created. The lightning Jeet used to shatter the sphere struck her back. Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurled, and the shadow of a great bird began to take shape. Jeet transformed into a massive, terrifying thunderbird. His wings crackled with menacing bolts of electricity. Eklet and Ruby looked up at the sky, their faces filled with dread. Jeet let out a gleeful laugh as a strange ripple appeared in the air. From that ripple, a surge of blue energy shot down, aiming straight for Jeet below. Ruby's eyes widened in shock as she recognized what was coming. The silhouette of a figure with 13 tails emerged. The figure landed gracefully, slowly advancing forward. Ruby felt a wave of helplessness wash over her at the sight of Bahiran. She quickly shouted, "Get back, Jayaklet." While Ruby, despite her small stature, stood her ground against the towering Bahiran. He spoke. "Spirit Beast, I have a question for you." Ruby froze as Bahiran approached her, clearly wanting to talk. Jayaklet was tense as well. What about Ruby? From above, those ominous thunderclouds continued to rumble. Jeet, crackling with electricity, began to ascend slowly. He let out a deafening roar. Bahiran turned to face Jeet. His tails were now fully fanned out. Jeet opened his mouth wide and charged straight at Bahiran. Bahiran's tail swiftly pierced Jeet's mouth. Jeet's body quickly cracked apart, ultimately shattering into countless pieces. Ruby stood frozen at the sight before her. I am a magical beast, both the same and yet different from others. A contradictory being, born from death. Bahiran reached for a branch, then immediately crushed it. Questioning, but why do I have a heart? Bahiran placed a hand on his chest. Feeling perplexed, seeking to understand. I once asked a similar question to other spirit beasts but received no answers. So this time, Bahiran came here to seek the answer from Ruby. Flame Spirit, please answer my question. The heart does not tell me what I need. The heart only guides you to the answer. You already said that. It depends on what you want. It also reveals the answer within yourself. Ruby has a loving family, so her heart always yearns for love and happiness. You have no wish to fulfill. Nothing for your heart to lead you to. Hearing that answer, Bahiran wondered. What is the reason for my existence in this world? I want to know the reason I exist in this world. At base 1 on the right flank, a withered tree struggled to hold on. Above the tree, Nadia's form became clear. The altar for the holiday was completed. Finally, today, the horizon of the world I have longed for will open. She gazed out towards the earth before her, just waiting for the holiday to be activated. The beautiful world of primordial breath was about to arrive. The silhouette of a girl appeared at that moment. Nadia lifted her head, looking up high. The two forces within her clashed directly. Senun was now in direct confrontation with Nadia. Wow. Stranger. Nadia has a sharp gaze that seems ready to take Senun's life. She quickly lunges forward to attack Ada. On the other side, Senun is screaming Nadia's name. The roots on Ada's body slowly extend out to strike her. With her agile movements, Nadia swiftly dodges those attacks. Her eyes filled with hatred, she grips her bow. Eider Zason. Nadia draws her bowstring back, ready to aim. Socks idiot. As the arrow is released, a flurry of arrows immediately targets Senun. Those arrows unleash a massive surge of energy. Eider envelops his body with the roots, leaving only a cloud of smoke behind. Senun slowly opens the roots, wearing a sinister expression. But then, his pupils widen as if witnessing something shocking. The image of Alethea flashes in Ada's mind. Around Senun's body radiates a dark red energy, trapped by the past. Fueled by a thirst for power, seizing the opportunity, Nadia rushes in to attack. This is the final form that one reaches. But the staff in her hand is easily caught by Senun. Alethea in Ada's mind is questioning. Why are you? Nadia outside is also trying to awaken Senun. Hurry and wake up. She is so furious. A world where no one gets hurt. Just avoiding and turning away from such loss. Do you think those who have fallen asleep will be saved? But suddenly, another arm of Senun pierces through Nadia's abdomen. She immediately collapses to the ground. Senun's gaze fierce and wordless, watching Nadia in pain. Ada is hesitant, not wanting to hurt anyone. Senun's body begins to transform again. Sorry. Ada opens his mouth wide, wanting to end Nadia's suffering. At least let me help you go peacefully. Nadia tries to look at Senun, hoping that your wounded heart can find some comfort. A long time ago, a figure of a girl lies on the grass. Sunlight streaming down. Alethea slowly opens her eyes, sitting up to survey her surroundings with a bewildered expression. Where is this? Figure appears before Alethea, seemingly interrupting her dream. Senun stands in front of her. Curious, Did you sleep well? She beams with joy. Senna Nuth. The god Senna Nuth. Alithia quickly gets up and runs toward him. But why does my body feel like this? Did you come to pick me up earlier than usual today? Senna Nuth looks at her gently, saying, I am so glad to talk to you like this again. She stands up with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. A perfect battlefield is set up to maximize the power of the branches. The operation of the bases must run smoothly. Juzo is in the center, with unexpected failures in the plans. But the biggest variable right now is the betrayal of Byron unexpectedly targets Jiz's branches. The tubes behind Juzo are slowly retracting. He slowly steps out of that chair, needing to eliminate the variables. The seed has detected the trigger. Sephiroth. Activate. Juzo clenched his fists tightly. From now on, we are stepping into the countdown to the world's horizon. Flashing back to Senna Nuth's memory, he and Alithia walked slowly. Alithia could not hide her curiosity as she looked up at him. This is not the afterlife. It feels like we are secretly peeking into someone's memories. Senna Nuth sensed her gaze and turned to look back. What is wrong? Alithia guessed. Are you worried about something? My lord. Why would you think that? She explained as they walked. Every time you come to me, it is always with a hint of sadness. Right now, you seem hesitant too. Senna Nuth gently placed his hand on Alithia's head. Honestly, I can't hide anything from you. The sun filtered softly through the leaves, and I suddenly recalled the first time we met. That day, I was wandering in this very forest. Senna Nuth strolled through the woods with his beast companion. He paused for a moment upon hearing a sound. Following the laughter coming from the thicket, I discovered a human child with eyes as white as jade. Senna Nuth gently extended his arm, and the child clumsily followed suit. I named that innocent child Alithia, which means truth. He admitted. Nothing is more precious to me than the time spent with you. If only this moment could last forever. Nadia, watching from afar, felt a pang of sadness too. With a heavy gaze, Senna Nuth declared, You have been accepted as a member of the great forest. A promising spirit blessed with the essence of the forest, and a sincere child, always fervently praying for peace to reign over all beings in this land. Senna Nuth silently observed her from behind. This world has become more vibrant, and my heart has grown warmer. Just like everyone else, a galaxy appeared in the enchanting night sky. Senna Nuth and Alithia sat together, gazing at the starry sky. It is beautiful. She smiled gently and turned her head to ask, My lord, do you want to say something to me? Suddenly, Senna Nuth made a suggestion. Let us leave the great forest. Alithia. The army led by the warrior Savitar is heading this way. The purpose is unclear, but it is definitely for invasion. Many will lose their lives. I can't put you in harm's way. You need to leave the great forest with everyone. But at that moment, Alithia refused the offer. Senna Nuth was furious. Alithia. My lord Senna Nuth. Alithia gazed up at the sky with sparkling eyes. I want to protect this place forever. I love the days of gazing at the starry sky with you. Alithia gently placed her hand on his. I cherish everyone who has accepted me as family. I cherish you. Senna Nuth, who sees me as a daughter. Hearing her words, Senna Nuth's expression tightened. For me, the great forest is the precious home you have built. Hearing her response, his mood gradually lightened. When war approached, that sacred forest was consumed by fierce flames. A powerful army stood ready for battle. On the other side were the spirits protecting the forest. Naturally, Alithia was among them. A soldier on the other side of the pain zone is preparing to attack. Alithia's eyes widen, and blood splatters everywhere. This is what Senna Nuth has regretted his entire life for not stopping that child. Even though he was full of wounds, he still held Alithia tightly. Alithia, weak and frail, struggles to speak her last words. This is the end for her. This is the memory of the Lord. At this moment, Senna Nuth shows no emotion on his face. Not even for a single day. His body radiates a dark energy. I have no regrets about that day. Senna Nuth screams in agony. Killed it. I killed that child. Just then, Juzo appears with wings as white as an angel. The act of making a pact with wings and being granted a branch. Just like being reborn into an existence that can reach the horizons of worlds. From his chest, sharp thorns emerge. Alithia's tiny body is slowly released from it. He is desperate. All to find that child again. But the result of those efforts is Nada, a person with no memory of Alithia and Senna Nuth's relationship. She slowly opens her eyes and finds herself standing in a strange void. Nadia casts a suspicious glance towards the whispers behind her. Senna Nuth, in another form, appears right in front of her. Seeing this form of him terrifies Nadia to the core. She asks, What is that monster? Whom? Senna Nuth, in a new form, tries to say something to Nadia but cannot. All he can do is chase after her, trying to make her understand. After running for a long time, Nadia suddenly trips and falls. She immediately collapses into a pool of blood at her feet. With a face smeared in blood, she slowly gets up. Before her are thousands of drifting corpses. their blood forming a river. Nadia looks at her bloodied hands and screams. Suddenly, a figure of a god appears behind her, thriving in the grotesque pool of death. Hearing that voice, Nadia fearfully turns around. Izo, with angelic wings, approaches and asks, "What is your name?" Aini, the embodiment of nature. The only hope that remains from the truth. From the sky, a beam of white light appears, and Senun-Noth looks up at the sky, feeling something unusual. His eyes suddenly turn red. Senun-Noth's body emits a white light again. He stands up and screams. Then, his body suddenly explodes, before disappearing. He still does not understand. It can't be? He had absorbed everything. Why is his consciousness still here? She steps through the puddles of blood, slowly walking on. Even though no words can comfort him, Senun-Noth stares in disbelief. "But I will always be by your side." Alithia holds Senun-Noth tightly in his perception. "I will be with you forever." Senun-Noth closes his eyes. Trembling, the image of him patting Alithia on the head is as clear as if it were yesterday. "Alithia, I only wish for you to have a happy life and live bright days." Senun-Noth pushed away. "Why are you comforting me?" "Because Alithia wants that." He placed his hand on his chest. "If only I could touch your heart in memory." "Alithia, do you hate me?" she cried as she answered. "The day is the memory etched deeper in me than anyone else in this world. Even now, recalling it makes me choke up." Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise, then closed in full satisfaction. When he opened his eyes again, Senun-Noth's body began to fade away like the darkness at dawn. Nadia gasped, shouting his name. Senun-Noth's surprise quickly vanished. He looked at his hand and then up towards the sun. "Sorry for keeping you all waiting. It has been a really long time." With that, his body completely vanished under the sunlight. Leaving her in shock as she returned to reality, Nadia slowly opened her eyes. Both of them. "May you both rest in eternal peace." In the mental world of Ag Dahaka, where the smoke is thick and toxic, she approached Anna from behind in dragon form. "You weak little brat. I see you are getting crushed like this." "Ah." Ag Dahaka replied. "Why that expression? Have you given up? Losing control of your body?" Before she could say more, Anna did something that startled her. He was kneeling, bowing his head at Ag Dahaka's feet. "What are you doing? Due to my foolish choices, we have left each other with scars that can never be erased. Ag Dahaka, I want to apologize to you." She lunged forward, using her dragon-covered hand to slam Anna down to the ground, silencing him. "What does your empty apology mean now? Do you think a few words can make us forget that grudge from back then?" He retorted. "Do you think words alone can resolve anything? But to defeat Juzo, I need your strength. Please help me." Ag Dahaka grew even angrier, throwing him aside. "This detestable criminal. Don't delude yourself. Control of your body belongs to me now. We can never walk together, because you and I are two realities that cannot merge." Anna sat up. "I understand better than anyone. We can never reconcile. Only death can sever us. I never intended to apologize to you without taking any responsibility." Hearing this, she turned to look back. Could it be? At that moment, his dragon heart slowly regained its rhythm. The power of the black dragon within him had also returned. On Whitefoot at side, she was injured and currently with Ruby and Jack Let. Ruby looked up. Behiran was standing there oddly still. He suddenly frowned, looking up as if sensing something. Behiran reached out, crushing the glass before him. Whitefoot looked up. "Ruby, there it is." From the other side, a shadowy figure stepped out. Ruby was thrilled. This presence is definitely an Anta. As soon as he appeared, he began to shift into black dragon form. "Azadahaka, fueled by hatred and rage towards me. Turn it all into combat fuel until the person transforms into a demon. The process of metamorphosis is complete." And Anana opens his mouth wide. He looks up and lets out a tremendous roar. Behiran exclaims. So the one who defeated the embodiment of the abyss turns out to be a demonic entity. His power truly remains a mystery. "Do you want me to drown you that badly?" Embodiment of vengeance. Anana bellows and charges at him. Behiran immediately takes a defensive stance. Anana amplifies his fist, then lunges forward with ferocity. The speed is so fast that Behiran can't react in time, and he gets punched squarely in the face. A loud explosion echoes. Anana has knocked Behiran out of the tower. Hearing Yubi call his name, he feels joy knowing they are still safe. Thank goodness. Everyone is safe. Before Ananda can say anything more, he suddenly receives a punch to the jaw. The unexpected attack sends him flying. Ananda quickly regains his balance, and Behiran in the distance has transformed. "With just this much, I did not think I could take you down." Behiran. As he finishes speaking, Behiran throws his head back and roars loudly. He declares, "I will destroy you." There it is. Only the strong revel in their power, while the weak are trampled beneath it and resist. Behiran takes a step forward, facing Ananta. "We have fought 3 times already. Let us end this." The one who has proven his worth. Both stand still, locking eyes for a few seconds. Then they charge at each other simultaneously. Ananta and Behiran swing their fists towards each other. The clash of their hands creates shockwaves, generating winds like a storm. Even Yubi's group has to dodge the blast. He growls, retracting his hand, then strikes again. He lowers his body for the attack. Behiran aims for Ananta's lower body, forcing him to absorb the steel punch. He then gets slammed hard against the wall. When he gets furious, he resembles a ferocious 13-tailed beast. 4 of those tails lunge towards him. Ruby shouts loudly, "It is dangerous. Do not get hit by its attack." Ananta commands, "Gather," and his whole body instantly turns black, enveloped in mysterious green light. Then he leaps with both hind legs, successfully dodging the 4 tails. The long, smooth tails like snakes emerge and latch onto the stone pillar. They help Ananta maintain a temporary distance in the air. Behiran sneers, "Do not let it slip away," then uses all 13 tails to attack. He squints, calculating quickly, then drives a tail into the pillar and spins to jump off it. Following the momentum, Ananta spins clockwise at a terrifying speed. Turning himself into a drill, he moves directly towards Behiran below, plunging straight down. He can't use his tail to block. Behiran prepares to throw a punch right into the center of the whirlpool, a spinning sword strike, an attack equivalent to the force of a missile. Ananta's spin is halted, surprising even him, but in misfortune lies opportunity. He is in a very advantageous position to crush his opponent as he wishes. Ananta transforms the scales on his arms into sharp blades, then directly aims at him to strike. Even though Behiran managed to land a counterattack, one of his gauntlets had shattered. He opened his eyes, grabbed his head with one hand, and slammed it straight into the ground. With a swift motion, Behiran threw a few more punches to his head. Ananta could not keep up. He opted for a combo that drained him of health. At that moment, he powered up his fist, then came crashing down on Ananta's head like a finishing blow, shattering the ground beneath them, dust swirling everywhere. The one who had taken on the form of the conquering avatar could definitely withstand all of my power. With that, Behiran used his tail to lift him up. But how long could he withstand that kind of power? At this point, Ananta's scales showed signs of cracking. Behiran declared, "I will be your doom." Right after that, Ananta chose to open his eyes and wake up. Ananta opened his mouth wide and let out a long, resounding note, his body radiating a red glow. Suddenly, a massive beam of energy rained down from above, engulfing them both. Even the top portion of the tower was significantly damaged. Behiran remained unscathed. Despite the chaos surrounding him, he reached down to observe, swallowing and burning everything completely, absorbing that immense power. Taking the time to fully seize it was only natural. Everyone watched in awe as Ananta's form grew larger and larger. He had transformed into a complete dragon, exactly as described in the legends, towering over Behiran by 100-fold. This was his new form. He roared. But compared to his opponent, it sounded like a mere kitten's meow. Ananta opened his mouth and unleashed a gigantic dragon's breath. Behiran below immediately consumed it all. Not stopping there, he took a deep breath, determined to crush his opponent. When Ananta finally paused, it was clear his dragon's roar had pierced through the tower. Had he taken him down already? Not quite. He still had not revealed any of his power from before. Just then, a beam of blue light shot up from the lowest floor of the building. Following that, an intense, blinding green energy burst forth like fire, and he slowly crawled back up to the surface. The decisive factor in winning or losing was not the strength of branches, but the will to use all one's power to take down the enemy. The battle was far from over. Not too far away, the space suddenly cracked open, revealing a figure stepping out from within. Rupa looked around. This was Central Base No. Looking ahead, she widened her eyes in shock. The upper half of Base No. 2 had been completely blown away in the first round of the battle between Ananta and Behiran. While Rupa was in a state of confusion, Mu and Ladratha hurried over. Worried. Ladratha, it is good that you are okay. Are you alone? Did you see anyone else? I just got here. What happened? That power clearly came from the first light. Ladratha was not sure. It seemed like he was gathering the survivors here. Rupa turned pale. So the others were not here. But what about Ananta? Sufka pointed to the top of the tower and exclaimed, "Baha, look over there." Everyone turned their eyes upward, and in the midst of the rubble was a small, blackened figure. A few hours ago, Ananta and Behiran faced off in their newest forms. He opened his mouth wide, ready to unleash a fiery breath. He was no slouch either, mouth wide open like a fierce beast. Charging forward, just like last time, Ananta unleashed his dragon's roar. That attack easily swallowed up his opponent. But this time, Behiran managed to fly right through it without a single scratch. He raised his clawed hand toward Behiran's face but missed. Frustrated that he could not reach him, Behiran gritted his teeth. Quick on his feet, he thought of a way and tore through the fabric of space. Moments later, Behiran appeared right above him. He pulled his elbow back to strike. Then he delivered a blow that forced Ananta to bow down. His massive body toppled over, smashing through the roof of a nearby tower. Behiran roared with fury and charged ahead. Ananta quickly lifted his head. He let out a roar and instantly created 2 more dragon illusions. They lunged forward, colliding with the opponent and creating an explosion in the center. He screamed in utter agony. Behiran glared, summoning 13 tails, ready to counterattack. Ananta was taken aback. This attack was extremely dangerous. He immediately ordered Whitefoot to get out of there right away. She complied and used her quars to lead the other 2 away. Ruby was worried about him, but was firmly pulled away by Whitefoot. Behiran's 13 tails unleashed a beam of green energy. The last attack pierced through the tower, causing it to explode and break in half. With such overwhelming power, even he could not escape unscathed. Before leaving, Behiran noticed something unusual. Ananta had suddenly launched a direct attack at him. That precise strike left a massive hole in his body, leading to a devastating explosion. From the outside, it looked like a black hole, swallowing everything. In the end, Behiran lay curled on the ground amidst the dust. His tails were burned to a crisp. His body, injured and bleeding, struggled to stay upright. A part of him was damaged, and the continuous fighting made him scream in pain. But why should we care? Behiran kept attacking and roaring. I asked. Warrior, born without sharp fangs or sturdy claws, just blood and sweat, bones and flesh, swallowing the flesh of enemies, turning them into weapons. Just a being who knows how to kill and consume. What is the reason for your existence in this world? He shot a direct attack at Ananta's face, hitting his head with no chance to dodge. He grunted. All he wanted was to return to his family's embrace. Find the answer yourself, you fool. With that, Ananta created 3 dragon illusions rushing toward Behiran. He had no advantage in the air, and was engulfed by the flames. The fire raged fiercely, like a tornado. He growled, then let out a deafening roar, unleashing his energy. The fire was blown back. Ananta returned to his original half-dragon form. Behiran growled, utterly bewildered. But this was the first time words touched my heart. He clenched his fists. Warrior, I sincerely express my respect to you. He let out a huge roar and charged at his opponent. Both sides prepare and clash with a surge of energy, making it hard to predict the outcome. The seal on the gate trembles. On the verge of breaking, rocks and debris scatter, revealing the silhouettes of Behiran and Ananta. His head bows low, blood dripping in small drops. Ananta feels proud. This battle is our victory. Do you remember what I told you the day we fought for the second time? His eyes flicker momentarily. Back then, I was curious about a warrior like you. Why would you follow someone like Juzo? Behiran's lips twitch. Ruby. You say words just like the fire god beast. I remember when she questioned him, her voice harmonizing. The instinctual divine beasts are solitary creatures, yearning for those who matter. She asked me if Gyuzo was someone like that for me. He revealed that he had never felt any connection with him. It was just that our interests aligned. We were never meant to share hearts. And now, even our desires have drifted apart. Behiran sighed. That is all there is to it. He bowed his head. I have no intention of begging for life. Enjoy the spoils of victory. The embodiment of vengeance. Ananta. You glare at him intensely. You spoke. Previously, I had asked Wild Food, if life is in danger, let us flee to Labasan Hot with our team. You turned back into a person. If you are just a savage beast, I would have to endure the pain of losing my family all over again. He shot you a puzzled glance, your voice calm. You are the enemy, but you have protected the children. Truly a real warrior. Did he? Behiran. Do not seek the meaning of your existence from Juzo anymore, until you find your own answer. That is the reward of the victor that I deserve. He stood up, his face darkened. You are being a bit harsh there. His hands slammed together. The space gate opened. Those who survived the brutal battle will soon arrive here. I doubt we will get another chance to meet again. He stood at the door saying goodbye. Farewell, warrior. And I watched his silhouette. Where are you planning to go? He turned slightly. Because you spared me. I still have things to resolve. Wait, where is Juso? He stepped through the gate and replied. At the heart of the moon base, where it all began. You shouted. Wait. At that moment, my food rushed over. And you turned to look at her and said, have you pinpointed Juso's location? Previously, at Central Base 4, everyone was gathered around the large-scale teleportation device. Are we suspending operations? Serena reported to Blackfoot over the phone. The search results indicate that Juso's location is still unconfirmed. We need to reorganize first. What about the others? Ifood approached with determination, saying, I will immediately rend Esvis with Ananta. Then gather the remaining survivors and head back to Labazantha. She instructed Blackfoot. Blackfoot, you should also return to Labazantha. Blackfoot nodded.
Yep.
Big Sis, she shouted. Activate the large-scale teleportation device. The ground suddenly began to tremble. causing the guards to stand on high alert. What is happening right now? The shaking ground made everyone anxious. Serena worriedly asked. Blackfoot. What was that loud noise? A panicked voice chimed in. Wait, look over there. They saw something breaking through the ground. A bright red light appeared as a colossal machine emerged from the earth. Serena rushed. Blackfoot. Report the situation immediately. What is going on? Blackfoot stuttered. It is a machine, she exclaimed. It is a machine. Coming from beneath the moon base. A giant machine had surfaced. Serena on the phone was confused. What do you mean? She was also bewildered. Why is this here? Her eyes widen. A shadow flickers atop the mech, and it is none other than Juso. Confirm the shutdown of all transfer towers, except for Central Base Number 4. Before Juso, a white heart beats violently. The heart was ripped from his chest. I will devour it. I will abandon the world of the mind. Standing before the machine with a small black hole, he drops the heart into that void. Fine. From the beginning, I was never the savior. I am the one created to mirror humanity. A killer. A conqueror. The one who slays thousands and redefines what it means to be human. The white light flickers. The world calls me a deity. Juso soars with 3 pairs of black and white flame wings. He hovers over the mech marked with the tree of the world. A giant tree breaking through the earth. The tree of the world appears. The mech like a door placed before its massive trunk. The tree of the world rises, breaking through the sky beyond the moon. Blackfoot sweats, thinking. This is. Branches of the tree of the world continue to sprout into many scenes. The white light shoots straight up from the tree. This is the original form of the tree of the world. Juso glances down. He looks at the tiny Blackfoot, wondering, is that the remnant of Serena? Juso raises his hand. Vanish. Those unrecognized by me. He spreads his wings. Countless white orbs appear around him. Then, they simultaneously rush towards Blackfoot. Startling her, she shuts her eyes tight in fear. A punch carrying the white light appears. The punch creates a powerful energy absorbing the previous blow. Blackfoot gasps. Juso narrows his eyes. Come to say goodbye. Bye, Heron. Before the tree of the world, Juso calls. Bye, Heron. Do you really want to walk a different path than me? Bye, Heron looks up at him. To seek your own reason for existence. Do you want to destroy the world to find the answer? Juso glares. But why? The green light from Baiheron's energy erupts intensely. To directly find the answer in this world, he transforms. Even so, must face the one who walks away. Byron steps forward. I have owed you so much. The embodiment of wings. Juso closes his eyes. I have recognized a new emotion. He raises his arm. His face changes. An emotion that churns the very core of his being. Something called disgust. Ananda stands on a pile of rubble. Ladra looks far off. There it is. Just then, Ananda in beast form is carrying Whitefoot. The Ladra the crew rushes towards him. Thank goodness. He is, she tells them. We have pinpointed Juso's location. We need to move there quickly. Lager though is confused. Is not he at Central Base Number 2? At that moment, a beam of light shot straight up into the sky. And everyone turned to look. Rupa was confused. That light was Ananda heading towards Central Base 4. Juso had been there from the start. What the heck? He announced to everyone. Whitefoot and I are going after him. Rupa was worried. Wait. Just the two of you. We could fight together. We do not have any way to move everyone. And for this final battle, I can handle alone. Laidrutha disagreed. Stop talking nonsense. Someone who values their teammates' lives more than their own wants to throw themselves into danger alone. If we can't move, we will fight together until the end. He glanced at Whitefoot. Her eyes lit up. If I can reach the large-scale transport device, then there is a way to get everyone out safely. I hope you agree with my decision. Ananta, you have made your decision. We can't afford to lose anyone else for the safety of everyone. Rupa trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Feeling powerless for Ananda's battle, Ananda turned back into a person. From the very beginning, defeating Juzo was my role. Rupa's eyes glistened. But Ladratha looked at her. Rupa, Ananda approached her. Forgive me, because I am the one seeking revenge. No one in this world wants to kill Juzo more than I do, her face buried against his chest. Flushed red. The hatred for him, the anger seeping under my skin, was everything to me. I never thought about being swayed by the sacrifices of others. But as he stroked her hair, now, I fear witnessing the death of my teammates, more than not being able to get revenge. He looked into Rupa's eyes. Because you are an important teammate to me, Ananda smiled gently. In this world, there is no one I would rather not lose more than you. She gave a small smile. Her face still flushed. Rupa placed her hand on his face. She pulled him down to kiss him on the lips before he could react. She quickly pushed him away while he was still stunned. Rupa grabbed Ananta's hand. This is the last time I am going to follow your stubbornness, she urged him. You must come back. Rupa placed a small branch from the world in his hand. Promise me, she raised her fist. When you return to your homeland, allow me to go with you. Ladritha and the other teammates looked at him with a smile. He wished to see them, then looked down at his hand. He raised his fist to touch Rupa's in a promise. Okay. I promise. His eyes sparkled. The loud explosion sent dust flying everywhere. Gyuzo spread his wings. No matter what the truth was, only God defines humanity. Behiran leaned against something. I was created to bring great benefits to the human world. Therefore, I wandered the world and saw people, nations, groups, and religions. Most discriminate and oppress minorities based on ideology. There is no redemption anywhere in the human world. The nature of humanity is to select people, Gyuzo declared. I will completely destroy the existing order and become the one and only incomparable being in the world. Being a wise man standing alone on the ruins is my ideal. Behiran leaned on his hand from afar, his whole body radiating dark energy. He opened his mouth to laugh. Haha. Behiran. I am the one searching for the meaning of my own existence. Yet I still love people. Those who are as conflicted as I am. Du's eyes sparkled. Asking him, is something funny here? Behiran raised his hand. Of course it is funny. Because I am hearing words that are not sincere. His hand clenched into a fist. Like a mindless machine. Behiran slammed his fist down, making the ground tremble. A green light erupted. Oh constellations. Gyuzo raised his hand, and the ground suddenly shook again. He glanced behind him. A black tree burst through the ground. Charging up, he curiously followed it. A tall figure stood above. Could it be? Nadia stood high above, looking down, and he was startled. The embodiment of nature. A golden gate appeared right behind Gu. Ananta, in beast form, charged at him. He swung his hand down towards where he stood, but he managed to fly up, dodging Ananta's claws. Ananta gathered strength in one hand, then he knocked it back towards Gyudo. Ananta, furious, declared it was time for him to pay for his insulting choice. He growled. Now I will activate the large-scale teleportation device. Just as the announcement echoed, a hurried voice cut in. Blackfoot. Whitefoot appeared, panting, asking to wait a moment. To move everyone else at Central Base Number 2. I will begin expanding the teleportation coordinates. She was tense, gripping the item in her hand. The one that could help everyone evacuate safely from this place. On the other side of the battlefield, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. Wow. How long are you planning to block my path? Ananta. In Gyudu's hand, a sharp light flickered like a sword's edge. However, Ananta struck first, charging straight at him. With agile moves, Gyudu quickly countered. He slashed Ananta's shoulder. The pain piercing through him made him wince. Meanwhile, Gyudu's face remained cold and expressionless. But in that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Gyudu's wings had been torn to shreds at some point without him realizing it. Ananta had gifted him a surprise right in the heat of battle. Seizing the moment, while Gyudu was still regaining his composure, Ananta charged forward. However, Gyudu quickly regained his footing and continued to fight him. Neither of them was giving an inch, continuously creating violent shockwaves in the central arena. Gyudu assessed that compared to before, Ananta's abilities had significantly increased. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Ananta stood firm, blocking them all. Gyudu understood that unlike him, who had gradually weakened due to divine weapon challenges, this guy who had swallowed about 4 branches of the tree had strength on par with his own. He decided that his top priority was to eliminate Ananta. The remnants of Serena and the embodiment of nature could wait. Meanwhile, Nadia was doing her best to thwart the ritual by continuously attacking the giant tree. No matter how hard she tried to attack, she felt helpless. Realizing her blows could not even scratch it, Serena speculates that a massive energy source is operating throughout the lunar base. Its origin must be the divine artifact. To prevent the dawn of a new world, I must cut off the energy supply to the divine artifact that is performing the ritual. If we do not destroy the mechanism quickly and recognize the danger, Gyudu will suddenly change plans. Eliminate everything that stands in my way now. This intention terrifies Ananta and Nadia. Because their teammates on the other side are the next targets of Gyudu, Ananta quickly soars over to them. She intercepts the attack aimed at her teammates, shining with light and glory. In that decisive moment, Ananta steadfastly shields them. He lets out a thunderous roar, spreading his wings wide to absorb the full force of Gyudu's attack. In the panic, everyone shouts his name in unison, but he only responds with a push, urging them to hurry. Just then, the waifu team is ready, activating the coordinate expansion. The golden orb in Latoga's hand rises up, forming a protective formation above the remaining survivors. In that moment, Rupa can't contain her worry and calls out Ananta's name. At that time, after taking Gyudu's attack, Ananta's body is scorched, with black smoke rising dramatically. He no longer has the strength to hold on, crashing straight down to the ground. In his mind, He briefly wonders if they have evacuated safely. The recent attack caused significant damage. I did not intend to exhaust my branch like this, but, even with fresh water, it can still burn completely. The flames on the branch will resurrect many times, until it can no longer ignite. Just then, a familiar cry echoes out. Rupi appears out of nowhere. Shocking Ananta. How did you get here? Rupi remembered Bihiran's assistance to reach Ananta. What are you doing here? It is too dangerous. You should stay back. Without waiting for a response, Rupi, declaring that she will stay by Ananta's side. Because this might be the last time she can be with him. After all, Rupi and Ananta are family. These words awaken Ananta. That is right. I will leave you in charge, all of my. After the attack, Juso looks at the ground beneath him and guesses that remnants of Serena have escaped. It seems Ananta was also incapacitated while trying to protect them. Ananta squints, assessing the situation. His natural form does not appear to have caused significant damage. Juso changes tactics, setting up to eliminate priority targets. Powering up, Ananta's body transforms into a bizarre beast form. Half man, half bird. Then he chants, "Oh light." And at this moment, Nadia also realizes the dangerous situation. She just tries to dodge when Juso's attack strikes her directly. A scream of pain rings out, followed by large branches crashing down. In an instant, Juso unexpectedly utters a name. Seninat. Little did he know that a clone had seized control of his body. This is truly the fate of a coward who could not protect anything, he mocks. All those who died at my hands are screaming out their unfulfilled wishes. Just then, Juso suddenly senses something off, and he panics. Turning around, quickly blocking Ananta's explosive attack. Hidden behind the shield, Juso finally realizes. Now I get it. You can't kill someone without breaking their heart. A person, even in death, cannot truly die if they represent humanity. So let us adorn the end of the world with your death. Ananta. In that moment, Ananta quietly whispered, "Lend me your strength." Ajitahaka, the final words closed in. His eyes shone brightly. That fierce sang rolled into a powerful greeting. Like a flame wanting to incinerate everything, he cast his spell, igniting fiercely. Then he unleashed a massive fire that shook the very fabric of space. Yunuzo opened his eyes wide in shock. His protective shield instantly shattered, completely unable to withstand it. Numuzo, a talented being, felt his body transforming into a completely different form. He told Ananta that he had been cursed into a monster. If that curse was the power to kill me, then I will face you as a monster. I will remember you. But he coldly replied, "No one will remember you at all. I will be right here, and I will definitely defeat you." Hearing that, Nuzopa, a memory floated back. Fiona once asked him a question like this. "Can you tell me your name?" At that time, Julia only pondered for a moment before coldly responding, "I do not have something called a name." Then during this time, "I will call you Iron Mask. Until the day you have a name, you must let me know." Back then, he did not care and could not understand why she wanted that, but now, Nyuzo understood, so that no matter how long it takes, I can still remember you. Suddenly, Ananta unleashed all his power. He rushed forward, his claws tearing through space, carrying a tremendous wave of energy, then exploding into a powerful strike. Nyuzo showed no hesitation, coldly countering with a flurry of attacks. Countless points of energy surrounded them, exploding simultaneously, covering the sky. Knowing he could not evade, Ananta braced himself with all his power. He roared, breaking everything apart, then straight into his opponent. Nyuzo also did not hesitate, charging into battle. So the two collided in mid-air, a cloud of dust swirling around. After a while, Nyuzo asked, "Ananta, what about the heart? Although it shapes the form and emotions of a human, the heart still does not dwell within me, like that empty hole. Just like my spiritual world." Uzo's monstrous body gradually disintegrated. He screamed in anguish, "Do you see? Stand and create. All life on this land will be annihilated." Saying that, Nyuzo turned to Ananta, who was motionless, even more injured than he was, screaming in madness. "At the very edge of the world. Behold the creation you have dared to invade the land of the gods, the one who can never become human. Feel my resentment." Just then, Nadia appeared, her voice cold. How pitiful. He wanted to become human but could not. In the end, he became a foolish monster, seeking revenge against the gods. From her hands, roots sprang forth, breaking through the dry ground. They spread everywhere, forming a vast network, shattering the sky above. Nyuzo was stunned. The horizon of the world was closing in. He was still fighting, remnants of his strength fading away, flailing in vain. The moment he spoke, he swung his hand with fierce power, intending to tear Nadia apart. Suddenly, a punch appeared, shattering his defenses. Nyuzo was horrified to realize it was Baharan. He was furious. wondering how long this person planned to stop him. Just then, Ananta, motionless on the other side, suddenly burst into laughter. The smile made Nuniyuzo's face twitch. Having taken countless lives, what more destruction could you cause? And yet you still cling to some notion of humanity. Ananta exploded with fury. He bluntly criticized Nuzo, fixated on something he did not possess. You pathetic scum. I will kill you. Nuzo unleashed a terrifying technique, forcing him to dodge quickly, but Ananta relentlessly pursued him. He had no choice but to counterattack, unleashing a flurry of techniques simultaneously. Like a heavy downpour, Ananta showed no signs of backing down, soaring into the air. Each attack was a precise strike, and Ninuzo quickly gathered his energy. He shot outward, flying over Ananta's head, leaving a long burn mark in his wake. Yet, Ananta still pressed forward, his technique transforming into a dragon, charging straight at Ninuzo with its mouth wide open. It was ready to swallow him whole. As his consciousness began to fade, Ninuzo unconsciously thought, humans are my gods. He suddenly went berserk, shouting, you people taught me to hate, not to have a heart. And now you dare judge me. At that moment, Ananta lunged forward. He threw a heavy punch, saying, stop with the nonsense. The punch landed squarely on Ninuzo, shaking him violently. Still, Ninuzo quickly braced himself. He knew well that regretting now was pointless. He had to fulfill his duty in these final moments. Ananta transformed into a human form, launching a fiery punch straight at him. Ninuzo faced it head-on. He braced for the impact, gritting his teeth. But the weight was overwhelming. His body slowly dissolved in the blinding light, as if being consumed. At this moment, Wifud shut his eyes tight, drenched in sweat, as both sides accelerated. Jayaklet, Serena, Lajerda, and Rupa were all on edge. Shockwaves had begun to ripple. Suddenly, the screen lit up, catching everyone off guard. Ananta's area was shrouded in thick smoke, and after a moment, they saw his silhouette, along with the electric wires of Nuzo, confirming his survival response. He lay on the ground, his body reduced to half, with Ananta standing tall, the only one left upright. Tears welled up in Rupa's eyes. Ananta had defeated Nigozo. It was a bittersweet victory. Ananta breathed heavily. Bihiran asked Nadia, is it over? Not yet. Not yet. The horizon of the world has not closed in completely. Nuzo lies there, using sheer willpower to move, creating a device to get the job done, an intricate tool to achieve a predetermined goal. Right after that, a massive wall suddenly appears behind Bihiran and Nadia, causing them to turn around in shock. That stacked thing is slowly coming apart. In an instant, the head separates cleanly. Nadia is so stunned her mouth hangs open, and Ananta is just as shocked. Rupa speaks up. What the heck is that? The tentacles shoot straight for Ninuzo, lifting him up into the air, abandoning the restoration of his physical body. The mechanical tentacles quickly attach the upper half to the machine, but my will not stop until the final moment. Right now, he is being engulfed by the light of the World Tree. A powerful beam merges Ninuzo with the World Tree. Ananta has now transformed into something else entirely, but suddenly he notices something. His body begins to tremble. He is exhausted. All the power from the branch is gone. Bihiran and Nadia rush to his side. Ananta, are you okay? She is shocked, looking at him in panic. You have used up all the power from the branch. No branch power. It is, I will take him down. Just consume me. Ananta, use the power of the branch. I have got to restore your strength once again. Not seeing any reaction from Ananta, Nadia urges. Hurry up. You are too important for this. This revenge is mine. I do not want anyone else to sacrifice. You two need to get out of here. Now. Bihiran says. The bond between my avatar and me has ended. That is right. He is offering the branch of the World Tree. I do not need it anymore. Take it. Warrior Ananta, fulfill your destiny. Once he has the branch, his body starts to transform. His hands morph into wings, and his once red eyes turn into a golden hue. Then, he flies up into the air. Nadia gasps. Ananta, as he soars towards Juso, he recalls past moments. You do not cherish your own life. Azita Haka continues. I won't take responsibility or apologize to you. He immediately kneels down. If I borrow your power to defeat Juso, I will give you Uberman, the one who has been lodged in my heart along with this form. After the battle, seal the power of the evil god and reclaim your original form. Azita Haka. Ananta's face darkens. I will fulfill this wish. But as he opens his mouth, she cuts him off. I do not need your pathetic pity. You said this revenge was yours. She speaks coldly. Wrong. It is. I won't hand it over to anyone. After saying this, Azita Haka suddenly breaks free from Ananta's form. He transforms back into his human shape. Enough. Azita Haka. She lunges at him but does not forget to remind him. This is a curse that will never end. I will replace the new form with half of your heart. The shape of Ruby slowly appears. Until the day of death, live with the weight of guilt. Juso seems to have discovered something. Right at this moment, she charged towards him. Azita Haka. He was stunned. Thinking the grudge of someone who should have died long ago would be gone, a figure appeared, the magical embodiment of Luna, clearly having anticipated this. The heavens, infused with divine power, were a ritual crafted from the might of the gods. If the future is already set in stone, then all you need is a safety net to change the outcome. At this point, Azita Haka unveiled an eye. She laughed with delight, saying, "O wings, prepare to accept the curse. In this edge of the world, with me forever." Juso was instantly horrified. Azita Haka soared straight into the beam of light. The blue light transformed into a rainbow. The sky began to shatter like glass. The light seemed ready to tear the sky apart. Ananta clenched his fists tightly. The sound was deafening. You are falling," Behiran told Nadia. "We need to go." The light from the world tree intensified. In just a few moments, a powerful beam of light burst forth. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted. The blast shook both the earth and the sky. A week later, in the central hall, Behiran stood frozen. Completely still. A voice called from behind. "Are you leaving?" Nadia approached anxiously. "Why not stay and rest a little longer?" He did not answer immediately but asked her, "Is Anand awake yet?" "Not yet. He just went through a huge battle, so he probably needs more time." Ananta remained unconscious. And both Blackfoot and Vupa were worried. He said, "That man is a warrior I respect. No matter what, he will find his way back to where he belongs." Nadia pondered. "I see. I have received permission from the leader of the Usidana, so we can't teleport illegally here." Remembering that day, Behiran had carried the unconscious Ananda on his back, who had originally been an enemy. Everyone was nervously rushing out now. He gritted his teeth. Nadia reached out to comfort him, and she smiled gently. "If it were not for your advice, I would not need this kind of backup." "Where are you planning to go now?" "I honestly do not know." His hands clenched tightly. "The reason I was born into this world is to travel until I find the answers." She slowly moved closer to Behiran, stating, "Destruction is the flip side of creation. Even in barren lands, life still sprouts. Why do not you try using your powers to protect everyone?" "How?" "I'm heading to the vast Siarnganu forest, a forest cloaked in shade, to plant lush green leaves for all those seeking a warm home." Nadia looked at Behiran with a happy expression and said, "Come with me." Behiran. Hearing this, he hesitated. "I understand now." Serena sat at the table, sending thoughts to Ananta, wondering if he was okay. A month had passed since the battle at the moon base. That day, thanks to Aziz Dahaka's sacrifice, the world's tyranny had completely come to an end. If it were not for her sacrifice and countless others, we would not have been able to defeat the embodiment of the wings. With that, she sealed it with a stamp. The white envelope with its bold red seal stood out even more. Soon after, Serena sent it to him. Not long after, the letter reached Ananta. Standing on the cliff, he read the letter, reminding us to remember those who have passed and to move forward. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow lightly, realizing he was not alone. "Sorry for the long intro." After he returned home, let me update him on the latest news. Queen Ladratha has safely returned to her homeland. It is said that every day she works tirelessly with the people to rebuild the capital. Dreaming big and working hard, Ladratha looks exhausted but still cheerful. Even though it is taking a long time, she is determined to fight for the dream of Vikizia's restoration. Blackfoot has also undergone many changes recently. Skyscrapers are slowly taking shape, and we have started to commercialize large-scale information to the outside world, previously only operating in secrecy among humans. Blackfoot and Wildfoot have been chatting up a storm to continue Luna's legacy. They want a closer bond with the human world, a tiny, delicate hand. A day. It is Jack's lead. Serena continues. Our new family member is also adapting very well. News about Nadia can be found in the western part of the continent. Nadia smiles as she touches the trunk, working with the forest creatures to restore the great forest of Nuno, which has long been abandoned due to the scars of fire invasions. Yet, there is an unsettling presence always by her side. At that moment, Nadia hears a chilling scream. It is a giant spider. The girl trembles as a crack suddenly appears. Byron delivers a powerful punch right to the giant spider's face. Everyone is in shock. According to Anana, I will keep an eye on his movements. Byron sees the girl in fear and reaches out to comfort her. And then, the story shifts to Ruby. It seems that Ruby has given up her physical form and entered a spirit state, as Anana's heart suggests. Perhaps Ruby wants to protect Ananta until the very end. Even at the cost of her own life, our Blackfoot will do everything in our power to find a way for Ruby to return to her original form. I sincerely hope that the two of them can reunite one day. Suddenly, someone speaks up. Ananta. It is. Oh, and there is still a postscript. How's life with Rupa treating you? Rupa blushes, full of energy. He rides on her back when suddenly he shouts. Wait, Rupa. Over there, Ananta leaps down, and in front of him and her is a lush green meadow. She wonders, what is this place?
Yep.
Indeed, this is Azita's domain, where a beautiful flower has blossomed. Ananto approaches it, sadness on his face. I miss you so much. His expression blank. Suddenly, a voice booms, making him widen his eyes. I am glad you are back. Before him stands the figure of Asita. Are you still okay? She looks at him with an incredibly happy expression. Ananta is so moved that he can't close his mouth. Right after that, a stream of tears flowed down. Rupi stood to the side, smiling. I am finally home. That is all for my video. Up above is a summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to give me a like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Bye bye.